Chapter 2291. Battle against the Asura Spiders 5. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed from the 5 long swords, and a burst of law fluctuations erupted, upon which the pair of mountains were sent flying backward. In the next instant, the 2 mountains appeared above Han Li before crashing down with tremendous force. Han Li attempted to communicate with the 2 treasures and instruct them to stop, only to discover that it was as if his spiritual sense connection with them had been severed. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he thrust his palms gently toward the pair of extreme mountains. In the instant that his palms were thrust upward, silver light flashed from his palms, and around a dozen layers of silver formations were conjured up. 2 earth-shattering booms rang out and gusts of fierce winds swept forth in all directions, but Han Li managed to stop the 2 extreme mountains in the end, following which all of the silver formations vanished amid a flash of silver light. In the instant Han Li's hands came into contact with the pair of extreme mountains, the spiritual sense connection was recovered, and he immediately stowed the pair of treasures away. At this moment, the brocade-robed man was still maintaining his original posture and hadn't taken advantage of this opportunity to unleash any further attacks. Han Li cast his gaze toward him and said, "I didn't think that you would be able to use the power of the law of time. Having said that, it's quite forced, so you must be relying on something to unleash this power. So what if my usage is a little forced? With the power of the law of time on my side, there's no way you can defeat me. The fact that you've managed to identify this power right away tells that you've seen it before elsewhere, is that right?" The brocade-robed man harumphed coldly. He then pointed a finger forward, and the 5 translucent swords tremored slightly, following which the nearby law fluctuations gradually dissipated. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Han Li's as he cast his gaze toward the 5 swords, and he replied, "I have indeed witnessed the same power elsewhere in the past, and I had thought that only the Asura spiders would be able to wield this power in this realm. It seems like you must have been in this realm for a very long time and thoroughly earned the trust of these Asura spiders. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been granted such incredible benefits. However, if you think this will be enough for you to avoid defeat, then you're dead wrong." As soon as his voice trailed off, brilliant purplish-golden light erupted from his body, and he swelled to around 1,000 feet in size in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter he opened his mouth to expel several balls of light of different colors, each of which was releasing a unique yet formidable aura. The balls of light contained projections of several types of true spirit beings, and at the same time, layers of purplish-golden scales emerged all over Han Li's body. 2 additional pairs of arms and a pair of extra heads also emerged beneath his ribs and on his shoulders respectively. He then opened his 6 eyes, and a short silver horn appeared on each of his 3 foreheads. After witnessing the power of time unleashed by his opponent, Han Li knew that he couldn't hold back any longer and immediately unleashed his holy nirvana physique to its maximal extent. In this 3rd nirvana transformation, Han Li's physical body was so fearsome that it would strike horror into the heart of even a Grand Ascension stage being. A smile appeared on his 3 faces, and he lashed out with his 6 arms, unleashing countless golden fist projections that hurtled through the air before abruptly vanishing. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted all around the brocade-robed man, and the golden fist projections reappeared before converging toward him in a frenzy. The brocade-robed man was very alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly made a rapid string of hand seals, upon which the 5 translucent swords began to rapidly revolve around him. The 5 swords then transformed into a 5-colored light barrier that protected every single inch of his body, while the law fluctuations that had just disappeared were released once again. All of the fist projections within a radius of over 100 feet around the brocade-robed man immediately stopped in midair, but the rest of the fist projections continued onward and crashed into the immobilized fist projections. A resounding explosion erupted outside the 5-colored light barrier as one golden fist projection after another was detonated, sending devastating shockwaves surging directly toward the light barrier. However, all of these attacks would be frozen in midair as soon as they approached the 5-colored light barrier. It seemed that an invisible wall had appeared around the light barrier, keeping allo of Han Li's attacks at bay. The golden fist projections were imbued with astonishing power, and Han Li seemed to be able to produce an endless supply. In a very short span of time, countless explosions had erupted, sending layer upon layer of golden shockwaves surging toward the center, rapidly accumulating a burst of spiritual pressure that struck fear into even the brocade-robed man's heart. The brocade-robed man's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and right at this moment, the five-colored light barrier began to tremor slightly, while the immobilized golden fist projections in the surrounding area were displaying signs of moving again. The brocade-robed man could no longer bide his time, and he immediately switched to a different hand seal, shrinking down the area encompassed by the light barrier by close to half. At the same time he opened his mouth to expel several balls of green blood essence, which transformed into a series of blue runes that vanished into the light barrier in a flash. The trembling light barrier was instantly stabilized, while the golden fist projections and shockwaves were immobilized once again. A hint of relief appeared in the brocade-robed man's eyes upon seeing this, but he still immediately began to chant an incantation. Faint runes began to appear on the light barrier, and it seemed that the five swords were about to be reformed. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly stopped what he was doing before flipping a hand over to produce a green longsword amid a flash of green light. The longsword had several indecipherable ancient silver runes inscribed on its surface, and as soon as it was summoned, all of the world's origin chi in a radius of several kilometers injected itself into the sword in a frenzy as streaks of dazzling light. As a result of this influx of power, the green longsword quickly swelled to around 1,000 feet in size, following which it was slashed through the air without any hesitation. The silver runes flashed and a giant silver crescent moon was unleashed by the sword, sweeping through the countless fist projections in a flash before directly plunging into the space encompassed by the power of law of time. The silver crescent moon was able to completely disregard the power of laws in that area and struck the five-colored light barrier like lightning, much to the horror of the brocade-robed man. A resounding boom rang out, and the crescent moon tremored slightly before disintegrating into specks of silver light. Another burst of even more potent power of laws swept forth, tearing through the law of time imbued within the light barrier before exploding into a ball of silver light. The two bursts of powers of laws clashed, and the ball of silver light rapidly expanded like a rolling snowball, reaching several acres in size in the blink of an eye. All types of violent energy fluctuations surged through the surrounding area, sweeping up fearsome tornadoes that encompassed the entire sky. After unleashing that slash, Han Li's mountainous ape body shrank down to less than half its original size, but his aura didn't wane in the slightest. A fierce look appeared in his eyes as he gripped onto the giant green sword with all six of his hands, then roared as he slashed the weapon through the air again. On this occasion, a streak of green sword chi was unleashed by the green sword as opposed to a silver crescent moon. In the instant the sword chi was unleashed, it appeared directly above the ball of silver light, then transformed into a massive ring-shaped blade. The ring-shaped blade was of an exuberant green color and was around half a kilometer in size with peerlessly sharp edges. Furthermore, it was giving off powerful law fluctuations. Black light flashed from Han Li's three glabellas, and three inky black demonic eyes emerged. Immediately thereafter he pointed a finger on each hand into the distance and uttered the word, slash. Silver runes appeared on the surface of the ring-shaped blade, following which it abruptly vanished into thin air. In the next instant spatial fluctuations erupted near the ball of silver light, and the ring-shaped blade re-emerged right around the ball of light. The ring-shaped blade then abruptly contracted, disappearing as a projection. Immediately thereafter, a green line appeared around the ball of silver light amid a resounding boom, and the entire ball of light was sliced cleanly in half by the ring-shaped blade. Chapter 2292. Battle against the Asura spiders 6. In addition to the ball of silver light, even the nearby space had been severed by the green line, creating a massive black rift. After all of the silver light faded, the green line was revealed once again, and the space either side of the green line had turned completely black and white. The section above the green line remained unchanged, but that was only because it was being shielded by a five-colored light barrier. In contrast, there was an inky black spatial rift beneath the green line, and the spatial power emanating from the rift was spreading in all directions in a frenzy, as if it were going to devour the entire area. Everyone couldn't help but pause upon seeing this before sweeping their spiritual sense toward this direction. After ascertaining the situation, the Asura spiders were very alarmed, while Mo Jianli and the others were ecstatic. The brocade-robed man hadn't been killed by the attack, but his lower body was already nowhere to be seen, and there was sweat pouring down his forehead as he held a five-colored shield, which had conjured up the light barrier that had saved his upper body. The light barrier was formed by the five-colored runes surging out of the shield, and it was keeping the black spatial down below at bay. That's a complete profound heavenly treasure. Without the power of laws of that treasure, there's no way you would have been able to break through my law of time. The brocade-robed man roared with a panicked expression. Even for Grand Ascension stage beings, profound heavenly treasures were extremely rare, and the majority of Grand Ascension stage beings never came into possession of a profound heavenly treasure. It was already considered to be very good if they could obtain one or two profound heavenly treasure replicas. The brocade-robed man was quite outstanding among normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but he wasn't fortunate enough to have come across a profound heavenly treasure. However, the fact that he had managed to survive 2 slashes from the profound heavenly spirit slash sword was already an indication of his incredible power. You're one to talk. You wouldn't be able to use your power of time either if not for those 5 swords. Han Li chuckled coldly as he took a step forward. After unleashing that second slash, he had shrunk down even further to only just over 100 feet tall. A dull thump rang out as the nearby space tremored, and Han Li covered a distance of over 1,000 feet in an instant, arriving directly above the brocade-robed man. The world's origin chi surged violently, and he unleashed a third strike with his green longsword without any hesitation. A silver sword projection descended from above like a bright moon, bringing a burst of powerful law fluctuations along with it. The brocade-robed man's face paled significantly upon seeing this. Never did he think that his opponent would have the power to unleash 3 attacks with his profound heavenly treasure in such a short span of time. Unleashing an attack with a profound heavenly treasure was unimaginably taxing on both the wielder's energy and physical body. If a Grand Ascension stage being with a weaker physical body were to unleash a full power attack with such a treasure, their body could disintegrate on the spot. This was why Han Li had only been able to unleash a portion of the profound heavenly spirit slash sword's power back at the body integration stage, even in his second nirvana transformation. Of course, the brocade-robed man wasn't just going to resign himself to his fate. A fierce look flashed through his eyes and he pointed a finger at the shield before him, then opened his mouth to expel several balls of green blood essence into the shield. At the same time he hurriedly yelled, "Fellow Daoist Luo, call upon fellow Daoist Ing right away. I won't be able to last much longer." His words were directed toward the green-robed woman. At this moment she was caught in an intense battle against Xueran and He Lin, wielding hundreds of thin azure needles that had transformed into countless streaks of dazzling light. She had been constantly monitoring the entire battlefield with her spiritual sense, and upon hearing this desperate cry, she gritted her teeth before quickly making a decision. She produced a red wooden badge within her sleeve, then immediately crushed it into powder with her hand. Elsewhere, Mo Jianli was already several tens of kilometers away, simultaneously retreating while battling against the 4 mature Asura spiders with the help of his 2 spirit beasts and 7 or 8 different treasures. Judging from the strained look on his face, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. All of a sudden, a shadowy figure in the most secure secret chamber beneath the stone city suddenly opened her bright crimson eyes. She was holding a translucent stick in her hands, and outside the secret chamber were placed roughly a dozen crimson balls, each of which had a diameter of around 10 feet. A crisp crack sounded and white light flashed from the surfaces of the crimson balls through a series of white cracks. Bursts of formidable auras then emanated out of the cracks, as if there were some time of monsters about to emerge from the crimson balls. The translucent shield flashed and transformed into 5 swords again before being slashed through the air, releasing faint law fluctuations that only just barely managed to keep the silver crescent moon at bay. At the same time, the 5-colored light barrier down below vanished, while a pair of 5-colored wings appeared on the brocade-robed man's back, which he flapped vigorously without any hesitation. As a result, he was propelled directly toward the stone city. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and the green longsword in his grasp suddenly tremored slightly, upon which the spiritual pressure emanating from the silver crescent moon abruptly increased by several-fold, allowing it to tear through the feeble opposing law fluctuations with ease. The 5 swords wailed and 4 of them exploded into specks of spiritual light, while one went completely dim and plummeted out of the sky, vanishing into the sand down below. A bolt of silver lightning flashed in front of the brocade-robed man, and Han Li appeared right in his way to the stone city. At this moment he had already withdrawn his green long sword, as well as the demonic eyes and short horns on his heads. At the same time he had deactivated his holy nirvana physique and was only in his normal provenance golden body form. Han Li remained completely expressionless as he thrust his 6 massive fists toward the brocade-robed man, and 6 balls of golden light were summoned before converging to form a golden vortex, which swept directly toward his opponent. A horrified look flashed through the brocade-robed man's eyes upon seeing this, and he gritted his teeth as one of his 5-colored wings swept past his shoulder to sever one of his arms, which immediately self-detonated. The arm then transformed into a crimson humanoid figure that flew into the vortex, upon which it was instantly pulverized amid a rumbling explosion, but the golden vortex was also stopped in its tracks for a moment as a result. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this as the brocade-robed man had vanished in the instant that the crimson figure had charged toward the golden vortex. He immediately turned around to find that the brocade-robed man had reappeared on the giant city wall, which was enshrouded under several layers of light barriers. At this point his phoenix head had already reverted back to his normal human head. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's face. The secret technique unleashed by the brocade-robed man was very similar to the Tribulation transcendence technique Han Li had cultivated in the past. Even if they weren't the same secret technique, they were definitely related somehow. The brocade-robed man was clearly in very bad condition, and after aiming a vicious glare at Han Li, he hurriedly pulled out a few pills that he immediately consumed, then summoned several talismans that disappeared into his body in a flash. He then began to chant an incantation, and clouds of blood mist wafted out of his wounds as his body began to rapidly regenerate. Countless crimson threads intertwined with one another, and his arm and lower body were already beginning to take shape. It seemed that he would be able to completely recover soon. Of course, Han Li wasn't going to afford him such an opportunity. He flipped 3 of his hands over in unison, and 3 miniature mountains immediately surfaced over his palm, all of which he hurled toward the stone city without any hesitation. At the same time he made a grabbing motion with his other 3 arms, and 3 azure longswords emerged before swelling to around 10 feet in size each, following which they were also slashed toward the stone city. Countless azure sword projections swept forth, while the 3 small mountains expanded to several thousand feet in size before crashing down toward the stone city at once. The light barriers outside the stone city flashed erratically and restriction fluctuations erupted forth in a frenzy. At the same time, a group of Asura spiders and other high-grade beasts that were seated on a formation in a secretive corner of the city threw up mouthfuls of blood in unison while their faces paled significantly. The restrictions around outside the city were quite formidable, but there was no way they'd be able to last long against such ferocious attacks. Thus, the light barriers were quickly stripped away, and in the blink of an eye, there was only one left. The brocade-robed man's face completely paled upon seeing this. Never did he think that Han Li would still have enough power to break through the restrictions around the city after such a fierce battle. Right at this moment, a seductive voice rang out from within the stone city. "What's going on, mother? I've only been in seclusion for several years, yet we're already being attacked?" Chapter 2293. Battle against the Asura Spiders, 7. As soon as the voice trailed off, around a dozen crimson shadows suddenly appeared in the stone city before exploding into clouds of crimson mist. Immediately thereafter, a massive crimson wave rose up to oppose the oncoming sword projections and extreme mountains. As a result, the restriction around the stone city was able to stabilize itself once again. Han Li was naturally enraged to see this, and he immediately opened his mouth to release a massive bolt of golden light that struck the crimson wave in a flash. A charred odor instantly wafted through the air, and the section of the crimson wave that had been struck by the bolt of lightning instantly vanished. "That's divine devilbane lightning." A cry of surprise rang out from within the city, followed by a faint chuckle. Immediately thereafter the crimson wave rapidly converged, forming a seductive young woman in a short crimson dress, and around a dozen giant beasts with wolf heads and bear bodies. The young woman appeared to be only around 15 to 16 years of age with a set of beautiful features and an elegant figure. Her skin was as fair as jade, and she was holding a green flower basket in one hand. She was giving off an incredibly seductive aura, and even with Han Li's mental fortitude he was momentarily entranced. His heart jolted slightly as he hurriedly activated his spirit refinement technique to regain his focus, then swept his spiritual sense toward the woman as a solemn look appeared on his face. To his surprise, the young woman was only at the late body integration stage. However, the attack she had just unleashed was definitely at the Grand Ascension stage level. As for the dozen or so beasts around her, all of them were also giving off body integration stage auras, but as a collective unit, the aura they were releasing was not inferior to that of a Grand Ascension stage being. Han Li's mind was racing as he attempted to guess the young woman's origins, and his attacks faltered slightly as he did so. "Who are you? Are you also an Asura spider?" Han Li asked in a rumbling voice. The woman's aura was very similar to that of other Asura spiders, but it was also intermingled with some other type of familiar aura. Thinking back, this aura was similar to that of the spacefish beings in the lava lake. "I am the daughter of the city lord here. All you must be from foreign realms, right? May I ask how our race has offended you? How about we take a seat and have a chat instead of continuing in this senseless battle?" The young man was speaking to Han Li like an equal, completely unfazed by his Grand Ascension stage power. "I would be glad to have a chat, but unless you're willing to offer up the cores of your brethren, I'm afraid there's no way we'll be able to arrive at an agreement," Han Li replied. The young woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she was just about to reply when the green-robed woman interjected from the distance. "Don't waste your words with them, Inga. They're here to harness our power of laws so there can be no peaceful resolution." The green-robed woman's confidence seemed to have been greatly bolstered by the arrival of this young woman, and a hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. The young woman's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this and she sighed. "I wanted to try and avoid a battle, but it looks like that won't be possible. In that case, don't blame me for stepping in." The young woman maintained a seductive smile as she spoke, but her voice had become extremely cold. A strong sense of danger welled up in Han Li's heart, and he immediately rushed back in retreat without any hesitation. Almost at the exact same moment, crimson light flashed in the air overhead, and a giant claw with crimson chi swirling around it came swooping down like lightning without any warning. The spot where Han Li had been standing just a moment ago was completely inundated by crimson mist, which quickly transformed into the young woman, while the young woman in the city transformed into one of the wolf-headed beasts around her. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately pointed a finger forward, releasing a streak of azure light that reached the young woman in a flash before revolving around her like lightning. However, the young woman remained completely unfazed by the attack, and a peculiar smile appeared on her face as she grabbed toward the streak of azure light with her bare hand. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately activated his sword arts, upon which the streak of azure light transformed into an extremely lifelike azure wurm that devoured the young woman whole. However, in the next instant, countless crimson threads erupted out of the azure wurm amid a loud boom, and the wurm was instantly blown apart. The young woman chuckled as she re-emerged within the crimson light, while Han Li thrust a giant palm toward her from afar. Violent spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and a giant hand that was around an acre in size emerged out of thin air with countless arcs of golden lightning revolving all around it, crashing down toward the young woman in a surprise attack. Lightning flashed in all directions and a burst of incredibly tremendous force came crashing down from above. The young woman's smile faded upon sensing this enormous force, and her body abruptly disintegrated before being completely inundated by the golden lightning. Once the dust had settled, only a dull and lusterless small azure sword remained hovering in midair. At the same time, one of the wolf-headed beasts inside the stone city exploded into a cloud of crimson mist, which then converged to form the smiling young woman again. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he swept a hand toward the small sword in the distance. The sword immediately returned to him in a flash, and Han Li appraised it with an intrigued expression to find that it had turned completely dull with crimson marks all over its surface, looking as if its spiritual nature had been somewhat compromised. Han Li rubbed two of his hands together with the small sword in between them, and following a flash of golden lightning, all of the crimson marks on the surface of the sword were instantly eradicated, returning it to its former bright azure color. "So you're cultivating the blood spirit technique of the blood Dao. No wonder you were able to contaminate even my bonded flying sword," Han Li said as he absorbed the small sword back into his own body. The young woman faltered slightly upon seeing the flying sword recover its spiritual nature so easily, but she then said, I didn't think you'd be aware of the blood spirit technique, and I certainly didn't think that your bonded flying swords would be refined from golden lightning bamboo. It seems like I'll have to display some of my true power. Sure, I'm also interested to see the power of your blood spirit technique. Why don't you join us, fellow Daoist? Han Li chuckled coldly as he suddenly made hand seals with 3 of his hands, then pointed a finger toward the stone city. The 3 extreme mountains hovering about the city instantly swelled to over 10,000 feet in size at his behest, and one of them released layers of gray light that transformed into around a dozen giant tentacles, all of which came crashing viciously down onto the light barrier below. Meanwhile, another mountain released countless streaks of invisible sword chi that formed a giant sword net, while the final mountain released a 5-colored halo that also came crashing down from above. Thus, the only remaining restriction in the city began to tremor violently once again. The brocade-robed man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to adopt countermeasures, but spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted beside him, upon which Inger abruptly appeared. She then thrust a palm toward the brocade-robed man, who reflexively tried to dodge. However, she was somehow able to lay her palm onto his shoulder anyway, completely disregarding his protective spiritual light and evasive actions. The brocade-robed man was quite alarmed to see this, and he was just about to say something when the hand on his shoulder took on a green crystalline hue. At the same time, a burst of familiar power of laws appeared before instantly enveloping his entire body. Under the effect of the power of laws, his mangled arm and lower body almost instantly regenerated to their former state. Only then did the young woman remove her hand from his shoulder with a faint smile. That's spirit reversal. Han Li exclaimed with a stunned expression upon seeing this. This definitely wasn't an ability akin to an immortal body. Instead, it was a legendary ability that could only be unleashed once one had reached initial mastery of the law of time. The brocade-robed man was ecstatic to see this, and an excited look appeared on his face as he hurriedly asked, Fellow Daoist, could it be that you've succeeded? Chapter 2294. Battle against the Asura Spiders 8. It's not that easy, I've only grasped the basics. There's no way I can face a grand ascension stage being on my own, so I'll be requiring your assistance, Senior E, Inger replied with a smile. The brocade-robed man examined his own body to find that even some of his expended energy had been recovered, and he was naturally ecstatic. You've even mastered spirit reversal. I think that's more than just the basics. With your assistance, I wouldn't mind engaging that man in battle again. Immediately thereafter, he transformed into his peacock-human hybrid form again, then flipped his hands over to produce a ball of silver light and a ball of golden light, which contained the silver scroll and golden mirror, respectively. The scroll in his hand blurred before exploding into countless silver runes, forming a suit of silver armor that encased his entire body. As for the golden mirror, it glowed with scintillating light before transforming into a pair of giant golden swords, which he immediately grabbed onto. Meanwhile, Inger made a hand seal and the wolf-headed beasts before her exploded amid a dull thump, then surged into her body as 2 bursts of crimson mist. Her hands immediately began to glow with crimson light, and she chanted something while pointing a finger toward the brocade-robed man several times in succession. A string of runes emerged from her fingertip before vanishing into his silver armor in a flash, and a layer of crimson patterns instantly appeared on the surface of the armor. At the same time, the brocade-robed man felt a burst of heat surge through his body. His strength had been enhanced by around 2-fold, and a burst of violent rage welled up in his heart as his eyes became noticeably more bloodshot. So you've cast a bloodlust technique on me, eh? That suits me just fine. He chortled as he hurtled out of the light barrier as a ball of golden light, then swept his swords through the air to unleash 2 massive sword projections, each of which was over 1,000 feet in length. The sword projections swept through the air with devastating force, but a smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face as he appraised the sword projections, then took a glance at Inger. He pointed a finger up into the sky and the 3 extreme mountains abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted before him, and the 3 extreme mountains appeared right in front of his body. A resounding boom rang out as the 2 golden sword projections viciously struck the extreme mountains, only to be repelled while the mountains merely tremored slightly. A cold look flashed through the brocade-robed man's eyes upon seeing this, and he hurled both of his giant golden swords upward in unison before chanting an incantation. All of a sudden, the two swords fused as one amid a flash of scintillating golden light, then came crashing down with even more ferocious power. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, then made a hand seal with each of his 6 hands. 72 small azure swords flew out of his body, transforming into countless streaks of sword chi that also fused as one to form a giant blade several thousand feet in length. The massive blade was sent hurtling through the air at Han Li's behest, and the 2 giant blades clashed amid a deafening boom. Dazzling golden and azure light illuminated the entire sky, forcing one to avert their gaze. The 2 massive blades seemed to be evenly matched. The brocade-robed man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger toward his blade in rapid succession, injecting his magic power into the sword from afar. The golden light radiating from the sword instantly became far brighter, but at the same time Han Li raised his 3 heads and opened his mouths to release 3 bolts of golden lightning, all of which vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, countless arcs of lightning emerged from the surface of the giant azure sword, then surged directly toward the golden sword. In the face of the azure sword and golden lightning, the golden sword was instantly shattered, much to the brocade-robed man's surprise. Right at this moment, a fierce look appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he took a step forward without any hesitation, upon which he suddenly disappeared. The brocade-robed man's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly called out to Inger while making a hand seal to summon 8 5-colored shields amid a flash of 5-colored light. The shields protected him from all directions, while he flipped a hand over to summon a purplish-black wooden ruler, which transformed into a projection in his hand. A faint smile appeared on Inger's face upon hearing the brocade-robed man's cry for assistance, and she thrust a hand forward, upon which one of the wolf-headed beasts around her instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, within which a giant wolf's head could be seen. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the brocade-robed man, and a golden figure emerged before pouncing toward him like lightning. The brocade-robed man harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he glided backward while unleashing countless streaks of purple light with the wooden ruler in his hand. However, the golden figure made no attempt to evade the streaks of purple light and continued to charge ahead with single-minded ferocity. The streaks of purple light struck the golden figure, and most of them were repelled, while only a small proportion of them managed to plunge into the golden figure's body. A rank odor immediately wafted through the air, and the golden figure was stalled slightly. A hint of elation appeared on the brocade-robed man's face upon seeing this. The streaks of purple light didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but they were incredibly sharp and infused with spiritual sense-disrupting compounds that would severely affect even a Grand Ascension stage being. This was one of his greatest trump cards. However, much to the brocade-robed man's astonishment, the golden figure seemed to be completely unaffected as it thrust its 6 arms through the air, unleashing countless fist projections while continuing to charge onward. The brocade-robed man could barely believe his own eyes, and cold sweat immediately began to flow down his forehead. However, he then gritted his teeth before opening his mouth to expel a small azure seal, which instantly swelled to around the size of a water tank before hurtling directly toward the golden figure. It seemed that he was trying to fight fire with fire. Before the azure seal had even come into contact with the fist projections, it released a burst of peculiar power, and all of the fist projections were involuntarily parted down the middle. However, the golden figure remained completely unaffected and rammed straight into the azure seal with his own body. The brocade-robed man faltered slightly upon seeing this before an ecstatic look appeared on his face. This azure seal was his bonded treasure, and even though its power couldn't compare with that of a profound heavenly treasure, it was definitely not inferior in terms of sturdiness. As such, there was no way the golden figure's body would be able to contend with this treasure. Sure enough, the golden figure clashed with the azure seal amid a resounding boom akin to the sound of a giant gong being struck, and the former was sent stumbling backward over 10 steps. Right at this moment, a giant crimson wolf's head emerged behind him amid a rank and gory odor, then sank its sharp fangs into the golden figure's waist, plunging them several inches deep. The golden figure shuddered before thrusting its 6 golden palms into the wolf's head like lightning. Inger immediately chanted something upon seeing this before making a hand seal, and the wolf's head abruptly turned blurry and indistinct, allowing the golden palms to pass directly through it. However, its fangs were still firmly embedded into the golden figure's waist, refusing to be dislodged. The brocade-robed man was ecstatic to see this, and a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes as his wooden ruler suddenly transformed into a purplish-black long spear. However, right as he was about to hurl the spear toward the golden figure, a gentle breeze blew through the air behind him, and another golden figure suddenly appeared before thrusting his fists forward, both of which were riddled with layers of silver patterns. This second golden figure was a giant golden ape with purple light emanating from its body and silver patterns running all over its skin. This giant ape was Han Li's true body, while the other golden figure was only his provenance golden body, which he was controlling with a wisp of his spiritual sense as a decoy. Even without the provenance golden body in his body, Han Li's physical body was just as powerful as before, with his 100 meridian refinement mantra in being used in conjunction with his giant mountain ape form. Inger's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she wanted to issue some words of caution, but it was already too late. The brocade-robed man had sensed Han Li's emergence almost right away, and he immediately swiveled around in an alarmed manner before hurling his spear toward Han Li instead. However, the spear was swatted aside with ease by one of Han Li's oncoming fists, while his other fist struck one of the 5 colored shields around his opponent. Chapter 2295. Battle against the Asura Spiders 9. The shield glowed with scintillating light as it attempted to keep the fist at bay, but it was shattered in an instant amid a burst of piercing purple light. The protective spiritual light around the brocade-robed man was also punctured with ease, and Han Li's fist struck his body with devastating force. The brocade-robed man hurriedly injected all of his power into his suit of silver armor without any reservation, and the crimson patterns on the suit of armor surged forth as countless runes, forming a crimson light barrier around him. A hint of mockery flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he spread open the fingers on his hand, upon which all of the layers of silver formations on his hand exploded in unison as a burst of silver light. As for Han Li himself, he had suddenly vanished on the spot. The brocade-robed man faltered slightly upon seeing this, then directed his spiritual sense toward that burst of silver light, upon which his face completely paled with horror. The top of his head immediately opened up, and a miniature figure that was only around a foot tall instantly fled out of his body. Right at this moment, the burst of silver light struck the crimson barrier, and a devastating explosion instantly erupted. A dazzling silver sun emerged at the spot where the brocade-robed man was standing before, and its surface was riddled with countless silver runes that formed a series of formations of different sizes. In the next instant, all of the formations on the surface of the silver sun exploded as well, and a massive pillar of light erupted forth, while destructive silver shockwaves proliferated outward in all directions. It was as if doomsday had truly arrived. Such an astonishing phenomenon naturally drew the attention of everyone else on the battlefield, and all of them stopped what they were doing before fleeing into the distance in fear of being swept up in the explosion. Yue Long and He Lin were ecstatic to see this, but at the same time, a hint of astonishment had appeared in their eyes. Both of them were more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, but there was no way that they would be able to unleash such a fearsome attack. It seemed that Han Li's powers had far exceeded their expectations. As for the green-robed woman, a hint of fear welled up in her heart for the very first time at the sight of the pillar of light in the distance. Yue Long and He Lin exchanged a quick glance, then immediately resumed their assault against the green-robed woman. As such, she was forced back into battle, transforming into a horrifying 3-headed spider that charged toward Yue Long and He Lin. Thus their battle quickly resumed. As for Mo Jianli and the 4 mature Asura spiders, they were nowhere to be seen, having moved elsewhere during the course of their battle. After a long while, the massive pillar of light faded, as did the silver shockwaves. Aside from the residual scorching aura in the air, everything had returned to normal. However, the brocade-robed man was nowhere to be found, and it seemed that he had perished during the explosion. A cold look flashed through Inger's eyes upon seeing this. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted around 5,000 to 6,000 feet away, and a miniature figure that was flashing with 5-colored light appeared. The miniature figure wore a suit of 5-colored armor and was holding a small azure seal in its hands. This was none other than the brocade-robed man's nascent soul. The nascent soul cast a resentful glance toward Han Li, then immediately fled toward the stone city as a streak of five-colored light. However, a golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared in its way amid a flash of spiritual light. The nascent soul immediately changed directions to skirt around the golden figure, but as it did so, a pair of furry golden hands suddenly appeared out of thin air. A giant golden ape that was over 100 feet tall then emerged before opening its mouth to release a thick bolt of golden lightning. It was too late for the nascent soul to take evasive measures, so it could only toss its azure seal forward, which swelled drastically in size to shield him. The golden lightning struck the azure seal viciously, sending it flying backward, but the lightning was also snuffed out. A hint of killing intent flashed through the golden ape's eyes, and it stepped forward before reaching out with a giant hand like lightning. However, during this split second of delay, the nascent soul had already made a hand seal, upon which it vanished on the spot as a flurry of 5-colored feathers. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted over 1,000 feet behind the giant ape, and the nascent soul reappeared before continuing to flee toward the stone city. Right as it was about to enter the light barrier around the city, a cold harumph suddenly rang out, and the nascent soul felt as if its spiritual sense had been struck by a bolt of lightning, causing it to almost plummet out of the sky. At the same time, specks of yellow light appeared all around it, transforming into grains of yellow sand. A yellow sandstorm was quickly swept up, trapping the nascent soul within it while a burst of enormous invisible force compressed toward it in a frenzy. A string of cracks and pops rang out from the nascent soul's body, and an agonized look appeared on its face, as if it were about to be crushed by the force being exerted upon it. Furthermore, the force was only becoming more and more potent. Meanwhile, the golden ape remained still on the spot, but the top of its head had opened up, and a miniature azure-robed figure had emerged, holding a tiny gourd with one hand. Wisps of yellow light were surging out of the gourd's opening, but all of it quickly vanished into thin air. With each wisp of yellow light that disappeared, the force being exerted upon the nascent soul would be compounded slightly. Han Li had predicted the nascent soul's escape route, and he had immediately released his own nascent soul before summoning the gourd treasure he had obtained not long ago to release the baleful golden astral sand. The brocade-robed man's nascent soul was stopped cold in its tracks by Han Li's spiritual sense attack, and it was now in dire straits inside the yellow sandstorm. In this desperate situation, Inger finally sprang into action again. 4 of the wolf-headed beasts around her exploded without any warning, following which 4 clouds of crimson mist emerged within the yellow sandstorm amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then shielded the brocade-robed man's nascent soul within them. The pressure on the nascent soul was instantly alleviated, and it was ecstatic as it transformed into a miniature 5-colored peacock that was radiating scintillating 5-colored light. Han Li's nascent soul narrowed its eyes slightly upon seeing this, and all of a sudden, countless translucent runes appeared on the surface of the yellow gourd at his behest. The sandstorm raging around the brocade-robed man's nascent soul immediately began significantly more fierce, and fist-sized grains of sand that were giving off peculiar restriction fluctuations began to appear. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted above the sandstorm, and Han Li's provenance golden body abruptly emerged. As soon as the golden body appeared, it summoned a golden weapon in each hand, comprised of a saber, a sword, a staff, a ring, a pestle and a mace, all of which were swung downward with vicious force. The sandstorm was instantly torn apart, and a ball of golden light erupted forth, sweeping up all types of chaotic energy fluctuations that spread through the air in all directions. Han Li's nascent soul peered into a pair of inky black eyes at the center of the light, upon which its pupils contracted slightly. It then prepared itself to make a hand seal, but a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to it, and it suddenly stopped what it was doing. Spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted beside Inger on the city wall, and a miniature peacock that was missing one of its wings emerged before immediately wailing, "Save me, fellow Daoist Ing. Only your spirit reversal ability can repair my nascent soul. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely for this." As soon as its voice trailed off, the miniature peacock returned to its human form, but close to half its body had gone missing, and its aura was extremely feeble, as if it could perish at any moment. Even though it had managed to escape with the assistance of Inger, It had still been severely damaged by the baleful golden astral sand and the 6 weapons of the Provenance golden body. If Inger didn't save it with her power of time, it could even plummet to below the Grand Ascension stage, which was why it was so desperate. Inger glanced at the nascent soul before giving a slight nod, then extended a palm toward it. Chapter 2296. Space-time power. All of a sudden, her hand changed directions and was thrust toward the nascent soul's head. Don't you dare. The nascent soul reacted quite quickly, abruptly vanishing into thin air. However, Inger merely plunged her hand into space as well before tugging viciously, and as she withdrew her hand again, a miniature figure that was bound by countless crimson threads was revealed in her grasp. This was none other than the brocade-robed man's nascent soul, but it was completely immobilized, and it exclaimed with a stunned expression, "This is the law of space-time. You've managed to combine the power of laws of space and time into one. I had already accomplished this over 100 years ago, but I couldn't display it due to my lackluster cultivation base. However, with your nascent soul I should be able to make use of this power." Inger giggled as she flipped her other hand over to produce a small crimson flag. The nascent soul was petrified at the sight of the crimson flag and it hurriedly yelled, "That's the soul-drawing flag. Fellow Daoist Luo, hurry up and stop your daughter. Has she gone insane? Without me, you won't even be able to defeat these enemies, let alone refine the spatial power from the cores of the spacefish beings." The green-robed woman had already noticed what was happening, and she was also very alarmed. She immediately retreated to disengage herself from Shui Ran and He Lin, then released several treasures to buy herself some time while she hurriedly transmitted her voice toward Inger. "What are you doing, Inger? Now's not the time to be fighting among ourselves. Release fellow Daoist and recover his physical body. Our top priority right now is to take care of these enemies." "Rest assured, Mother, I've already learned the method to extract spatial power from that disciple of his. As for these enemies, I have a way to take care of them," Inger replied in a nonchalant manner, then pointed a finger toward the bound nascent soul with a faint smile. Crimson light flashed from her fingertip, and a burst of peculiar restriction fluctuations immediately surged through the air. As a result, the nascent soul was completely numbed, and it could do anything aside from glower at Inger with a resentful expression. Han Li was also quite astonished to hear the term space-time power, but as he witnessed what Inger was doing next, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face as he withdrew his nascent soul, then waved a hand toward his Provenance golden body, preparing to attack the restriction around the stone city again. However, right at this moment, Inger cast a glance toward him before communicating something to him through voice transmission. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing what she had to say, and he suddenly made a hand seal, reverting back to his human form amid a flash of golden light. After that, the Provenance golden body fused back into his body as well. A pleased smile appeared on Inger's face upon seeing this, and she tossed the small crimson flag forward, following which it immediately rose up as a ball of crimson light. She then chanted an incantation, and all of the remaining wolf-headed beasts around her exploded before vanishing into the flag as clouds of crimson mist. In the next instant the flag swelled to around 10 feet in size, while a sinister ghostly face appeared on its surface. The ghostly face had countless twisted horns on its head, and one side of its face belonged to a hideous man, while the other half depicted a gorgeous woman. It cackled in a bone-chilling manner, then opened its mouth to expel a burst of crimson light, which instantly swept up the nascent soul in Inger's hand. As soon as the ghostly face surfaced on the flag, a despairing look appeared in the nascent soul's eyes, and it turned to Inger with an imploring expression. However, after a flash of crimson light, the nascent soul quickly fell unconscious before being devoured by the ghostly face. After that, Inger made a string of hand seals before pointing a finger at the flag a few times, following which the ghostly face vanished, and the flag reverted back to its original size before being swallowed by her. Inger then turned to Han Li with a pleased nod before calling out to the green-robed woman. "Success. There's no need to fight them any longer, Mother. We can negotiate with these fellow Daoists now." The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately descended toward the stone city as she said, "All right, let me see how you're going to negotiate with these outsiders." Shui Ran and He Lin naturally weren't willing to let her go, and they immediately set off in hot pursuit. However, Han Li's voice also rang out at this moment. "Hold on, fellow Daoists. let's hear what fellow Daoist Ying has to say first. Shui Ran faltered slightly upon hearing this. What do you mean by that, Brother Han? Following Han Li's display of incredible power, the two foreign Grand Ascension stage beings had become very wary of Han Li and didn't dare to disregard his opinion. It seems that this fellow Daoist Ying is willing to give us some course. In that case, there's naturally no need to continue fighting, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Is that true? She isn't just stalling for time, is she? Shui Ran asked. If that's the case, then we'll just have to resume the battle. Even if she is stalling for time, it's not like she'll be able to stall us for long, Han Li replied. After a quick discussion through voice transmission, Shui Ran and He Lin finally nodded in agreement. In that case, let's go and hear what fellow Daoist Ying has to say. The main reason behind their willingness to accept this arrangement was their inability to gain the upper hand in the battle against the green-robed woman. Thus the two of them flew toward Han Li. As for the Mo Jianli, he was too far away, so Han Li didn't immediately send him a message, as doing so would result in too much of a delay. Around a dozen streaks of light flew out of the stone city before landing on the city wall, heralding the arrival of the body integration stage Asura spiders. Shui Ran and He Lin were quite relieved to see this. The fact that the Asura spiders operating the restrictions within the stone city had come out indicated that they really did want to negotiate. The green-robed woman appeared beside Inger in a flash, then cast a peculiar gaze toward her before heaving a faint sigh. Seeing as fellow Daoist Yi is already dead and you're determined to negotiate with these outsiders, I won't stop you, but you'll have to give me an explanation for all of this. Rest assured, Mother, I'll be sure to offer you a satisfactory explanation, Inger replied in a relaxed manner. You seem quite confident in your ability to deal with these people, so I'll leave the rest to you, the green-robed woman said with a complex expression. Inger gave an affirmative response with a faint smile, then rose up into the air as a streak of crimson light, flying out of the light barrier over the stone city, seemingly completely unfazed by the fact that she was facing three Grand Ascension stage beings. Shui Ran and He Lin exchanged a slightly befuddled glance upon seeing this, while Han Li said in a calm voice, "You sure are courageous to be facing us so calmly at only the body integration stage. I wouldn't be doing this if I were afraid of the three of you. It would naturally be very far-fetched for me to say that I contend with the three of you on my own, but if I were determined to escape, I'm sure you won't be able to stop me," Inger replied with a hint of a smile on her face. What insolence! A cold look flashed through He Lin's eyes, and he seemed to be preparing to lash out again. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "She may sound quite arrogant, but she's right. She's combined the laws of space and time to create power of laws of the highest caliber, so even though her cultivation base is far inferior to ours, it'll essentially be impossible for us to defeat her." She's mastered the law of space-time? Aren't Asura spiders only able to use the power of time? How did she attain spatial powers as well and combine the two into one? Shui Ran exclaimed upon hearing this. Chapter 2297. Sacred Treasure of the Space Fish Race. So the two of you know of space-time power as well. In that case, I won't have to explain why I decided to listen to what she has to say, Han Li said. Shui Ran and He Lin exchanged a grim glance, following which the former continued. If this woman really has mastered space-time power, then our chances of victory are indeed quite slim, so let's listen to her. However, we won't give up on the objective of our trip easily. Han Li turned to Inge and said, "I'm sure you heard my companions. We can give you a chance, but if you can't satisfy us, you may be able to escape, but your brethren will be in dire straits." It sounds like you think us Asura spiders are nothing more than sitting ducks. If the battle had continued, who knows what the outcome would have been. The green-robed woman on the city wall harumphed coldly. Then why don't we continue and find out? He Lin replied with a cold smile. Inger raised a hand to put an end to the argument, then turned to Han Li as she said, "Please stop and listen to me. I heard that you ventured into this realm for the cores of my brethren, is that correct? Would you be willing to leave this realm after you obtain the cores?" "That's right. However, we only mature Asura spider cores. Anything else won't be of any use to us. You told me through voice transmission earlier that you could satisfy this request. Could it be that you're willing to hand over your own cores?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly, and the expressions of all of the Asura spiders changed slightly upon hearing this. For an Asura spider, losing their core didn't spell instant death. but it could result in a whole host of severe and debilitating after effects. That's naturally not possible. However, we do have the cores of some other cores of our past mature brethren in our possession, and we can offer some of those to you, Inger replied with a smile. Absolutely not. Those cores are extremely important to us. The green-robed woman instantly interjected. Inger's brows furrowed slightly as she transmitted her voice toward the green-robed woman. Mother, I've already mastered the power of space-time and I can bestow this power upon you as well, so we no longer require those cores. Besides, I'm not saying we should give these people the cores free of charge. The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to her. Inger continued, have you forgotten the sacred treasure of the spacefish race? We've been unable to secure it due to a lack of manpower. If we can obtain that treasure, then it would be far better than keeping those cores that no longer have any value to us. Don't forget that space-time power is far more important than the individual power of time or space. Are you confident that you'll be able to further your mastery of spatial power once we obtain that treasure? The green-robed woman asked with a hesitant expression. Rest assured, Mother, I'm currently at a bottleneck in my cultivation of space-time power. Once I refine that old man's nascent soul and obtain that sacred treasure, a breakthrough will be virtually assured, Inger replied without any hesitation. In that case, you can go ahead. The green-robed woman finally made her decision. Inger had clearly already predicted her reaction, and she turned back to Han Li and the others, who had naturally already noticed that the two women had been communicating through voice transmission. Thus, as soon as their conversation concluded, Xueran asked, how many cores will you be willing to give us? If it's too little, then there's no need to continue this negotiation. How many do you want? Inger asked. There are 4 of us in total, so we'll need at least 40 cores, Xueran replied without any hesitation. 40? You sure aren't shy, fellow Daoist. Setting aside the fact that some of the cores in our possession have already been used even in the past, we've never had that many cores, Inger chuckled coldly in response. As opposed to being enraged upon hearing this, Xueran asked in a calm manner, all right, then how many can you give us? 8 at most, that should be enough for you to use, Inger replied. Xueran's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. 8 is definitely not good enough for the 4 of us. 8 cores would equate to 2 cores for each person. How is that not enough? I'd advise you not to be too greedy. Also, we won't be handing over those cores for free. You'll have to offer us your assistance in a minor task, Inger replied. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and he interjected, what is this minor task? Why don't you tell us about it first? It's very simple. We need your help in securing a treasure. Once we obtain the treasure, I'll be able to hand over the cores right away, Inger replied with a smile. What is this treasure and where is it situated? You're telling me that you've been unable to secure it even with the powers of your Asura spider race? Han Li asked. Xueran and He Lin also exchanged a rather bewildered glance upon hearing this. Inger seemed to have identified Xueran's concerns and she reassured with a smile, there's no need for you to know what treasure it is. All you need to know is that it's quite important for our race. The treasure is currently submerged within a glacial pond that's too cold even for Grand Ascension stage beings to enter. However, we've already thought of a way to secure the treasure from the pond. This won't endanger you at all, and all you need to do is lend us some of your power. What do you think, fellow Daoist? Han Li asked. After conversing briefly with He Lin through voice transmission, Xueran replied, if there's no danger, then we can certainly agree to this, but 8 cores still isn't enough. We'll let you take the lead, Brother Han. I'm sure you won't disappoint us. All right, fellow Daoist Ing, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now. How about this? We'll take 12 cores in exchange for offering our assistance. That's the bare minimum we're willing to take. Also, you have to issue us half of the cores in advance, and if any danger arises during the process to secure the treasure, we'll be escaping right away, but you'll still have to issue the rest of the cores to us after the event. On top of that, we can't linger in this realm for too long, so it's best to do this as soon as possible, Han Li said. Xueran and He Lin's expressions changed slightly upon hearing the number of cores being negotiated for, but neither of them interjected. Fine, 12 it is. That's the most that we'll be able to offer anyway. If it's fine with all of you, why don't we all set off to secure the treasure after a short rest? Inger seemed to be even more eager than Han Li and the others to complete this deal. Sure, you can make some preparations and I'll send a message to our last companion, Han Li replied with a nod, then summoned a jade pendant. He pointed a finger at the pendant a few times, and a line of silver text appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. Inger also transmitted her voice to the green-robed woman so she could contact the 4 mature Asura spiders. Having lost the magic power support from the brocade-robed man, the purple peacock up above grew smaller and smaller, and in the end, it was devoured by the giant silver fire raven, following which the antiquated azure lamp plummeted out of the sky. Han Li made a grabbing motion without any hesitation to draw the lamp into his sleeve. Everyone else could also see that this lamp was an extremely powerful treasure, but it wasn't in their place to stop Han Li. After that, a peaceful period ensued and both sides were waiting for something. Around 15 minutes later, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distant sky, and a streak of white light emerged before flying directly toward Han Li. After just a few flashes, the white light receded and Mo Jianli arrived on the scene. His face was currently quite pale, and the azure suit of armor he was wearing was riddled with cracks. Furthermore, his aura was severely diminished and he was looking quite disheveled. Fellow Daoist Han, are they really willing to hand over the cores? Why did they suddenly agree? And who's this woman? Mo Jianli asked in an eager manner before faltering slightly at the sight of Inger. They have indeed agreed to give us the cores. I'll tell you about the details later. As for this woman, she's the reason behind this sudden change. By the way, where are those mature Asura spiders? Han Li asked as he peered into the distance. I've trapped those 4 Asura spiders in a formation that I set up earlier. It was still too much for me to handle them on my own. Both of my spirit beasts were severely wounded, and my formation won't be able to trap them for long, Mo Jianli explained. I'm impressed that you managed to trap them in a formation, Han Li replied with a surprised nod. Chapter 2298, Glacial Pond. Unfortunately, 2 of the puppets that you lent me were destroyed during the battle. I'll be sure to repay you in the future, Mo Jianli said with an apologetic expression. Those puppets were a gift to you in the first place, so it doesn't matter even if all of them were destroyed, Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Mo Jianli naturally offered his gratitude in response. After a while, the 4 mature Asura spiders also arrived from the distance as gusts of fierce wind. However, 4 of them had been forced to reveal their giant spider forms, while the other 2 were still in their human forms, but their clothes were in tatters and they were looking very disheveled. It was clear that even though they had broken out of the formation set up by Mo Jianli, they hadn't done so without a struggle. As soon as they landed in the stone city, Han Li said, "Fellow Daoist Ing, everyone's here so we can set off now. Where are the cores that you promised us?" "Rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, I'm carrying the cores right now. Here are the first 6, Inger replied with a smile, then flipped a hand over to produce a white jade box that she tossed toward Han Li. Shui Ran and He Lin's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, but neither of them reached out to grab the box. As for Han Li, his expression remained unchanged as he swept a sleeve through the air to draw the jade box into his grasp. As soon as the lid was opened, several bursts of spiritual sense swept through the contents of the box, and elated looks appeared on everyone's faces. Sure enough, there were 6 thumb-sized crystalline cores that were as fair as snow in the box, and they were giving off a mysterious aura. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li swept a hand toward the box, and 3 of the cores were sent flying toward Shui Ran and Hylin, while 2 were directed toward Mo Jianli. After that, Han Li stowed away the final core along with the box into his own storage bracelet. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Han." Shui Ran and He Lin were ecstatic, and the former made a grabbing motion to draw 2 of the oncoming cores into his grasp, while He Lin reached out to grab the other one. In contrast, Mo Jianli was rather hesitant as he caught the 2 cores flying toward him. "Fellow Daoist Han, surely it's not right that you're only getting one of the cores." "Rest assured, Brother Mo will be getting the rest of the cores sooner or later, so it makes no difference," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Mo Jianli was still rather hesitant, but in the end he gritted his teeth and carefully stowed the cores away. "In that case, I'll keep these cores in my possession for now." "I've already issued the cores. Should we set off now?" Inger asked in an unhurried manner. "Sure, please lead the way," Han Li immediately replied. Inger gave an affirmative reply before descending into the stone city. At her behest, A body integration stage demonic cultivator in the Asura spider race transformed into a massive black falcon that was over 100 feet in length, and everyone promptly flew onto its back. Immediately thereafter, the falcon spread its wings and took flight. "Let's go. Hopefully we can secure the rest of the cores without a hitch," Han said as he raised a hand to release a streak of azure light, which transformed into a giant triangular azure carriage. He then led the way and flew onto the carriage, followed closely by Mo Jianli and the others. Immediately thereafter, Han made a hand seal, and the carriage flew away as a ball of azure light in pursuit of the giant black falcon. The two quickly vanished into the distant sky. Close to a day later, a gust of black wind and a ball of azure light were gliding over a boundless ocean. The more powerful sea beasts in the nearby area quickly scattered in alarm upon sensing the fearsome auras emanating from the two transportation devices. All of a sudden, the gust of black wind slowed down before dissipating to reveal a massive majestic falcon. The ball of azure light faded to reveal a huge carriage, and Han Li's voice rang out from inside. "Have we arrived?" "Indeed. The glacial pond is situated on an island not far ahead. We'll be counting on you soon," Inger replied from the giant falcon up ahead. "Good. If this trip had dragged on for any longer, then I would have grown rather suspicious," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Do you still not trust me, fellow Daoist?" Inger chuckled. "Hee, I can't afford to grow complacent until we secure the remaining cores," Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. At this moment, many black dots had appeared on the surface of the ocean up ahead, and after drawing a little closer, it was discovered that these dots were a cluster of islands of different sizes with vastly contrasting habitats. "How interesting. The distribution of the world's origin qi of different attributes is different on each island," Mo Jianli remarked with an intrigued look in his eyes. "I can sense some restriction fluctuations. It seems that the strange spiritual qi distribution here is a result of many restrictions and formations. What exactly is this place, fellow Daoisting?" Shui Ran asked with a wary expression as he swept his spiritual sense toward the cluster of islands. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward the Asura spiders on the giant falcon. "Rest assured, this is merely a battlefield left behind in ancient times. There are indeed many residual formations and restrictions, but all of them are incomplete and pose no threat to us. If you don't believe me, you can examine the islands more closely, and I'm sure you'd arrive at the same conclusion," the green-robed woman replied with a cold smile. Mo Jianli hurriedly swept his spiritual sense toward the area, following which his expression eased slightly. "I can confirm that the residual restrictions here have retained less than 1% to 2% of their former potency." It looks like we were being a little too careful," Shui Ran chimed in as he also swept his spiritual sense over the islands. Thus, the giant falcon and carriage quickly sped toward the cluster of islands one after the other. The Asura spiders seemed to be very familiar with this region of the sea, and the giant falcon was able to easily avoid all of the residual restrictions in the area as it continued into the island cluster. Around 2 hours later, everyone arrived before a giant island that was enshrouded under a layer of ice and snow. From a distance, the island appeared to be over 10,000 kilometers in size, and even though its features were masked under a thick layer of snow, the outlines of several tall mountains could still be seen. "This is the place. The glacial pond is situated in a valley here," Inger said with a hint of excitement in her eyes before descending toward the island atop the giant falcon. Han Li and the others exchanged a few glances before following along. Around 15 minutes later, everyone arrived over 100 feet above a valley covered by a thick layer of snow. Both the giant falcon and flying carriage were nowhere to be seen. "Where is the glacial pond?" He Lin asked with a peculiar expression as he swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area. "The treasure in the glacial pond may be inaccessible, but we certainly weren't going to leave it out in the open. It's already been concealed by a formation. Go and undo the illusionary formation," the green-robed woman instructed. The 4 mature Asura spiders immediately strode forward before flying toward a corner of the valley. One of them flipped a hand over to produce a resplendent square formation plate, while the other opened his mouth to release a white flag. The 2 of them began to chant something while tossing their treasures up into the air, and the formation plate revolved on the spot before releasing countless 5-colored runes that drifted forward through the air. Meanwhile, A giant white tiger image appeared on the white formation flag amid a flash of white light. The tiger opened its cavernous mouth amid a rumbling boom, then released a pillar of transparent light that vanished into a corner of the valley in a flash. As for the 5 colored runes, they intermingled with the wind and snow before surging toward the same direction. In the next instant, the space in that corner of the valley blurred before revealing a massive formation. The formation appeared to be quite profound, with a series of fist-sized crystals of different colors embedded all around it. At the center of the formation were layers of crystal-like profound ice, forming a cylindrical platform with wisps of white light flashing within it. So this is the glacial pond? It doesn't seem to be all that special, Xiao said with furrowed brows as he appraised the platform. If I hadn't used a formation and several pure yang attribute treasures to restrict the glacial qi from this pond, this entire region of the sea would be completely frozen solid in the instant that the seal is undone, the green-robed woman harumphed coldly. Mo Jinli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Is this glacial pond really that fearsome? We'll find out soon enough. Fellow Daoist Luo, go ahead and undo the seal, Hanli said with a calm expression. Chapter 2299, Dredging for the Treasure. All right, but before that we have to make some other preparations. Inger, tell them to begin, the green-robed woman said. Yes, mother. Begin modifying the formation right away, Inger instructed. The remaining Asura spiders immediately gave affirmative replies, then rose up into the air before flying toward the formation around the ice platform. Some of them produced a series of formation treasures, while others summoned some other treasures of peculiar descriptions, and all of the treasures were tossed toward the ice platform. As soon as these items fell into the formation, they vanished into the ground as a streak of light of different colors. Immediately thereafter, the Asura spiders began to chant incantations while making hand seals, then pointed their fingers down toward the formation incessantly from above. As soon as this formation took shape, white cracks began to appear on the cylindrical ice platform at its center amid a string of crackling sounds. These cracks quickly widened to around the width of human fingers, and following a resounding boom, the entire platform completely shattered, revealing a pond that was around 100 feet in radius. The water in the pond was as clear as a mirror, and as soon as it appeared, a pillar of white light rose up into the air. However, the pillar of light only made it to an altitude of just over 1,000 feet before a faint blue light barrier was released by the formation down below, encompassing everyone as well as close to half of the entire valley. The pillar of light struck the light barrier, and the former instantly shattered into specks of white light, then spread through the surrounding area as white glacial qi. Large sheets of ice appeared in midair in the wake of this glacial qi, and it quickly converged toward Han Li and the others. However, everyone remained completely unfazed as they released layers of protective spiritual light to keep the ice at bay. The glacial qi here doesn't seem to be as fearsome as I imagined, He Lin scoffed as he swept his spiritual sense toward the glacial qi. Is that so? Why don't you take a look at this? The green-robed woman swept a hand toward the pond as she spoke, and several balls of red light immediately appeared around the pond, then rose up into the air, where they were suspended in a completely still manner. The balls of light contained a scepter, a mirror, a crystal ball, and a ring. The 4 treasures were all giving off scorching auras to eradicate the glacial qi around them. As soon as the 4 treasures emerged, the pond down below began to bubble, and the pillar of light it was releasing turned a far more substantial shade of white. Immediately thereafter, the glacial qi within the light barrier became over 10 times as potent as it had originally been. In the face of this formidable glacial qi, everyone's protective spiritual light was beginning to flash incessantly, as if they were about to be overwhelmed. Xiao and the others were naturally quite alarmed by this, and they hurriedly released a series of treasures to help them keep the glacial qi at bay. Those must be the pure yang attribute treasures you were referring to, right? However, if this is the extent of the glacial qi, then with your powers and treasures, you should be able to venture directly into the pond, Han Li said. He hadn't summoned any treasure to protect himself, but a layer of silver flames had appeared around him, eradicating all of the glacial qi within a radius of several tens of feet around his body. Unfortunately, the glacial qi within the pond becomes more potent with every 10 feet of depth, so even up until now, I still don't know exactly how deep this pond is. As such, it's impossible to secure the treasure within the pond through conventional means. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been stumped for so long, the green-robed woman replied as she cast a slightly wary gaze toward Han Li. The brocade-robed man was no less powerful than the green-robed woman, yet Han Li had been able to destroy him with ease, so it naturally wouldn't be too difficult for him to do the same to this woman. I see. How can we assist you here? Han Li asked. Simple. This formation is one that was created by the formation masters of our race over a span of several centuries, and it can dredge the treasure directly out of the pond, but it requires an injection of magic power from 6 Grand Ascension stage beings at once. Our race doesn't have that many Grand Ascension stage beings, which is why we've been unable to use the formation. However, with your assistance this will be an easy task, Inger explained. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. If I'm not mistaken, there seem to only be 5 Grand Ascension stage beings present. Rest assured, Brother Han, I have a secret technique that can temporarily elevate my cultivation base to the Grand Ascension stage, Inger replied. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Oh. Is this secret technique related to your spacetime powers as well? Inger faltered slightly upon hearing this before taking a meaningful glance at Han Li. You seem to have a thorough understanding of spacetime laws. Indeed, this technique can only be unleashed with spacetime power as a foundation. Han Li merely smiled and offered no explanation. In that case, let's begin. I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to, He Lin urged in an impatient manner. That suits us just fine. Let's all adopt our positions in the formation now. All of you are very adept in the art of formations, so I'm sure you've already identified that this formation poses no threat to you, the green-robed woman replied as she made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the 4 pure Yang attribute treasures above the glacial pond. The treasures immediately transformed into 4 scorching fireballs at her behest, then swelled drastically to form 4 massive scorching suns in the sky, sending waves of flames surging in all directions. All of the ice and snow within the light barrier was quickly melted away, and at the same time, 6 stone pillars slowly emerged from the formation around the glacial pond amid a burst of rumbling. The stone pillars were riddled with all types of spirit patterns and had spiritual light revolving all around them. Furthermore, each pillar had a small silver formation at the top. All you need to do is stand on the pillars, then inject your magic power into them when I give the instruction and we'll take care of the rest. Inge, you go first, the green-robed woman said. She was asking Inge to go first to demonstrate to everyone that the formation was indeed safe. Inger did as she was told with a faint smile, following which Shui Ran and He Lin replicated her actions after exchanging a quick glance. Emo Jianli hesitated momentarily before also occupying one of the stone pillars, while Han Li made a hand seal and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted atop one of the stone pillars and Han Li reappeared. Seeing as everyone else had already entered the formation, the green-robed woman flew onto the final stone pillar, then issued an instruction to her brethren outside. Begin right away. Failure is not an option. One of the 4 mature Asura spiders gave an affirmative response, and all 4 of them quickly scattered around the edge of the formation, then sat down with their legs crossed and began to chant incantations. Runes of different colors began to fly out of the spirit patterns all over the entire formation, and they slowly rose up into the air to form an indistinct ball of runes. At the same time, the Asura spiders began to inject their magic power into the formation either directly or through their formation treasures. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the formation, and the spirit patterns began to take on a translucent appearance, while the number of runes being released increased significantly. A short while later, the ball of runes above the glacial pond swelled to around 10 feet in size, then became clearer and clearer as if it had taken on a substantial form. The green-robed woman looked on with an unblinking gaze, and only after the ball of runes reached a size where it could no longer expand any further did she declare, "Please begin injecting your magic power into the stone pillars now." As soon as her voice trailed off, she led by example, sending her magic power surging into the stone pillar below her in a frenzy. Everyone else naturally followed suit, and with the influx of magic power, the 6 stone pillars began to flash violently while also releasing countless runes that surged high up into the sky. With the new influx of runes, the ball of runes began to quickly expand in size again. After a short while, it swelled to around the size of a pavilion, encompassing the entire pond down below. An elated look appeared on the green-robed woman's face upon seeing this, and she pointed a finger upward while opening her mouth to release a net of azure threads. Chapter 2300. Treasure in the Glacial Pond. The azure threads vanished into the ball of runes in a flash, following which the green-robed woman continued to chant while pointing up at the ball of runes incessantly. Radiant light suddenly erupted from the surface of the ball of runes, and it transformed into a funnel-shaped five-colored cloud. The runes within the cloud flashed incessantly, and it was as if something were rapidly taking shape within it. All of a sudden, light flashed from the underside of the cloud, and 5 dazzling translucent threads emerged before descending toward the glacial pond. As soon as the translucent threads came into contact with the water in the pond, a layer of white glacial qi swept forth, causing white frost to accumulate over the threads. The green-robed woman's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately pointed a finger toward the cloud again. A rumbling boom akin to a dull thunderclap rang out, and a burst of 5-colored light swept down along the translucent thread, instantly eradicating the white glacial qi and the frost that had gathered on the threads. Thus the translucent thread plunged into the glacial pond. A hint of caution appeared on the green-robed woman's face, and she began to make a rapid string of hand seals. The 5 translucent threads descended deeper and deeper into the glacial pond, and Han Li was appraising everything while continuing to inject his magic power into the stone pillar beneath his feet. The green-robed woman had told them to give it their all, but with Han Li's immense magic power, he was able to make do with very little effort. At the same time, he was calculating the approximate depth of the translucent threads using a secret technique. 100 feet. 300 feet. 1,000 feet. 3,000 feet. As time passed, Han Li's eyes began to narrow slightly. At this point, the translucent threads were encountering significant resistance and had slowed down drastically. After passing the 10,000 feet mark, the green-robed woman heaved a sigh of relief, but the cautious look on her face still didn't fade. With each passing breath, the translucent threads were only able to sink several inches further. Even with all of her treasures, this was the deepest point that the green-robed woman had ever been able to reach. Thus, the translucent threads could reach the bottom of the glacial pond at any moment, and that was making the green-robed woman quite apprehensive. At this moment, Inger was entirely enshrouded within a cloud of crimson mist with an indistinct projection flashing behind her. It was unknown what type of secret technique she had unleashed, but the aura she was releasing really was no less powerful than that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. She hadn't been lying when she had declared that she could elevate her cultivation base using a secret technique. As a result, Shui Ran and the others were regularly sneaking intrigued glances at her. Around an hour later, the translucent threads were still in the pond, but they were now covered in a thin layer of frost, and the speed of their descent was almost undetectable to the naked eye. After continuously releasing magic power for such a long time, Mo Jianli and the others were beginning to display signs of strain. Shui Ran's brows were tightly furrowed as he communicated with He Lin through voice transmission, while the Asura spiders outside the formation had all turned very pale and were truly beginning to struggle. A sense of urgency welled up in the green-robed woman's heart upon seeing this. If she couldn't secure the treasure in the pond on this occasion, then there would be no chance for her in the future. With that in mind, she arrived at a decision and suddenly laid a hand onto the top of her own head, upon which a green spider that was around a foot in length emerged amid a flash of green light. The spider was glowing with green light, but its compound eyes were of a bright purple color, and as soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth to release a fist-sized ball of azure light upward. Inside the ball of light was a white crystalline core, and it instantly vanished into the funnel-shaped cloud in a flash. The woman had released her core, and it seemed that she was making one last roll of the dice. Everyone's hearts stirred slightly upon seeing this, and as soon as the core vanished into the cloud, a burst of loud rumbling rang out, following which a stream of piercing light flowed down along the translucent threads in a frenzy. The frost that had gathered over the translucent threads was dispelled again, and its speed of descent increased by about tenfold, quickly plunging down several hundred more feet before slowing down again. The green-robed woman's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a faint sigh rang out from within the cloud of crimson mist, following which a pillar of silver light emerged before also plunging into the cloud. Another burst of bright light flowed down the translucent threads, which accelerated in its descent once again. However, on this occasion the translucent threads only plunged down around 70 to 80 feet further before falling still again. The bottom has been reached. Please hold on just a little longer while I find the treasure's exact location, the green-robed woman said in an excited manner before switching to a different hand seal and closing her eyes. Enormous spiritual sense surged out of her glabella, traveling along the 5 translucent threads to instantly reach the bottom of the glacial pond. Moments later, an elated look appeared on her face, and her eyes instantly sprang open as she pointed a finger at the 5 translucent threads while uttering an urgent incantation. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li felt his magic power output rate into the stone pillar increase by over 2-fold. His brows furrowed slightly, but he merely adjusted his magic power slightly and didn't oppose this change. Right at this moment, the 5 translucent threads tremored violently while emitting a faint buzzing sound, then slowly withdrew toward the funnel-shaped cloud. 1 inch, 2 inches, half a foot, 1 foot. The translucent threads were extremely slow, as if they were dragging up something very heavy. The still surface of the pond suddenly began to churn violently, forming a black vortex that was unfathomably deep, attempting to crush everything around and within it. Only the 5 translucent threads remained resolute at the center of the glacial pond. Bursts of glacial qi that were several times more potent than before gushed out of the vortex, but were kept at bay by the surrounding restrictions. Everyone appraised the unfolding scene with intense unblinking eyes. As it turned out, it took far longer for the translucent threads to be withdrawn than extended. After a long while, a resounding boom rang out within the vortex, following which a blue stone around the size of a human head was drawn out. The stone was giving off strong law fluctuations, and a hint of greed flashed through Heilin's eyes as he murmured to himself, "That thing contains spatial power." Spatial power wasn't as mysterious as the power of time, but very people had truly mastered it. Most Grand Ascension stage beings were capable of tearing through space and teleporting oneself, but most of them had to rely on their immense power and spatial treasures, so they couldn't even compare with someone with true mastery over the law of space. As such, a treasure that could assist one in mastering the law of space was naturally an extremely precious treasure for Grand Ascension stage beings. In contrast, Han Li remained unmoved by this treasure. He could transform into a heavenly phoenix, which was proficient in spatial powers, so if he wanted to master the law of space, it was only a matter of time. Shui Ran also cast his gaze toward the blue stone with a greedy expression, while Emo Jinli remained quite calm and collected, seemingly just as unmoved as Han Li was. Just as Shui Ran and Heilin were hesitating about whether to intervene, Inger raised a hand to release a translucent thread, which wrapped up the blue stone in a flash before drawing it back to her like an arrow. Shui Ran's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he curled the fingers of his hand, which was concealed up his sleeve. However, right at this moment, a cold dagger-like gaze was directed toward him, striking him with a stinging sensation on his face. His heart jolted as he turned toward this gaze to find that the green-robed woman was currently appraising him with a threatening look in her eyes. Shui Ran hurriedly turned to Han Li and Emo Jinli, only to find that neither of them was displaying any reactions, so he could only give up on what he was doing and force a smile onto his own face. Heilin was still rather unwilling to give up, but he had no choice but to look on as the blue stone vanished into the cloud of crimson mist. "Thank you for your assistance, everyone. The treasure has finally been obtained." The crimson mist faded, revealing a smiling Inger holding the blue stone in her hand. "We've fulfilled our end of the deal. Where are the remaining cores?" Han Li asked as he slowly withdrew his magic power. "Rest assured, fellow Daoist, I won't go back on my word," Inger replied with a smile before stowing the blue stone away amid a flash of blue light, then produced a white jade box that she tossed toward Han Li. Shui Ran and the others immediately directed their attention toward the box. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he drew the jade box into his grasp before removing the lid. After examining the contents of the box, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. "You really did keep your promise. Fellow Daoist Shui, let's split these cores among us." "Sure. Now that we've obtained the cores, we've completed the objective for our trip." Shui Ran chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. It was clear that compared to that blue stone, the Sanqing lightning talismans were more important to him. Heilin and Emo Jinli were also very excited to see the remaining cores. Han Li smiled as he swept a sleeve over the box, upon which 4 cores were immediately sent flying toward Mo Jianli and the others. Chapter 2301. Return. Mo Jianli and the others caught the cores before examining them to ensure that there wasn't anything amiss, then stowed them away with elated expressions. Seeing as our deal is complete, we won't have to continue our battle any longer. May I ask when you're planning to leave this realm? This is only a small realm, and it can't contain too many Grand Ascension stage beings, the green-robed woman said. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Luo, we'll be leaving in a few days at most. Prior to that, we're planning to collect some resources from this small Asura realm. I'm sure you wouldn't stop us, right? Han Li replied with a smile. Hee, if it's just collecting resources, then of course we won't intervene. However, there are a few other beings in this realm that are very difficult to deal with, so do be careful, the green-robed woman cautioned with a meaningful smile. Oh, could it be that one of those beings is that Cheezy? Mo Jianli asked. The green-robed woman was rather surprised to hear this. Have you encountered it already, fellow Daoist Mo? Indeed I have. As expected of a legendary ancient beast, even I almost perished by its hands, Mo Jianli sighed. A hint of excitement appeared on Shui Ran's face upon hearing this, and he hurriedly interjected, would you be able to tell me where the lair of this Cheezy is, fellow Daoist Luo? I actually do know the location of the Cheezy's lair, but... A hint of hesitation appeared on the green-robed woman's face as he spoke. Shui Ran realized that he had been overly eager upon seeing this, and he reverted back to a calm expression as he said, rest assured, I won't ask you to disclose this information to me free of charge. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce a small leather pouch before tossing it toward the woman. The green-robed woman drew the pouch into her grasp before injecting her spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on her face. I have a map with an annotation of the Cheezy lair's exact location. As soon as her voice trailed off, she raised a hand to release a white jade slip. Shui Ran drew the jade slip into his grasp, then pressed it against his own forehead with a serious expression. He Lin was also appraising the jade slip with a hint of excitement in his eyes. At this moment Inger suddenly smiled and said, I'm sure all of you must be extremely renowned beings of your respective realms, and you must be carrying many precious treasures. Our race has also collected some resources that can't be found in any other realms, so how about we arrange some trades before you go and seek out other resources? I'm sure that would save all of you a lot of time. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling, oh? Are you proposing an impromptu exchange convention, fellow Daoist Ing? That's right. Truth be told, our race has a collection of all of the precious resources in this realm. As long as you can offer the right price, we'll be sure to satisfy your needs, Inger replied. The green-robed woman didn't say anything to stop her, so she was clearly in approval as well. Mo Jianli and the others were very tempted upon hearing this. With the limited time they had left in this small Asura realm, it was very unlikely that they would be able to collect all of the resources they wanted. As such, it certainly wouldn't be a bad idea to exchange for some resources. All right, I'd be happy to trade some items with you, Mo Jianli agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. We would also be open to some trades, Shui Ran said after communicating with He Lin through voice transmission. In that case I'll join in as well, Han Li chimed in. This was a win-win arrangement, so there was no reason not to participate. The smile on Inger's face became more pronounced upon hearing this and she proposed, all right, then let's go somewhere nearby to begin our exchanges. Han Li and the others all agreed, but prior to their departure, everyone failed to notice that Han Li had cast a seemingly nonchalant glance toward the glacial pond. Several hours later, the Asura spiders departed with pleased expressions from the island where the glacial pond was situated on the giant black falcon. Thus Han Li and the other foreign Grand Ascension stage beings were left on their own. After a series of trades, all of them had reaped great rewards, obtaining many precious resources that could only be found in this realm. They had expended a heavy price for those resources, but they were still very pleased. Are you really just going to let these Asura spiders go, Brother Han? It's still not too late to change your mind, Shui Ran suddenly said. Why would I change my mind? If they were that easy to kill, then I would have already done so rather than stoop to trading with them, Han Li replied with a calm expression. The resources brought out by those Asura spiders are most likely only a very small portion of their collection. On top of that, aren't you interested in that blue stone? The potency of the spatial power contained within that stone is something that I've never seen before. If we can obtain that item, we can employ a shared ownership system, and perhaps all of us would be able to truly master the law of space over time, Shui Ran proposed. Even Emo Jianli was slightly tempted upon hearing this. In contrast, Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in the power of space, so I have no intention of taking the risk. If you're interested in that stone, you can negotiate with the Asura spiders yourselves. Perhaps they'll be willing to give it to you if you offer them sufficient compensation. Shui Ran's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly chuckled in response. Surely you jest, fellow Daoist. The Asura spiders clearly hold that stone in very high regard, so they most likely won't accept a trade even if we were to hand over everything in our possession. Seeing as you're unwilling to get involved, then just pretend like I never said anything. We still have some matters that we need to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave now. Shui Ran cupped his fist in a parting salute as he spoke, and He Lin also followed suit. Han Li returned the salute and said, "Look after yourselves, fellow Daoists." Emo Jianli also offered some parting words. Thus, Shui Ran and He Lin departed as two streaks of light, quickly vanishing into the distance. Do you plan to search for some more precious resources, Brother Han? Emo Jianli asked with a smile after Shui Ran and He Lin had disappeared into the distant sky. I do. We still have a few days until we have to leave. Perhaps I'll encounter some opportunities during that time. What are your plans, Brother Emo? Han Li asked. I'm already extremely fortunate to have obtained these 3 cores, so I don't plan to take any more risks. I'm going to find a secluded place to rest and meditate until the day we leave. Your powers are far beyond mine, but I still have to advise you to be careful in case the Asura spiders decide to seek vengeance on us, Emo Jianli said with a serious expression. That sounds like a good plan. As for those Asura spiders, I may not be able to kill them on my own, but they won't be able to do anything to me either, Han Li replied with a confident smile. In that case, there's nothing for me to worry about. I'll be taking my leave as well. See you back in the spirit realm in a few days, Emo Jianli said with a smile as he extended a parting salute. Han Li also bade him farewell, and he released a small boat that he got onto, then quickly sped away as a streak of light. Only after a long while did Han Li withdraw his gaze from the distance, then turned toward the giant island where the glacial pond was situated with a peculiar look in his eyes. He then swept a sleeve through the air, transforming into a ball of azure light that flew directly toward the island. A short while later, Han Li reappeared above the same valley from before. He hovered in midair as he looked down at the glacial pond from above. At this point, the glacial qi within the valley seemed to have abated significantly. However, the space around the glacial pond had still been completely frozen into a massive chunk of ice, completely sealing the entrance to the pond again. Han Li looked down at the massive block of ice for a while, then suddenly opened his mouth to release a silver fireball, which transformed into a silver fire raven. After that, he chanted something and made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the fire raven, which swelled drastically in size at his behest. In the blink of an eye, the silver fire raven swelled to over 100 feet in size with scorching silver flames burning all over its body, but it was clearly looking rather fatigued, having just endured a grueling battle against that purple peacock. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he opened his mouth to release several azure balls of magic power, which vanished into the fire raven's body in a flash. Chapter 2302. The second sacred treasure. The silver fire raven immediately spread its wings and swelled to several thousand feet in size, and its silver flames also brightened significantly to illuminate the entire sky. Han Li immediately uttered the word absorb upon seeing this, and the spirit-engulfing fire raven instantly lowered its head before opening its beak to release a vast expanse of silver flames, inundating all of the ice around the glacial pond. The ice began to melt away at an astonishing rate, while specks of silver light emerged from the ice before fusing into the silver flames. In the blink of an eye, all of the ice was melted away, and the entrance to the glacial pond was revealed once again. The silver flames continued downward to encompass the entire pond as well, and all of the glacial qi being released by the pond transformed into wisps of silver light. White were devoured by the silver flames to further fuel them. The spirit-engulfing heavenly flames were a type of mutated flames that were very peculiar in that it combined both yin and yang attributes. As such, it could absorb both extreme glacial and extreme yang attribute items to bolster its power. As soon as the seal over the glacial pond had been undone by the Asura spiders, the spirit engulfing heavenly flames within Han Li's body had become extremely restless, yearning to devour the glacial qi here. Han Li had been ecstatic to sense this. Never had the spirit engulfing heavenly flames displayed such a strong reaction before. He had explored several glacial regions of the spirit realm in the past, discovering some glacial qi that could be absorbed by the spirit engulfing heavenly flames, but none of those had been as attractive to the flames. The Asura spiders were powerless to counter the glacial qi here, but Han Li was able to do so with ease with these flames. However, he didn't want to reveal to anyone the ability of his spirit engulfing heavenly flames to devour glacial qi, so he had hidden this fact and assisted them in using their formation to dredge up that treasure. Currently, Han Li was hovering in the air above the valley with an expectant look on his face. As time passed, the glacial qi flowing out of the pond gradually became more feeble, and it seemed that almost all of it had been devoured by the spirit engulfing heavenly flames. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this. He pointed a finger at the spirit engulfing fire raven, and it quickly shrank down to around only 10 feet in size before plunging down as a silver fireball. As soon as the fire raven plunged into the silver flames down below, all of it vanished into the fire raven's body in a flash, following which the fire raven plunged into the pond. A string of rumbling booms rang out within the pond while silver light flashed incessantly. Meanwhile, Han Li closed his eyes, but he was still maintaining a hand seal as he uttered an incantation in a barely audible voice. The glacial qi emanating from the pond began to vanish at an even faster rate, and 2 hours later the silver fire raven re-emerged from the pond. At this point, all of the glacial qi was already gone, and the pond had become nothing more than an ordinary pond. Han Li opened his eyes, and a hint of elation appeared on his face as he appraised the spirit engulfing fire raven. The fire raven still had silver flames burning all over its body, but beneath those flames was a translucent body, indicating that it had attained a substantial form. It was clear that the fire raven had undergone another evolution after absorbing all of the glacial qi within the pond. Of course, this transformation was only just beginning. The fact that the pond posed a threat even to a grand ascension stage being was sufficient testament to just how potent its glacial qi was. Even with the spirit engulfing fire raven's immense powers, it couldn't refine and absorb so much glacial qi in such a short time, so it could only slowly do through a slow process. Han Li switched to a different hand seal as he prepared to withdraw the spirit engulfing fire raven, but right at this moment, it suddenly opened its beak to send a ball of white light flying directly toward him. Han Li faltered slightly before reflexively reaching out to catch the ball of light, upon which it was revealed that this was an egg-sized translucent ball that was giving off a glacial aura. If it weren't for his protective spiritual light and his incredible physical constitution, his hand would have most likely been harmed by the ball upon contact. Interesting. Did you find this in the pond? Han Li asked. The silver fire raven merely hovered before him and displayed no reaction. Han faltered slightly before bursting into laughter. Silly me, with your limited spiritual nature, there's no way you'd be capable of answering questions. After appraising the ball for a while longer, Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward it, upon which a hint of surprise appeared on his face. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the surface of the ball, it naturally slid off to the side as if there were nothing in his hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li pointed a finger at his own glabella, releasing a translucent spiritual sense thread that vanished into the ball in a flash. I see. On this occasion, an enlightened look appeared on Han Li's face, and after a brief hesitation he tossed the ball up into the air before pointing a finger at it. A bolt of golden lightning immediately erupted out of his fingertip to strike the translucent ball, which flashed violently before finally shattering amid the golden lightning. A burst of astonishing glacial qi swept forth in all directions, following which a blue object was revealed. It turned out that the translucent ball contained a thumb-sized bead, which was giving off powerful spatial fluctuations. Han Li quickly assessed the situation and soon made sense of the situation. This glacial pond didn't just contain one sacred treasure of the space fish race. There were two instead. The larger one was the blue rock taken by the Asura spiders, while the smaller one was this translucent bead. Despite the size discrepancy, the spatial fluctuations emanating from the two treasures were quite comparable. However, the bead had been intentionally disguised by another treasure, allowing it to escape the detection of even Grand Ascension stage spiritual sense, so it was clear that this one was more important in the eyes of the space fish race than the blue stone. As for its exact purpose, that was most likely something that only the space fish race would know. After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Li flipped a hand over to release a jade box before placing the bead into it and closing the lid, then quickly plastered several restriction talismans to the box's surface. Thus, the spatial fluctuations emanating from the box were completely cut off. After that, he stowed the jade box away before making a hand seal, and the spirit-engulfing fire raven rapidly shrank down into a silver fireball before vanishing up his sleeve in a flash. He then stomped a foot onto the ground, rising up and departing from the island as a streak of azure light. Judging from the direction he was traveling toward, it seemed that he was going to the lava lake where the space fish beings were situated. At the same time, the Asura spiders were on their way back to the Stone City, and the green-robed woman wore a concerned expression as she said, "Inga, will it really be alright leaving those air fish beings where they are? The secret of their existence has already been leaked and we've just secured their secret treasure. What if they read between the lines and figure out what we're doing? Haven't you already sent some subordinates to keep an eye on them? Just leave them where they are. Even though spatial power can be extracted from their cores, this branch has no future. Even the fully mature ones among them are only at the spatial tempering stage, so there's no way we can extract true spatial laws from them. Besides, we only required their cores as we were hoping to be able to control spatial power by devouring the power within those cores. However, during my seclusion I discovered that this method is largely ineffective. I was only able to master the law of space using a different method. Otherwise, I would most likely still be stuck at square one even now," Inga replied in a nonchalant manner. "You used another method?" The green-robed woman was quite surprised to hear this. "That's right. With the sacred treasure of the space fish race in our grasp, we no longer require their cores as we already have enough. So there's no need to risk another conflict with those outsiders over something like this. Once we get back, I'll refine that man's nascent soul to further my mastery of the law of space-time. Once I come out of seclusion, I'll be able to produce a space-time seed for you, and when that time comes, both of us will be able to attain the law of space-time. We'll be unstoppable across all realms." Inga replied with a smile. "With your current powers, you can already contend with the average Grand Ascension stage being. Once you reach the Grand Ascension stage, you'll most likely be comparable in power to those top-grade true spirit beings. Aside from true dragons and heavenly phoenixes, nothing will be able to stand in your way," the green-robed woman said with an elated expression. Inga merely chuckled in response, but judging from her expression she clearly agreed with this assessment. A burst of yellow light subsided above the underground lava lake, and Han Li emerged before inspecting his surroundings, upon which his brows immediately furrowed slightly. Chapter 2303. Space Fish Chieftain. There were several dismembered wolf-like beast carcasses strewn around the lava, clearly having been sliced apart by some type of sharp blade. "Jin Tong," Han Li called as he withdrew his gaze. Spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and the gold-devouring beetle monarch instantly appeared before extending a deep bow toward Han Li, then said something to Han Li in an unintelligible language, but Han Li seemed to be able to understand it. "So these things arrived here not long after I left. They must have been sent here by the Asura spiders. It's a good thing I left you here. Otherwise I wouldn't know what the Asura spider race was planning. Come back for now," Han Li said as he swept a sleeve through the air, and Jin Tong immediately flew over to him before vanishing up his sleeve in a flash. Jin Tong was a name that Han Li had given the gold-devouring beetle monarch on a whim, and he felt it to be quite appropriate. After that, Han Li flicked a finger toward the dismembered beast carcasses, releasing several crimson fireballs that incinerated everything into ashes. Only then did Han Li direct his attention toward the lava lake again, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He flipped a hand over to produce the talisman-covered jade box that contained that blue bead, then swept a hand over the box, upon which all of the talismans and the lid was removed, revealing the bead inside. As soon as the bead appeared, it immediately released a burst of powerful law fluctuations that were guided into the lava lake by Han Li's magic power. Upon first seeing the blue stone and this bead at the glacial pond, Han Li had discovered that they imbued with a familiar aura in addition to their immense spatial power. After pondering the matter, he discovered that this aura was identical to that of the space fish beings he had encountered earlier. However, this aura was extremely feeble on these two items, to the extent that it was barely detectable. If it weren't for the fact that he had only encountered the space fish beings only several days prior, he most likely wouldn't have been able to detect it either. As such, even though Han Li didn't know that the treasures in the glacial pond were the so-called sacred treasures of the space fish race, he had guessed that there was a connection. Furthermore, he didn't have any concrete evidence to support this, but he felt like this treasure was hiding a secret. Thus, as soon as he obtained the bead, he immediately traveled to this lava lake. The blue bead within the jade box was flashing erratically, and the law fluctuations it was giving off were becoming more and more potent, causing the nearby space to buzz incessantly while blurry bands of light materialized in the air. The entire underground cave also began to tremor slightly, sending countless rock fragments raining down from above. If a normal person had been in Han Li's shoes, they would at least be dealt some injuries if not killed by this rain of rocks, but as a grand ascension stage being, Han Li was naturally able to eradicate the falling rocks with ease with his protective spiritual light. All of a sudden, the lava lake parted and several human-fish hybrid creatures emerged, wielding all types of different weapons. These were none other than the space fish beings that Han Li had seen a few days ago, and they immediately surrounded him before appraising him with bewildered expressions. There was a burly male space fish being among them, and he was that spatial tempering stage leader of the space fish race. His gaze was firmly locked onto the jade box, and there was a hint of indescribable excitement intermingled with the bewilderment in his eyes. Han Li merely appraised the space fish beings in silence with a hint of a smile on his face. "Who are you and why are you unleashing your power here, senior? Are you targeting our race?" The burly space fish being asked in a wary voice. He possessed the most advanced cultivation base among all of the space fish beings present, yet he had only just reached the spatial tempering stage and he was completely unable to glean Han Li's cultivation base, so he was naturally feeling very anxious. "I want to meet your leader," Han Li said in an implacable voice as he stowed the jade box and bead away amid a flash of white light. The burly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and following a brief moment of contemplation he replied with a slightly forced smile, "Yes, senior, we'll take you to our chieftain right away." He was clearly well aware that Han Li was far too powerful for him to turn down. Even so, he still turned to two of his companions and quickly communicated something to them through voice transmission, then made an inviting hand gesture toward Han Li. The two space fish beings immediately plunged into the lava lake as two balls of red light at his behest. Han Li paid no heed to this and drifted down into the lava lake in an unhurried manner as well. In the instant that Han Li descended into the lava lake, it immediately parted to create a massive passageway several tens of feet wide. The passageway was unfathomably deep and seemed to reach all the way to the lake bed. "That's the fire evasion technique." The burly man was quite stunned to see this. The fire evasion technique was a very commonplace technique that even elementary cultivators could master, but it was astonishing that such an incredible phenomenon could be created using such a simple technique. The burly man took a moment to compose himself, then descended into the lake along with his companions. The lava lake didn't appear to be all that large, but it was unexpectedly very deep. Only after descending for about 3,000 to 4,000 feet did Han Li finally catch sight of a blue light barrier down below. His expression changed slightly as he passed directly through the light barrier, upon which he arrived in another small space. As soon as he entered this space, loud sirens rang out in all directions, and around a dozen patrolling space fish beings immediately surrounded him with menacing expressions. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and just as he was considering whether he should teach these space fish beings a lesson, the burly man also rushed into the light barrier before hurriedly yelling, "Get back! This senior is an esteemed guest of our race and he's here to see our chieftain." All of the guards were rather hesitant upon hearing this. "What? He wants to meet our chieftain? Surely that's not appropriate." Right at this moment, a ball of red light shot forth from another direction, then faded to reveal a female space fish being holding a badge aloft in her hand. "The chieftain wishes to meet the esteemed guest in the heavenly domain hall. No one is to stop him." The space fish guards were still rather bewildered by the situation, but they all backed down as instructed. "In that case, please go on ahead. Only then did Han Li carefully inspect his surroundings with a faint smile on his face. This area only had a radius of less than 10 kilometers, and there were hundreds of triangular buildings of different heights constructed here. The surfaces of these buildings were all etched with extremely primitive-looking squiggly text, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the text seemed to contain some type of profound meaning. Han Li didn't know how many space fish beings were living in those buildings, but there were less than 300 outside the buildings, and the vast majority of them were elderly women or children. It seemed that even if all of the space fish beings were to vacate the buildings, there would only be around 500 to 600 of them at most, so this definitely wasn't a prosperous community. The burly man was growing rather uneasy at the sight of Han Li inspecting the surrounding area, and he volunteered, "Please come with me, senior." "All right, lead the way," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. The burly man extended a bow before rising up into the air and flying toward a certain direction. As for Han Li, he took a step forward and immediately appeared over 100 feet away, following along behind the burly man in an unhurried manner. After just a few flashes, the two of them arrived in front of an ordinary-looking building. There were no guards stationed at the entrance of the building, and the burly man stopped here before turning to Han Li with a respectful salute. "Our chieftain is inside, senior. I can't come in with you, so I'll be waiting outside." Han Li nodded in response before making his way into the building. After passing through the entrance, he arrived in a hall that was around 100 feet in size with only some simple tables and chairs in the room. On the chair at the end of the hall sat a thin gray-haired elderly man with a completely human body as opposed to a human-fish hybrid body. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the elderly man to find that he was only at the early body integration stage. "Are you the space fish chieftain?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. The elderly man had already risen to his feet as soon as Han Li entered the hall, and after briefly sweeping his spiritual sense toward Han Li, his expression changed slightly as he replied in a respectful manner. "My name is Lu Shuo, and I am indeed the chieftain of the space fish race. May I ask where you've come from, senior? Are you a Grand Ascension stage being?" There was a hint of peculiar excitement intermingled with the elderly man's respectful expression. "That's right, I am a Grand Ascension stage from a foreign realm," Han Li replied with a faint smile. A mixture of grief and elation appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this, and he suddenly fell to his knees before kowtowing toward Han Li. "Thank heavens! A powerful being from a foreign realm has finally blessed us with his presence. Please save our race, senior. If you can save us from the Asura spider race, we'll accept you as our master and serve you for generations to come." 1. Jin. Tong. Literally translates to Golden Child. Chapter 2304. Domain B. Despite Han Li's steadfast demeanor, he was quite taken aback to hear this, and he chuckled. "You want to accept me as your master? Is that supposed to be a joke? You've only just met me and know nothing about my personality. What if I were to treat you even worse than the Asura spider race? Were you the one who eradicated those Asura spider race spies outside, senior?" the elderly man asked. "I didn't take care of them in person, but I was involved," Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. "In that case, you must be aware of the current situation our race is facing, right, senior?" the elderly man asked in a grim manner. "I do. However, there are countless similar cases across all of the realms out there. That's not a reason for me to intervene. I don't see any benefit in accepting you, so why would I do that when I could risk offending other powerful beings of the same caliber as myself?" Han Li asked. "You've already taken care of those spies and come to visit us in person, so there must be something that we can do for you. As long as you agree to accept us, we'll be willing to do anything for you. Us space fish beings are rather adept in control over spatial power. Perhaps that won't be able to directly assist you in battle, but we're more than capable of opening up small spaces and managing cave abodes," the elderly man replied in an extremely earnest manner. You make a compelling case. There is indeed something that you can do for me. Setting everything aside for now, do you recognize this thing?" Han Li flipped a hand over to summon the blue bead as he spoke. As soon as the bead appeared, it immediately began to emit a buzzing sound, resonating with the elderly man in a peculiar manner. Much to Han Li's surprise, the elderly man wasn't all that surprised to see the bead. Instead he sighed, "That's the domain bead. As expected, our sacred treasure has fallen into your hands." It seemed as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "So this is a sacred treasure of your race?" You seem to already have been aware that it was in my possession, Han Li said as his eyes narrowed slightly. I only just found out not long ago. Please take a look at this, senior. The elderly man raised an arm as he spoke to reveal a peculiar symbol on his wrist. The symbol was identical in shape to the bead that Han Li was holding, and it was also flashing with faint blue light. This sacred symbol is something that only the past chieftains of the air fish race can possess. Aside from its purpose as a mark of identification, its main purpose is to detect the sacred treasure of our race. At my current cultivation base, I'll be able to sense the exact location of the domain bead as long as it's within a radius of 100 kilometers around me. This is why I was willing to immediately accept you as the master of our race. I believe that this is a sign from the heavens. Otherwise, how would our sacred treasure have fallen into your hands? The elderly man said in a serious manner. Interesting. You can stand up now. I happened to obtain this treasure by chance. Seeing as it's the sacred treasure of your race, it must have some other important purpose aside from the power of laws contained within it, right? Han Li asked with an intrigued expression. That's right, this domain bead is an extremely rare treasure that contains a realm in itself. However, back when our race first began to fall into decline many years ago, the treasure was sealed by a powerful being in our race using a secret technique. As such, I've only ever heard legends of the treasure's abilities. The elderly man replied in a respectful manner as he rose to his feet. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. Oh, that does make it an extremely precious spatial treasure. Did you know that this treasure was sealed in that glacial pond? I did. The forefathers of our race intentionally stored the domain bead in that glacial pond so that other powerful beings wouldn't hunt us down over the treasures. After all, we didn't have sufficient power to protect it, so it would have only spelled trouble for us. As such, it was mandated that the sacred treasure could only be retrieved once our race became powerful enough to protect it. Unfortunately, we never managed to make a resurgence. Instead, we've been falling further and further into decline, to the extent that we're almost unable to even pass down our bloodline anymore. Thus, the sacred treasure became completely pointless to us, the elderly man explained in a resigned manner. It seems that your forefathers made a very wise decision. Otherwise, the Asura spider race would have taken the treasure from you long ago. Speaking of which, I saw them retrieve another rock that was also imbued with the law of space in that glacial pond. What was that thing? Han Li asked. That is another sacred treasure of our race known as the engraved spirit stone. It serves no other purpose than to help powerful beings master the power of space. I see. Han Li looked down at the bead in his hand with a contemplative expression. The elderly man gritted his teeth with a hesitant expression before continuing. Senior, if you're willing to accept our race, then we'd be willing to offer our blood essence to erase the mark left on the domain bead by our forefathers so that you can refine it for yourself. This sacred treasure has been refined by the powerful beings of our race in the past, and ownership cannot be transferred through normal refinement methods. I also know a cultivation art that will allow you to easily control this treasure. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that you have to be quite powerful even among Grand Ascension stage beings. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to repress the backlash from this bead. As for the Asura spider race, they can't leave this realm easily due to some special reasons, so you don't have to worry about offending them. I am indeed very interested in this treasure, but I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to take all of you with me as I entered this realm through a special method. Unless I make all of you my spirit beasts and store you in my spirit beast bracelet, I won't be able to take you with me when I depart from this realm. As for those Asura spiders, they pose no threat to me, so even if they do come after me, I'll be capable of opposing them, Han Li said. If that's your only concern, then there's a very simple solution. After you refine the domain bead, we'll be able to enter the realm within the bead and leave this realm with you, the elderly man replied in an ecstatic manner. That's a viable option, but can the realm within the domain bead really contain all of you? And how long will it take for me to refine the treasure? I only have a few more days left in this realm, Han Li said. Rest assured, Senior, the area of the realm within the domain bead definitely ranks among the top treasures of its kind. As for the time it'll require to refine the bead with the assistance of our entire race, it'll only take around 2 to 3 days for you to successfully refine it, the elderly man immediately replied. Han Li contemplated the situation for a moment before nodding in response. Oh, I didn't think that the realm inside the treasure would be so vast. I can afford to wait 2 or 3 days. In that case, it's decided. As long as I can refine this domain bead, I'll protect your space fish race for as long as I live. It wasn't a difficult task for him to integrate such a weak branch of beings into the human race. The elderly man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately fell to his knees before kowtowing again. Thank you, Senior. I'll begin the preparations right away. Please wait for me. He didn't know how Hanli was going to treat them, but it was surely going to be better than living under the rule of the Asura spiders, which were slaughtering them as they pleased, placing them at constant risk of ending their bloodline inheritance. Go on, I'll stay here and study this treasure in the meantime, Hanli instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, I'll be taking my leave now, Senior. Only then did the elderly man rise to his feet before departing in a respectful manner. Several hours later, a shimmering silver formation was slowly taking shape on a plot of empty land situated between around a dozen triangular buildings. Countless space fish beings were busy constructing the formation, while another group of space fish beings were walking onto a tall platform that had just been constructed on the edge of the formation. They then slit their wrists using sharp blades, allowing their blood to flow into a giant azure cauldron that was around half as tall as a grown man. Close to half of the cauldron had already been filled, and a translucent blue bead that was flashing with faint spiritual light was floating at the center of the pool of blood. At this moment, Hanli was hovering in the air above the giant formation, appraising the unfolding scene with his arms crossed. The space fish beings were very efficient, completing a series of very complex preparatory steps in a short time. It seemed that it wouldn't even take the full 3 days for him to refine the domain bad. He was naturally very eager to truly attain such a powerful spatial treasure, and he really wanted to know what the realm inside the treasure was like. On the blood sky continent of the spirit realm, a resounding boom suddenly rang out from a certain ancient altar that was embedded into the ground, following which a burst of energy fluctuations was released, forcibly scattering all of the earth around the altar. Immediately thereafter, a 5-colored light formation appeared in midair, and a translucent figure emerged. I finally completed my descent. As expected, the spiritual chi is far less abundant here than in the true immortal realm, the figure sighed to himself as he inspected his surroundings. Chapter 2305. Collective Vow. The figure suddenly swept a sleeve through the air, and the entire formation disintegrated into countless golden and silver runes, revealing the figure to be a black-robed young man with his hands clasped behind his back. The young man had particularly pale skin that had an almost sickly appearance in contrast with his black robes. After taking a glance at the black space around him, he seemed to have immediately realized what environment he was in, and his brows furrowed slightly as he pointed a finger upward. Around a dozen silver runes instantly shot forth before vanishing into the surrounding space, and in the next instant, a burst of loud rumbling rang out all around him. All of the surrounding earth was rapidly peeled back as if it had sprung to life, forming an extremely long canyon that led all the way to the surface of the ground. The young man cast his gaze upward, and a pleased look appeared on his face at the sight of faint white light shining down from above. A burst of light swept up from beneath his feet, carrying his body directly up toward the top of the canyon. Moments later, the young man emerged from the canyon amid a flash of silver light, and only after rising to an altitude of over 10,000 feet above the ground did he finally draw to a halt. He quickly inspected his surroundings to discover a barren black landscape that was devoid of all signs of life aside from some short patches of wild weeds. It was as if this were a realm of death. He didn't seem surprised by this in the slightest, and after a brief moment of contemplation he made a hand seal, upon which specks of spiritual light emerged up above to form a menacing beast that was over 1,000 feet in length. The beast had the head of a lion and the body of a chelan. Its upper body was covered in scorching crimson flames, but its lower body was shimmering with silver light, and it was impossible to identify what type of beast this was. In the next instant, the young man's face suddenly paled even further, and the giant beast he had just summoned disintegrated amid a dull thump, only able to maintain a blurry projection form. To think that my magic power has been restricted to such a degree. As expected, being sent down into a lower realm really isn't a good thing. It's no wonder that I was chosen, the young man murmured to himself. Then again, this is a good thing. It means that those geezers won't be able to interfere with my actions. That treasure of mine is still yet to be completely refined. I'll be able to arrange another blood sacrifice now. The blood essence of the vast majority of living beings in lower realms is quite impure, but if I can gather enough of them, then the quantity will make up for the lack of quality. As for that traitor, there's no need to track him down right away. Those geezers won't be happy with me for delaying the completion of my mission, but it's not like they can do anything, the young man chuckled in a bone-chilling voice. Immediately thereafter he flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering golden cylinder, within which was a cluster of vibrant red bamboo slips. The surfaces of these bamboo slips were etched with beautiful silver patterns, and there were lights of all types of different colors revolving all around them, indicating that they were no ordinary treasures. The young man tossed the cylinder high up into the air before chanting something, and it quickly transformed into a ball of golden light, following which a giant 8 trigrams projection emerged. The young man ceased in his chanting before pointing a finger upward, then uttered the word rise. A streak of green light immediately shot out of the 8 trigrams projection before speeding toward a certain direction. Looks like that direction is where the greatest number of living beings are situated. Let me start there, the young man mused to himself with a sinister expression before flying away as a streak of golden light, followed closely by the beast projection he had just summoned. So this is the true form of the domain bead, Hanli said as he appraised the bead in his hand with a surprised expression. The bead had already shrunk down to less than half its original size, making it comparable to a pea. However, its surface had become extremely smooth, and it had taken on a 5-colored appearance with a wisp of white chi revolving around it, presenting quite a mysterious sight to behold. That's right, Senior. The mark left in the bead has already been completely erased, so the disguise cast on it by our forefathers has also been lifted. You can now begin refining this treasure right away, the chieftain of the space fish race replied in a respectful manner, and his face was looking slightly pale, clearly indicating that he had expended quite a bit of blood essence. All right, get all your brethren to pack up their belongings. We'll leave the small Asura realm once I finish refining this bead, Hanli instructed. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I'll arrange that right away. By the way, you must require a quiet place in which you can refine this bead, so please come to the secret chamber that I normally cultivate in, the chieftain replied with an excited expression. All right, lead the way, Hanli replied with a nod. Shortly thereafter, Hanli was led to the bottom of a triangular building, where a tightly shut bluestone gate appeared before him. Please come in, Senior, the elderly man said as he made an inviting hand gesture after opening the gate. Hanli strode in through the gate and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Aside from some commonplace fixtures that one would normally find in a secret chamber, there was also a row of black wooden shelves that were laden with bamboo slips, jade boxes and other containers, as well as a crimson pill refinement cauldron that was several feet tall. Are you adept in pill refinement as well? Hanli asked. No, Senior, these things are all for my granddaughter. She has some aptitude when it comes to pill refinement. Unfortunately, she's limited by the lack of diversity in the spirit medicines in this realm, so she's unable to refine many types of pills, the chieftain hurriedly explained with a bow, and a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes as he talked about his granddaughter. If she really does have some aptitude in pill refinement, I can nurture that talent once we get back to my realm, Hanli said with a faint smile. That would be immensely fortunate for her. The chieftain was naturally ecstatic to hear this. All right, you can go now. Everything will have to wait until we leave this realm, so I'm going to begin refining this domain bead now, Hanli instructed. The chieftain hurriedly did as he was told, departing from the secret chamber after extending a respectful bow. Hanli swept a sleeve toward the gate, and it swung shut on its own amid a flash of light. At the same time, countless runes appeared on its surface, instantly forming a restriction. Only then did Hanli take a seat on a futon in the secret chamber, then flipped a hand over to produce a yellow jade slip. This was a refinement technique recorded by the space fish race, and it had been given to him by the chieftain not long ago. He pressed the jade slip to his forehead before injecting a wisp's spiritual sense into it, and his expression changed slightly. Sure enough, this refinement method was different from all of the ones he had learned in the past, indicating that it had most likely been created specifically for this domain bead. With his current level of power, he was able to master the secret technique after only reading through it a few times. Thus, he stowed the jade slip away before flipping a hand over to summon the domain bead. A burst of invisible power surged forth, suspending the bead in mid-air. Immediately thereafter, Hanli took a deep breath before opening his mouth to expel several balls of spiritual qi onto the bead, then made a hand seal to summon his provenance true devil projection amid a flash of golden light. At the same time, black light flashed from his glabella, and his law destruction eye also slowly opened. Countless spiritual sense threads immediately came surging out of the demonic eyes, and the entire secret chamber was filled with all types of energy fluctuations. 2 days and 2 nights quickly passed by, and just as the space fish chieftain was beginning to grow rather anxious, the stone gate was finally opened once again, following which Hanli emerged with a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. A hint of elation coupled with anxiety surfaced in the elderly man's eyes as he asked, "Senior, have you already?" "Rest assured, I've already successfully refined the domain bead. Gather all of your brethren as quickly as possible. I can already sense that this realm is beginning to reject me, so I won't be able to stay here for much longer," Hanli replied. "That's fantastic. I'll arrange that right away," the chieftain replied in an ecstatic manner before hurriedly departing. Around 15 minutes later, several hundred excited space fish beings were gathered on the plaza, but all of them were completely silent and standing in rigid and formal postures. At the very front of the group stood the chieftain, and in the instant Hanli emerged from one of the triangular buildings, he knelt down before kowtowing as he said in a respectful voice, "Thank you for saving our race, Master. The 512 members of our race hereby swear to serve you for generation after generation until the end of time. If we break this vow, then our entire race will receive divine retribution, erasing our entire race from the face of the world." As soon as his voice trailed off, the chieftain made a grabbing motion to summon a short dagger, which he plunged several inches deep into his own chest, and blood immediately began to flow from the edge of the wound. The space fish beings behind him also kowtowed toward Hanli before summoning all types of sharp blades that they plunged into their own bodies, then swore the same blood vow. A massive crimson rune that was around an acre in size emerged in the sky as a result of the vow, but it then quickly vanished in a flash. "You can all get up now. The fact that you've sworn a collective blood vow is sufficient testament to your loyalty. In return, I will treat you like my own brethren without any bias or discrimination," Hanli said as he appeared in the air above all of the space fish beings. Chapter 2306. Meeting the Spirit MonarChapter again. As soon as his voice trailed off, he opened his mouth to release the domain bead without waiting for a reply from the space fish beings. As soon as the bead emerged, it began to revolve on the spot before releasing a burst of 5-colored light. As the burst of light swept over the plaza, all of the space fish beings quickly vanished, and after just a few seconds the plaza was completely empty. Hanli also vanished in a flash amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then reappeared within a mysterious space. Most of the space was comprised of a massive body of water with only 4 islands, 1 large and 3 small at its center. Hanli had appeared directly above the largest island, and he quickly caught sight of the space fish beings that had just been transferred into this space. All of them were standing on a lawn, appraising their surroundings with elation in their eyes. "So this is the realm within the domain bead. Build some houses and reside in here for now. I'll release all of you from the bead once I find a suitable place for you to live," Hanli instructed in an implacable voice. "Yes, Master," the space fish chieftain replied without any hesitation as he extended a deep bow, and all of the other space fish beings echoed him as they fell to their knees. There's no need for such formalities," Hanli said with a faint smile before stepping forward to depart from this space. Only then did the chieftain repress his excitement before calling out to his brethren, and they began to find a suitable place to live on the islands. Meanwhile, Hanli reappeared in the outside world before descending onto the ground, where he sat down with crossed legs before closing his eyes. He could already sense an invisible force rejecting him from all directions, and it was quite uncomfortable. Time slowly passed, and after a long while, a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations suddenly erupted overhead, while a blanket of dark clouds appeared. The air around Hanli began to twist and warp, making it impossible to see through it. All of a sudden, Hanli opened his eyes and flipped a hand over to produce a certain item, which then instantly exploded. A thick bolt of silver lightning came crashing down from above, and Hanli vanished on the spot in a flash amid the lightning. A burst of loud rumbling rang out on the summit of a barren mountain in the spirit realm, and a white spatial rift was opened up, following which a ball of 5-colored light emerged from within. The ball of light then transformed into a giant light formation that was over 100 feet in size. In the next instant, a burst of spatial fluctuations surged forth amid flashes of countless arcs of lightning, and Han Li stumbled out of the formation. He took a moment to steady himself, and the spatial rift and formation below it both disappeared amid a dull thump. Everything returned to normal, and aside from the sudden emergence of Han Li, it was as if nothing had changed. Han Li quickly inspected his surroundings before pointing a finger toward his own glabella. A burst of enormous spiritual sense was instantly released, surging in all directions around him. Looks like I'm not too far away from the predetermined coordinates. This has been quite a successful trip, Han Li mused to himself as he removed his finger from his own glabella. However, instead of immediately departing, he sat down onto the clean rock and began to meditate there while a treasure was flashing incessantly up one of his sleeves. Around 6 hours later, a streak of white light shot forth toward him from the distance before reaching the mountain summit in just a few flashes. The light then faded to reveal Emo Jianli, who said with an ecstatic expression, "I'm glad to see you've returned safely as well, Brother Han. I knew you wouldn't be too far away." Hee. It would have been unnecessary to set the coordinates in too secluded a location. Seeing as we've both returned, let's go and see the spirit monarch. It wouldn't be a very good situation if he doesn't have enough Sanqing lightning talismans and all of them get taken by Shui Ran and He Lin, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. Emo Jianli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this and he replied, "That's true. Let's head to Concealed Spirit Mountain right away." Han Li nodded before making a hand seal, rising up into the air as a streak of azure light before flying toward a certain direction, followed closely by Emo Jianli. The two of them quickly vanished into the distance, and shortly thereafter, they arrived near Concealed Spirit Mountain before immediately heading toward the mountain summit. A dull thump rang out up ahead as restrictions of different colors emerged to stop them. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, yet just as he was about to destroy these restrictions by force, a male voice suddenly rang out. "Greetings, seniors, the spirit monarch has instructed us to lead you to him." As soon as the voice trailed off, the bald holy spirit by the name of Ling Yin appeared, and he extended a respectful bow toward Han Li's duo. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly and he instructed, "Lead the way. Please follow me, senior." Ling Yin extended another slight bow before doing as he was told. All of the restrictions up ahead automatically parted for him, and Han Li's duo trailed along behind him. A short while later they were taken to the hall where they had first met the spirit monarch, and upon their entry, they immediately caught sight of two familiar figures. Shui Ran and He Lin were seated on one side of the hall, discussing something in a quiet voice. However, their voices drew to an abrupt halt as soon as Han Li and Emo Jianli entered the hall, and they both turned their attention toward Han Li's duo. Emo Jianli's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but he feigned nonchalance as he chuckled. "I had thought that we had already arrived quite early, but it seems we're still a little late. How long have you two been here for? Have you already completed your trade with Brother Spirit?" Shui Ran cast a reflexive wary glance toward Han Li, then forced a smile on his own face as he explained, "The two of us have only just arrived as well and we still haven't even met Brother Spirit yet." Emo Jianli heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this. "I see, so we're not too late then. Where is Brother Spirit and when is he coming out to meet us?" "He should be here soon. I was just informed that Brother Spirit has been in seclusion these past few days, so it'll take him some time to get here," Shui Ran replied. "I see," Emo Jianli replied with a smile before taking a seat on the other side of the hall with Han Li. Han Li had remained silent thus far, but he could naturally see the wariness that Shui Ran and He Lin harbored toward him. It seemed that the battle in the small Asura realm had left quite a lasting impression upon them. "By the way, did you manage to find that Cheezy?" Han Li suddenly asked. "We did, but that creature was extremely cunning, and it only clashed with us once before abandoning its lair. Unfortunately, we couldn't stay in the small Asura realm for too long. Otherwise, we would have definitely hunted it down," Shui Ran replied in a disappointed manner. "That's quite a pity," Han Li replied, and it was unclear whether he actually believed this story. Just as Shui Ran was also about to ask him something, an elated voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. "Ha, you've finally returned, fellow Daoists. I've been waiting for quite some time." An elderly white-robed figure then appeared outside the hall before making his way into the room. He Lin was ecstatic to see the elderly man, and he immediately stood up as he said, "Brother Spirit Monarch, we've already obtained the Asura spider cores you requested." "Is that so? Would I be able to examine them?" the Spirit Monarch hurriedly asked as a hint of elation flashed through his eyes. "Of course." He Lin flicked a wrist to send a green storage bracelet flying through the air without any hesitation. The Spirit Monarch caught the bracelet before sweeping his spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. "These are indeed mature Asura spider cores, and the power of time within them should be enough for me to refine a thread of time. In that case..." A rather anxious look appeared on He Lin's face. Rest assured, fellow Daoist He," the Spirit Monarch chuckled before stowing the storage bracelet away, then swept a sleeve toward He Lin to release a jade box that had several talismans plastered to it. He Lin was ecstatic as he opened his mouth to release a burst of black light, which swept up the jade box before dragging it toward him. Meanwhile, Shui Ran had his gaze fixed firmly on Emo Jianli and Han Li with a nervous look in his eyes. Chapter 2307. Origin Soul Lamp. Emo Jianli's expression changed slightly as he turned to appraise the jade box with an intent gaze, while Han Li looked on in an indifferent manner. Shui Ran heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. At this point, He Lin had already drawn the jade box into his own grasp. The talismans and lid on the box were removed, and a loud thunderclap rang out as a jade badge that was around half a foot in length flew out from within. The jade badge had arcs of lightning flashing all over its surface and countless golden runes inscribed upon it. "So this is a Xianxia lightning talisman," He Lin murmured to himself with an ecstatic expression. "Brother Spirit, I also have 3 Asura spider cores here. Would you like to take a look?" On this occasion, it was Emo Jianli who had spoken. Shui Ran's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, yet just as he was about to say something, the Spirit Monarch chuckled. "Rest assured, fellow Daoists, I don't have many of these talismans, but there are definitely enough to trade for all of the cores in your possession." "That's good to hear," Emo Jianli said, but he still tossed a green wooden box toward the Spirit Monarch. Shui Ran gave a cold harumph as he produced a storage bracelet and also tossed it toward the Spirit Monarch. Only Han Li continued to sit still on the spot, as if he really weren't worried that there wouldn't be enough Xianxia lightning talismans for everyone. The Spirit Monarch took a meaningful glance at Han Li before sweeping a sleeve through the air to catch the cores being offered to him by Shui Ran and Emo Jianli. After a brief inspection, he tossed a jade box toward each of them as well. Emo Jianli and Shui Ran's eyes lit up in unison as they caught the boxes, then removed the talismans and lids with excitement on their faces. "Fellow Daoist Han, are you uninterested in my talismans or have you returned empty-handed?" the Spirit Monarch asked. "Of course I haven't returned empty-handed, but firstly, I'd like to ask how many talismans you have left," Han Li replied with a smile. The Spirit Monarch was rather taken aback to hear this. "How many? Could it be that you've obtained a lot of Asura spider cores?" Han Li offered no explanation and merely awaited the answer to his question with a smile on his face. Shui Ran and the others were rather befuddled to see this. Each of them had only received 3 cores from the Asura spiders, so why did it sound like Han Li had more? The Spirit Monarch was silent for a long while before finally replying, "Truth be told, the Xianxia lightning talismans are the most precious treasures of our spirit race, so even I don't have many in my possession. Right now I only have 2 left. If you really have that many Asura spider cores, then you can take both of them." "All right, then I'll do just that," Han Li replied without any hesitation. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce a jade box and a small translucent sword amid a flash of spiritual light. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the 2 items flying toward the Spirit Monarch as 2 balls of white light. The Spirit Monarch caught the 2 items in his grasp, and instead of opening the box right away, he cast a curious gaze toward the small sword. Moments later, a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. This flying sword is something that I obtained from a powerful enemy in the small Asura realm, and it's constructed from a few Asura spider cores. There were 5 of those swords in total, but 4 of them were destroyed during our battle, and this is the only one left," Han Li explained in an unhurried manner. Shui Ran and the others were also enlightened upon hearing this. This flying sword was none other than one of the 5 being wielded by the brocade-robed man. 4 of them had been destroyed in battle, but the final one had fallen into the sand and was taken by Han Li in secret after the battle. The brocade-robed man seemed to have forged a very strong alliance with the Asura spiders prior to being betrayed, so it wasn't all that far-fetched to think that he could obtain so many cores to refine those flying swords. It was quite a brilliant piece of innovation to directly use cores to refine flying swords. As for the jade box accompanying the sword, that naturally contained the other 3 Asura spider cores. After examining the cores to ensure that there was nothing amiss, the spirit monarch gave the other 2 talismans to Han Li without any hesitation. For him, the more threads of time he could refine, the better. Thus, all sides were very happy in the wake of the trades. After that, Han Li and the others didn't linger any longer on concealed Spirit Mountain, and they quickly stood up to bid the spirit monarch farewell. The spirit monarch didn't try to keep them either, so all of them quickly departed. As soon as Han Li and Emo Jianli left, they headed straight toward the place where Silver Moon was waiting for them along with the Ink Spirit Holy Arkansas. Half a day later, the 2 of them descended into a concealed valley, where they were greeted by the ecstatic Silver Moon, Zhu Guar, and Patriarch Hua Shi. Shortly thereafter, a burst of buzzing rang out from within the valley, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark emerged before flying toward human territory. Han Li was seated at the center of a secret chamber on the bottom floor of the Ark, and there were several items hovering around him, consisting of an antiquated lamp, 2 jade badges that with countless arcs of lightning flashing all over them, a 5-colored bead and a small white vial. These were all treasures that he had obtained during this trip. After examining these items for a short while, he suddenly raised an eyebrow before pointing a finger toward the jade badge. Countless golden runes immediately appeared on the surface of the badge, and a bolt of lightning shot forth from it before striking the tip of his finger. Han Li was struck by a numb sensation, and he lost all feeling in that entire hand while his skin turned slightly charred black. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately injected his enormous magic power into his hand. Only then did his numb hand regain its feeling and its former complexion. As expected of a legendary immortal talisman, I hope it really will be useful against heavenly tribulations, Han Li murmured to himself with a pleased look on his face. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce 2 jade boxes which he stored the pair of jade badges into. The 2 boxes were then stowed away in a flash before he waved a hand toward the antiquated lamp. The treasure was immediately drawn into his grasp and he began to carefully inspect it. The lamp was capable of summoning a peacock similar to the Mulan sacred beast, so it was definitely no ordinary treasure. Thinking back to how the brocade-robed man's true form was also a peacock, one had to ponder what his relationship with the peacock manifested using the treasure was. Aside from the spirit patterns all over the surface of the lamp, the materials used to refine it were extremely rare, and even Han Li wasn't able to identify all of them. However, the materials that he was able to identify were all very precious. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to have made a decision. He made a hand seal and a translucent thread shot out of his glabella amid a flash of spiritual light before vanishing into the lamp. He then closed his eyes and began to thoroughly examine the treasure. Time slowly passed by, and only after a day and a night did the translucent thread return to Han Li, following which he opened his eyes with an elated expression. So this treasure is known as an origin soul lamp. No wonder it's able to summon that peacock. It's formed by a wisp of the creature's soul. Han Li was ecstatic upon making this discovery. An origin soul lamp was a treasure that could enhance soul fragments. There were also other treasures that soul fragments could be stored in, but unless the soul fragment could become an independent existence, it would inevitably disintegrate unless it returned to its host. In contrast, there was no such concern with this origin soul lamp. In fact, the treasure was capable of nurturing and enhancing the soul fragment stored within it over time. If the soul fragment could be refined using some special secret techniques, then it could even become a clone-like existence. Furthermore, regardless of how powerful the clone was, there was no need to worry about backlash as long as one possessed this origin soul lamp. Under the correct circumstances, this treasure could even nurture a soul fragment of its owner to become more powerful than the owner themselves. Han Li took a deep breath and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Ever since the disappearance of his second nascent soul, he had intended to nurture a clone, and this treasure was perfect for that purpose. He carefully examined the lamp several more times to ensure that it could indeed nurture soul fragments, and after ensuring that nothing was amiss, he immediately planted a soul fragment into the lamp. Once this soul fragment became powerful enough, he would have to think about exactly how he wanted to develop it. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of spiritual light to stow the origin soul lamp away before directing his attention toward the small vial. The contents of the vial was none other than the Xian Wu true blood he had obtained. Once he devoured this blood and refined it, he would be able to drastically enhance the power of his 12 awakening transformations. Ironically, he had thought that there was no way that anyone would be able to collect all 12 types of true blood and master all 12 transformations, yet he had already collected half of that, consisting of the true dragon, heavenly phoenix, Kun Peng, 5-colored peacock, and giant mountain ape. If he could master the Xian Wu transformation as well, then he would be over the halfway mark. If he could attain all 12 transformations, then the true spirit forms that he could transform into would undoubtedly become unfathomably powerful. After all, with each new transformation that was attained, the overall power of the 12 awakening transformations would be enhanced to an incredible degree. With that in mind, Han Li grabbed the small vial before removing the lid and devouring its contents. Chapter 2308. Law Insight. Several days later, Han Li reopened his eyes, and at this point he had already refined the Xian Wu true blood. He immediately made a hand seal, transforming into a giant black turtle amid a flash of radiant light. The turtle was around 50 to 60 feet tall and took up virtually the entire secret chamber. There were countless runes surging over its black shell, forming a light barrier that presented quite a mystical sight to behold. In terms of overall ability, this Xian Wu form couldn't even begin to compare with his other transformations, but it definitely possessed the best defensive prowess. This was a conclusion Han Li quickly arrived at after briefly inspecting the Xian Wu form, and it came as no surprise to him. After all, Xian Wu had always been renowned for its durability among all true spirit beings. The giant turtle disappeared amid another flash of light, and Han Li reverted back to his human form. After taking a moment to settle the unrest and the energy within his body brought on by the transformation, he swept a sleeve through the air, and the bead that had been forced into a corner of the secret chamber came flying back toward him. This was none other than the domain bead, and Han Li inspected it briefly before making a hand seal, upon which he abruptly vanished from inside the secret chamber. In the next instant, Han Li re-emerged within the domain bead, hovering directly above the same giant island. He looked down but failed to see anyone, so he released his spiritual sense to quickly sweep over the entire island, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. There wasn't a single space fish being on the island. Han Li then laid a finger onto his own glabella, and the spiritual sense that he was releasing was instantly enhanced by several-fold. His enormous spiritual sense immediately expanded to encompass all of the other islands as well, and as a result he finally discovered something. He immediately flew toward a certain direction as a streak of azure light, and moments later, he appeared above one of the small islands amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. He cast his gaze downward and a faint smile appeared on his face. The barren island was now riddled with a series of brand new triangular buildings of different heights, and there were many space fish beings making their way in and out of these buildings. As soon as Han Li appeared, some of the most powerful space fish beings immediately noticed him, and they hurriedly fell to their knees with awe and veneration in their eyes. As a result, everyone else noticed him as well and they quickly fell to their knees as well. Moments later, all of the space fish beings were gathered beneath Han Li, standing with their hands hanging respectfully by their sides. "Master, you've finally visited us again," the chieftain said as he rose up into the air with an elated expression. "Am I not welcome here?" Han Li asked with an amused smile. "Of course you are, Master. All of us are ecstatic and greatly honored by your visit," the chieftain hurriedly replied with a fawning smile. "Ah, it's all right, I was just joking. There's a bigger island over there and 2 other islands as well. Why have you all gathered on this island alone?" Han Li asked with a curious expression. "The domain bead has already been refined by you, so it belongs to you, and we are already extremely fortunate to have been allowed to stay in here. If we alter this realm too much and somehow cause something to go wrong, we would be committing a major transgression," the chieftain replied. "There's no need to be too concerned. If this realm were that easy to damage, then the domain bead wouldn't be considered to be such an exceptional treasure. Aside from the biggest island, you can roam the other smaller islands freely," Han Li said. The chieftain immediately offered his gratitude in an elated manner. Thank you for your kindness, Master. We have some skills when it comes to planting spirit medicines. How about we organize a few medicine fields for you in here? Medicine fields? Sure, go ahead and organize one first. By the way, you said you had a granddaughter who's quite adept in pill refinement. Can I meet her? Han Li asked. Lan Yao, come and meet our master, the chieftain immediately called out upon hearing this. An elegant female space fish being down below faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately rising up into the air, then extended a respectful curtsy toward Han Li. Lan Yao pays her respects to her master. I heard from your grandfather that you have some aptitude in pill refinement. Is that true? Han Li asked as he appraised the young woman. Grandfather is being far too liberal with his praise. Pill refinement is just a hobby of mine. I wouldn't dare to claim that I have any aptitude in it, the young woman replied in a shy manner, and it seemed that she very rarely spoke to strangers. Hee, there's no need to be so modest. I've seen your pill refinement cauldron and materials. You wouldn't even be able to use a lot of those things unless you were very adept in the art of pill refinement. I have some questions about pill refinement that I would like to ask you. Just answer them to the best of your abilities, Han Li said. I'll do my best, the young woman replied in an obedient manner. Han Li nodded in response before dismissing the other space fish beings, then began his line of questioning. Han Li was a pill refinement master in his own right, and his questions weren't all that deep and profound, but they were all very special and niche questions that the ordinary pill refinement master definitely couldn't answer. However, Lan Yao was able to provide answers to most of the questions, and after an hour of questioning, Han Li was very stunned and impressed with her talent in the art of pill refinement. Han Li was silent for a moment before proposing something that came as quite a surprise to both Lan Yao and her grandfather. I can tell that you do indeed have brilliant aptitude in this field. As long as your cultivation base can keep up, perhaps you'll be able to go even further than I do in the art of pill refinement. How about this? Why don't you accept me as your master in pill refinement? I can provide you with support in your normal cultivation, as well as some specialized guidance in pill refinement to help improve your mastery of the art. The chieftain was so ecstatic that he could barely believe his own ears. You'd be willing to accept Yao as your disciple? That's fantastic. Yao, hurry up and greet your master. Yao pays her respects to her master. Lan Yao immediately knelt down and kowtowed toward Han Li again. There's no need for such formalities. As a new disciple of mine, I'm obligated to give you a present. Here are some pills and cultivation insights that I've gathered. Get yourself to the spatial tempering stage first, and I'll begin instructing you in pill refinement after that, Han Li said with a smile as he tossed 7 or 8 vials of pills and a jade slip toward Lan Yao. Thank you, master. I'll be sure to do my best, Lan Yao replied as she caught the vials and jade slip in an elated manner. Keep cultivating in this realm for now. Once we return to the human race, I'll bring you out to meet your senior martial brothers and sisters. All right, I'm leaving now, Han Li said with a smile, then prepared to leave after giving the chieftain a parting nod. However, a thought suddenly occurred to the chieftain and he hurriedly said, Please wait, master, I have something to give you. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. Oh, what is it? Please take a look, master, the chieftain said as he pulled a black box out of his sleeve before offering it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air and the box was immediately drawn toward him. He then flicked a finger toward the box, and the lid flew off on its own, revealing around a dozen objects of different sizes, including some stone shards, jade slips, and scrolls. Instead of reaching for the items right away, Han Li asked, What is this? These are some insights into the law of space left behind by the past powerful beings of our space fish race. Only the chieftains of our race are entitled to view these records, but my cultivation base is too lackluster for these things to be of any use to me, so I'm offering them to you in the hope that they can help you, master, the chieftain replied in a respectful manner. Oh, so you've identified the fact that I also possess spatial power? Han Li asked as a faint smile appeared on his face. As the chieftain of the space fish race, I'm far more sensitive to spatial power than even my brethren. The spatial power within your body isn't very potent, but I can still sense it, the chieftain replied. These things are indeed useful to me, so I'll keep them. I'm really going to leave now, Han Li said with a meaningful nod, then stowed the box away before truly departing this time amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Following Han Li's departure, the chieftain turned to Lan Yao and sighed, "Let's go back down. You really are in luck, Yao. Looks like you'll be the future hope of our entire race. From now on, you'll be free to use all of the resources in our race so you can progress in your cultivation as quickly as possible." Several months later, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark finally returned to the human race. As soon as they arrived, they were immediately informed of a piece of astonishing news. Chapter 2309, Fall of Ao Xiao. What? My grandfather is going to be transcending his tribulation in 7 days? Why is the tribulation arriving so soon? Silvermoon exclaimed in a panicked manner. They had just arrived in the teleportation hall of Deep Heaven City, and the elder that was on duty was the one who had just informed them of this terrible news. There seemed to have been some type of mishap during Senior Ao Xiao's seclusion, so he's forced to transcend his tribulation in advance, and no further delay is possible. For this purpose, the Holy Island had borrowed some treasures from our city. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have heard about this, the elder replied with a wry smile, then cast a respectful gaze toward Han Li and Mo Jianli. Even if we use all of the teleportation formations available to us, there's no way we'll be able to deliver a Sanqing lightning talisman to him in 7 days. We'll only have a chance if Brother Ao can last a few days while facing the heavenly tribulation, Mo Jianli said with a grim expression. Let's get back to the Holy Island right away then. Perhaps we'll be able to make it in time. Teleport us to the nearest city to the Holy Island. Han Li instructed. The elder's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately bowed as he replied, "Yes, Senior." He then instructed the guards in the hall to undo the restrictions on a certain teleportation formation before quickly planting some spirit stones onto it. Once the preparations were complete, Silvermoon immediately rushed into the formation, while Han Li and the others followed closely behind her. Shortly thereafter, Han Li's trio vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. 9 days later, a giant black ark suddenly appeared near the Holy Island before speeding directly toward the island. The patrolling guards hurriedly flew toward the ark, but upon seeing the large ancient rune engraved on the front of the ark, all of them immediately drew to a halt before extending respectful bows toward the flying treasure. Before the ark had even reached them, an urgent voice rang out from inside. "Is Ao Xiao transcending his tribulation on the island?" Immediately thereafter, Mo Jianli emerged from the ark. "We pay our respects to Senior Mo. Senior Ao Xiao currently isn't on the Holy Island. Instead, he's transcending his tribulation in the Red Cloud Valley around 50,000 kilometers away. All of the elders of the Holy Island have gone to assist him as well," Spatial Tempering Stage Guard hurriedly replied. "Red Cloud Valley?" Mo Jianli murmured to himself before immediately getting back onto the ark, which sped toward another direction at an incredible speed, leaving the guards to look on with befuddled expressions. Close to an hour later, the giant black ark was still speeding through the air with Han Li, Mo Jianli, and Silvermoon all standing at the front. The three of them looked on with grim expressions, and Silvermoon was feeling extremely anxious. Han Li had obtained 2 Sanqing lightning talismans from the spirit monarch, and he had informed her that he was willing to give one to Patriarch Ao Xiao in order to assist him in his tribulation transcendence. She had been ecstatic to hear this, but never did she think that such a crisis would suddenly arise as soon as they returned to the human race. All of a sudden, a dull thump rang out from within Silvermoon's body, as if something had suddenly shattered. Silvermoon's face immediately turned completely pale upon hearing this. "What happened, Yue?" Han Li immediately noticed the change in her complexion, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Tears began to well up in Silvermoon's eyes, and instead of replying to Han Li, she opened her mouth to release a bright red jade badge. The badge was only around the size of a palm, but there was an extremely lifelike male portrait etched on its surface. Han Li immediately identified the portrait to be one of Patriarch Ao Xiao. At this moment there were cracks all over the jade badge, and the number of cracks was only increasing. After the span of just a few breaths, the entire jade badge crumbled away into powder that began to slip through her fingers, while she looked on with a disoriented expression. It was quite apparent to Han Li what had happened, and he heaved a faint sigh before falling silent, standing by Silvermoon's side to offer her comfort. Mo Jianli also fell silent as he looked up into the sky in a forlorn manner. As for Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi, the two of them exchanged a nervous glance and didn't dare to make a sound. The Ink Spirit Holy Ark was still speeding along, and after close to another hour, around a dozen streaks of light suddenly came flying toward it. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and the flying ark drew to a halt at his behest. The streaks of light gathered around the ark, then faded to reveal the elders of the Holy Island. The elders were elated to see Han Li and Mo Jianli, but their expressions immediately transitioned into one of grief as they extended respectful bows toward the ark. We pay our respects to Senior Han and Senior Mo. Did Ao Xiao fail to transcend his tribulation? Mo Jianli asked with a dark expression. Indeed, Senior Ao had just perished to his heavenly tribulation not long ago, leaving behind 2 damaged protective treasures and a spirit core. An elderly man replied in a respectful manner. Who has my grandfather's spirit core? Give it to me, Silvermoon said in a cold voice. Of course, fellow Daoist Ling Long. According to Senior Ao's final wishes, his core should go to you anyway, the elderly man replied, then flipped a hand over to produce a yellow wooden box before flying onto the ark and offering the box to Silvermoon with both hands. Silvermoon was trembling slightly, but she still gritted her teeth and opened the wooden box to reveal a fist-sized white core that was giving off a familiar aura. Beside the core sat half of a white sword and a small yellow bell that was missing a significant chunk. Silvermoon gently stroked the core as she said in a calm voice, I want some peace and quiet. Please don't disrupt me during this time. After that, she turned and drifted toward the cabin of the ark. Han Li looked on at her departing figure and didn't say anything to stop her. Only after she had entered the cabin did he turn back to the Holy Island elders and instructed, You can all get on the ark as well. Tell us about Senior Ao's tribulation transcendence and don't skip any details. Yes, Senior, we'll be sure to provide as comprehensive a recount as possible, the elderly man replied without any hesitation. Han Li nodded in response, and the Holy Island elders all boarded the giant ark. Half a year later, Han Li was standing with his hands clasped behind his back under a green spirit pine tree on the summit of a small mountain on the Holy Island. He was peering into a small valley that was enshrouded in white mist in the distance, pondering something in an expressionless manner. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted behind him, and a yellow figure emerged before extending a bow toward Han Li, then stood off to the side in a respectful manner. How is the new cave abode coming along, Yueton? Han Li asked without even turning his head. I've acted according to your instructions and examined most of the territory of the 2 races in person. As a result, I finally managed to find a place that fits all of the requirements, and we can move there at any time, Yuetion replied in a respectful voice. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this and he finally turned around. Oh. So where is the site of this new cave abode? It's situated on an island in the Boundless Sea. The location is very secluded, but the spiritual qi there is extremely abundant, and it's naturally enshrouded under a yin-yang magnetic force field, which can be utilized to easily create a powerful protective restriction for the cave abode, Yuetion replied. I see, that does sound like a suitable place. Go and pack up your belongings. We'll leave the Holy Island in a few days, Han Li instructed. Yes, master. How is Senior Silvermoon? Has she still not come out of seclusion? Yuetion asked after a brief moment of hesitation. She still hasn't come out of seclusion yet, but I have a feeling she'll be coming out in the next few days, Han Li replied as he turned toward the valley in the distance again. I see. In that case, I'll instruct my disciples to begin preparations for the move. Yuetion naturally had no reason to doubt Han Li's words, and he extended another respectful bow before departing from the small mountain, leaving Han Li to continue peering into the misty valley. A long while later, the mist within the valley up ahead suddenly began to churn, and a streak of white light shot out before appearing above Han Li. I'm fine now, Brother Han. Let's leave together, a silver-robed woman said with a smile as soon as she emerged. All right, let's go. I've already found a good site for our cave abode where we can stay for a while, Han Li replied with a warm smile. You're saying we now have a cave abode all to ourselves? That's fantastic. I really want to see it, Silvermoon said with bright eyes. 1. The Chinese character for moon is pronounced Yu, hence, Yue is an affectionate pet name for Silvermoon. Chapter 23:10, Boundless Sea and Origin. Integration Island on the sea between the human and demon territories was a cluster of islands, among which was a giant island with a radius of thousands of kilometers. Thousands of low-grade cultivators were busy at work on this island, constructing a series of buildings around the tallest mountain on the island. At the same time, a series of formation treasures were being set up all over the island, sending restriction fluctuations surging through the air in all directions. In the belly of the tallest mountain, Han was currently placing a round black and white stone that was roughly the size of a human head into a giant formation that covered several acres in area. In the instant the stone was set down, the entire formation instantly emitted a loud buzzing sound while releasing countless golden and silver runes. Black and white light flashed from the stone, and a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations erupted forth before fading away. Can this formation really make use of the yin-yang magnetic light to defend the island? Silvermoon asked as she stood behind Han Li. I set up this yin-yang attracting formation by studying an ancient formation. There are several large magnetic light earth veins under the island, and once fully activated, not only will they be able to defend the island, they can even expand the area of the formation by over tenfold, Han Li replied. In that case, the safety of this origin integration island will be assured. I've witnessed the power of the yin-yang magnetic light. As long as the magnetic light veins remain unharmed, they'll be able to trap even a grand ascension stage being for some time, Silvermoon said. Not only that, but I've discovered that the entire magnetic light formation of the Boundless Sea is gathered under this cluster of islands. The other islands also have similar earth veins beneath them, and although those veins aren't as powerful as the one under this origin integration island, they can still facilitate the construction of some simpler yin-yang attracting formations. Once those formations are set up, they'll be able to resonate with the formation on this island to further increase its power and expand its range to an astonishing degree, Han Li replied in a slightly smug manner. If we can do that, then the entire Boundless Sea will be an impregnable fortress for you, Brother Han, Silvermoon said. Are you a little envious? If I recall correctly, the wolf race has recently sent over another group of people. Are you really not going to meet them? If you're willing to go back, then you'll definitely become the next wolf monarch, Han Li said with a smile. I have no intention of undertaking that duty. I'll let those geezers choose the next wolf monarch. All I want now is to progress to the Grand Ascension stage so I won't be left too far behind by you, Silvermoon said with a roll of her eyes. In that case, don't go back. As for the art of indifference that you've cultivated, I've consulted many tomes and discovered that it's not as irreversible as Senior Ao Xiao once proclaimed, Han Li said as a serious look suddenly appeared on his face. Silvermoon was ecstatic to hear this, but an incredulous look then appeared in her eyes. What? You're saying the art of indifference can be reversed? But my grandfather told me that there was no way to abandon this cultivation art unless I was willing to return to the spatial tempering stage. Also, if I decide to give up the cultivation art, it'll be very difficult for me to make further progress in my cultivation. It's indeed impossible to completely abandon the art of indifference, but it wouldn't be impossible to separate it out of your body, Han Li replied. What does that mean? Silvermoon was rather perplexed to hear this. It's very simple in theory, but the actual execution is rather difficult. Long story short, I can refine a clone that you can transfer the power of your art of indifference into. Once you do that, there's a very good chance that those negative emotions will also be expelled from your body, Han Li explained. That's it. Silvermoon was still in disbelief. Of course, it can't just be any normal clone, and once the power of your art of indifference is separated out of your body, you'll still revert back to the spatial tempering stage, but the difference is that you'll be able to cultivate back to the body integration stage without encountering any bottlenecks. The only issue is that you'll have to spend some time returning to your current cultivation base, Han Li said. That's not an issue if I can reverse the effects of the art of indifference. What probability do you think this has of succeeding? Silvermoon asked in a hesitant voice. It should be around 70% to 80%. However, in order to expel the art of indifference from your body, you require the assistance of someone with far superior cultivation base and spiritual sense to yourself. If you decide to take this path, I'll assist you myself, Han Li replied with a serious expression. That's quite a high chance of success. However, it sounds like it won't be an easy task to create a suitable clone for this purpose, Silvermoon said. Rest assured, even if we fail, there will be no threat to your safety. Also, I've already prepared a clone for you, Han Li said with a smile. then summoned a shimmering green figure amid a flash of green light. "Isn't that your spirit body? Are you giving it to me as a clone?" Silvermoon was stunned by the sight of the green figure. "That's right. This spirit body is different from normal clones in that it doesn't possess any spiritual nature and is only an empty vessel. I normally control it using a wisp of my spiritual sense or through Chewer. At my current cultivation base, this body integration stage spirit body doesn't really have much use for me anymore, so it's perfect for you. The spirit body is extremely and can easily absorb all types of different power. On top of that, it's already at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so it'll be able to accept the power of your art of indifference without any fear of backlash." Han Li pointed a finger at the spirit body as he spoke, and it immediately took on an identical form to Silvermoon at his behest, except its skin was still green. Silvermoon was stunned to see this, while Han Li was appraising the spirit body with a slightly forlorn expression. He had hoped that the mysterious green liquid would allow it to progress indefinitely in its cultivation base with no ceiling, but for some reason, it was stuck at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, and regardless of how much green liquid he used, it was still unable to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Thus, there was no better use for it than to act as the clone to resolve Silvermoon's issue surrounding her art of indifference. "In that case, I'll accept this spirit body. With this clone at my disposal, I'm more confident that we'll succeed. I'll begin refining this spirit body right away, and once that process is completed, we can begin reversing by art of indifference," Silvermoon said. "All right, the sooner this issue is resolved, the sooner I can heave a sigh of relief. During your seclusion, I'll complete the cave abode and all of the formations. After that, I'll be able to lend you my undivided assistance," Han Li said as he nodded with a smile. Silvermoon also smiled in response before making a hand seal, upon which she instantly vanished on the spot. Following her departure, Han Li turned around again and began to test out all of the restrictions that the formation was capable of manifesting. He was in such a hurry to resolve the issue of Silvermoon's art of indifference as he was preparing for the long journey that he was going to be making soon. He had to travel to another continent, and he didn't know what type of dangers he could encounter, so he was naturally unwilling to have Silvermoon accompany him. After all, the spirit realm was a massive place, and even though he could ensure self-preservation, he couldn't guarantee the same for those around him. Han Li had planned to travel to the other continents in several years, and he was only going to take Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher along with him. Zhu Guer's spiritual power was required to search for an entrance to the small spirit sky, while Huasher was very adept in water attribute abilities, so he could come in useful on this trip. With that in mind, a beautiful figure that resided deep in his heart flashed through his mind, but he took a deep breath to repress the thoughts of her. If his journey to the other continents were to go smoothly, then he would be able to meet her in the near future. What he had to do now was complete the yin-yang attracting formation and ensure that there was nothing amiss. 3 days flew by in a flash, and the Origin Integration Island had undergone a drastic transformation. The spiritual qi on the island was far more abundant, and some spirit beasts had appeared on the mountains. Some buildings that were guarded by armed puppets had also been erected, and the puppets were patrolling set routes over and over again in a monotonous and expressionless manner, adding a hint of menace to this immortal paradise-like scene. All of a sudden, a few melodious bell chimes rang out from the tallest mountain on the island, and countless streaks of light immediately rose up into the air from the buildings on the other mountains before converging toward the tallest mountain. Several thousand cultivators quickly gathered on the mountain, then knelt down and kowtowed in unison toward a silver palace up ahead. "We pay our respects to our patriarch." Chapter 23:11. Huang Yuanzi. Most of these cultivators were disciples of Qilingzi, while the rest were new disciples that Hai Yuetian had recruited from the human and demon territories during the past 3 years. According to Han Li's plan, there would be a new batch of disciples taken in once every 10 years or so. With that arrangement in place, the number of disciples would reach the same level as that of a normal major sect in a few centuries. After a few thousand years of nurturing, there would be countless deity transformation and spatial tempering stage disciples on the island, and some of the disciples with exceptional potential could even reach the body integration stage at that point. Han Li had named the palace that he was residing in the Azure Origin Palace, and the name of this palace as well as the Origin Integration Island would undoubtedly be renowned across the entire Tianyuan continent soon. Under the scrutiny of thousands of disciples, Yue Tian emerged from the Silver Palace with Silver Moon, Zhu Guar, and his direct disciples. You can all get up now. I'm going to be leaving the island and embarking on a long journey soon, and in my absence, Yue Tian will be responsible for everything on the island, while Silver Moon will be taking care of the Azure Origin Palace. Are there any objections? Han Li asked. Not at all, Master, Yue Tian and all of the other disciples replied with respectful bows. Are you really not going to take me with you? My cultivation base may have dropped to the spatial tempering stage, but I still have all of my abilities in that body integration stage spirit body clone, so I can look after myself even against the average Grand Ascension stage being, Silver Moon said. I can't let you take the risk. You've only just transferred your power into the spirit body clone, and it'll require around 10 years of consolidation to truly complete the process. During this time, you must stay in the Azure Origin Palace, Han Li replied without any hesitation. In that case, I won't insist on this matter. Make sure to look after yourself, Silver Moon sighed. Rest assured, if everything goes smoothly, perhaps I'll be back in less than 200 years. Huashe Zhuguer, let's set off now, Han Li said with a smile. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the Silver Palace, and the massive ink spirit holy arc emerged. Han Li flew onto the front of the ark in a flash, while Zhu Guer and Huashe gave affirmative replies in a respectful manner before also flying onto the ark. Moments later, all of the cultivators on the mountain knelt down again as a gesture of farewell to Han Li. After just a few flashes, the giant ark completely vanished into the distance. On a lush green grassland, tens of thousands of cow-horse hybrid beasts were galloping along as if their lives depended on it. Most of them were normal wild beasts that hadn't even attained any intelligence, and only a very small proportion of them were low-grade demon beasts. Those demon beasts were flying through the air with the wings on their backs, or rushing along with gusts of demonic wind around their bodies. All of a sudden, a sharp howl rang out from behind the stampede of beasts, following which 3 mountainous heads emerged above them amid a flash of crimson light in the sky. The 3 heads were covered in glossy green scales, while their eyes were a deep shade of yellow with long and thin pupils. These were 3 giant python heads, and as soon as they appeared, they opened their sharp-fanged mouths in unison to release 3 balls of light, 1 azure, 1 yellow and 1 red. The balls of light descended from above to encompass the entire grassland, and all of the galloping beasts down below were immediately dragged up into the air before flying toward the cavernous mouths of the 3 python heads like moths to a flame. After the span of just a few breaths, all of the beasts were completely devoured by the 3 heads. The middle head burped with a satisfied expression, then suddenly began to blur as if it were about to depart by fading out of existence. However, right at this moment, a cold look appeared in the eyes of one of the side heads, and it let loose a menacing hiss before speaking in a rumbling voice. Who is it that has come to bless this small grassland of mine with their presence? The other 2 python heads were quite alarmed to hear this, and they immediately directed their attention toward the same direction with fierce looks in their eyes. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out in that direction. Hee, there's no need to be alarmed, fellow Daoist San Quan. I trust you've been well since we last met. As soon as the voice trailed off, an extremely thin yellow-robed man appeared amid a flash of spiritual light before appraising the 3 giant heads with a faint smile on his face. The middle python head's expression eased slightly at the sight of the man, and it said in a cold voice, "Ah, so it's fellow Daoist Huang Yuanzi. No wonder you were able to disregard the restrictions I set up and enter this place so easily. I'm afraid you're mistaken there, fellow Daoist San Quan. The restrictions you set up are truly quite powerful, and even I wouldn't be able to undo them in a short time. This is the reason why I was able to bypass the restrictions so easily." Huang Yuanzi chuckled as he flipped a hand over to summon a ball of white light, within which contained an intricately crafted miniature door that was only several inches in size. That's the 9 illusion fortune door. Old devil Jiu Huan values that treasure as much as his own life. How did it end up in your hands? The middle python's head exclaimed. It's very simple. I spoke to him and convinced him to lend it to me, Huang Yuanzi replied. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If a treasure of this caliber can be borrowed through words alone, then I'll twist off my own head and give it to you right away. The middle python's head said in a menacing voice. Perhaps words alone wouldn't be enough, but what if I had thrown in an alluring deal as well? Huang Yuanzi asked. The final python's head that hadn't spoken this entire time finally broke its silence. What deal did you offer him? 3 Chongyuan pills, each of which can delay a heavenly tribulation by over 3,000 years. So 3 of them can grant him 10,000 extra years to prepare for his next tribulation. Perhaps that could be the difference between life and death, Huang Yuanzi replied. I see. Chongyuan pills are the sacred medicine of your Chongyuan race. Countless outsiders have tried to secure such a pill to no avail, yet you've given old devil Jiu Huan 3 at once. It's no wonder that he was willing to lend you his bonded treasure. However, why have you come here? I have no interest in those pills, so don't expect to tempt me with them, the middle python's head harumphed coldly. Instead of being enraged by the python's cold demeanor, a sly look appeared in Huang Yuanzi's eyes as he said, perhaps you're not interested in Chongyuan pills, but would you be interested in the Infernal Sutra? The Infernal Sutra? You're in possession of that item. That's impossible. All 3 pythons' heads were stunned to hear this, and it seemed that this was something extremely important to them. Of course I wouldn't possess a treasure of that caliber, but I have some leads on where half of the sutra can be found. Are you interested? Huang Yuanzi asked. Is that true? The middle python's head asked as a cold light flashed through its eyes. I wouldn't dare to lie about something like this, Huang Yuanzi replied with a serious expression. A hint of contemplation appeared in the eyes of all 3 pythons' heads upon hearing this, and after a brief hesitation the middle head said, all right, then tell me what you want me to do in exchange for this information. Don't tell me you came here just to have a chat. I enjoy speaking to straightforward people like you, fellow Daoist Sanquan. I came here as I want your help in hunting down a sworn enemy of mine. For this purpose, I also invited the immortal heavenly lord of the immortal cave, Huang Yuanzi replied in a cold voice. The 3 giant pythons' heads suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by a young Daoist priest with serpentine patterns all over his face, as well as vertical pupils that were identical to those of the pythons' heads. You managed to recruit the immortal heavenly lord as well? You must have expended quite a heavy price to do so. Who exactly is this sworn enemy of yours that's making you go this far? Do you know of Qing Yuanzi? Huang Yuanzi asked through gritted teeth. I've never heard of such a person, but your name is Huang Yuanzi, so that Qing Yuanzi must be related to you somehow, right? Is he a Grand Ascension stage being? Daoist Sanquan speculated. You don't need to know about that. All you have to know is that we're sworn enemies, and only after we kill him can you receive the information you want. Also, not only is he a Grand Ascension stage being, he's quite powerful even among those of the Grand Ascension stage. At the very least, I'm no match for him in a one-on-one battle, Huang Yuanzi said with a dark expression. That sounds like a very troublesome target. The 3 of us should be able to defeat him with no issues, but killing him would be rather implausible, would it not? Couldn't he just escape? Daoist Sanquan asked with furrowed brows. I expended such a heavy price to prepare for this, so I'm naturally confident that we'll be able to succeed. He's going to be enduring a major heavenly tribulation soon. Setting aside whether he'll be able to transcend it or not, at the very least, it'll be a fantastic opportunity to strike him down, Huang Yuanzi replied in a confident manner. Chapter 23:12. Yue Long facing another Grand Ascension stage being in battle isn't a simple matter. I'll have to think about this first, Daoist Sanquan replied with tightly furrowed brows. Of course. How about this? I'll wait here for your decision for a few days. If you're willing to come with me within the next 3 days, then we'll set off together. Otherwise, I'll visit fellow Daoist Chou Yuan of the Blood Vendetta Canyon. The essence-sucking arts he's cultivated are extremely effective against even fellow Grand Ascension stage beings, Huang Yuanzi replied. All right, I'll give you a response within 3 days, Daoist Sanquan said with a nod, then made a hand seal, following which he abruptly vanished from the grassland. As for Huang Yuanzi, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of golden light, which transformed into a resplendent palace on the grassland. Several beautiful women in palatial dresses emerged from the palace, then extended respectful curtsies toward Huang Yuanzi while referring to him as their master. Huang Yuanzi smiled as he made his way into the palace. Above the sea near the flying spirit race, a giant black ark was flying through the sky. On the deck of the ark stood around a dozen devil crystal puppet warriors that were giving off powerful auras. Whenever a reckless sea beast leaped out of the sea to attack the ark, several puppets would immediately release pillars of light to instantly vaporize those sea beasts. In a refined and elegant hall on the top floor of the giant ark was a silver chair, on which Han Li sat with his eyes closed, seemingly pondering something. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guo were both standing behind the chair in a respectful manner. Even though this wasn't Han Li's first time entering the Primordial and he was using the Ink Spirit Holy Ark as a transportation device, it had still taken him over 2 years to reach this place from the Boundless Sea. On another chair near Han Li sat a white-robed woman with a pair of red eyes and a strange red rune on her glabella. We're about to enter the Flying Spirit Race territory soon, fellow Daoist blood soul. Is this your first time coming here? Han Li asked with a smile. The white-robed woman was none other than Fairy Ice Soul's blood soul clone, and Han Li had visited the Su family to take her on this journey with him prior to entering the primordial world. The woman immediately extended a respectful bow as she replied, "That's right, I've never come into contact with the Flying Spirit Race, but I've heard that they possess several types of renowned abilities that are related to true spirit beings. I've visited the Flying Spirit Race in the past, and one of my good friends is residing in the area. Seeing as we're passing through, I plan to pay him a visit along the way. Speaking of which, is the information about the available spot to teleport to the foreign continent really reliable? It would be a huge waste of time if we were to get there, only for it to not be true," Han Li said. "Rest assured, Senior. The Helian Trade Guild is one of very few hidden powers that span across the 3 continents, and it's comparable in power even to a super race like the Jiaoqi race, which is why it possesses teleportation formations capable of intercontinental travel. Due to some special reasons, the Trade Guild auctions off some spots for intercontinental teleportation once in a while. I was very fortunate to have become a VIP of the guild, thereby granting me the right to attend these auctions. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have heard about this. The next auction just so happens to be coming up this year, whereas if we wait for the next one, we may have to wait for several decades or even 2 to 3 centuries. Thus, a lot of powerful beings from all races flock to attend these auctions," the Blood Soul explained. "I've heard of the Helian Trade Guild as well. If I had known about the existence of these auctions back when I was returning from the Thunder Continent, then perhaps I could have saved myself a lot of trouble. Then again, with my status at the time, I most likely wouldn't have been taken seriously by the Helian Trade Guild anyway," Han Li chuckled. The Blood Soul nodded in response. Even for the Helian Trade Guild, these auctions for intercontinental teleportation spots are quite a big deal. If an outsider wants to participate in these auctions, then they'll require a recommendation and have to be quite an important figure themselves. Alternatively, unconditional access is granted to those at or above the body integration stage. I'm sure the organizers of the auction would be very eager to have someone of your status attend their auction. I hope it'll go as smoothly as you say. Also, there's something that I must tell you. I'm taking you with me to fulfill our prior agreement, but once we arrive on the Thunder Continent, we'll have to stay there for a while as I want to search for something there. Please excuse the delay," Han Li said. "I've already waited for this long. A slight delay is certainly not an issue. If you have something that you need to do, then go right ahead. I have no objections at all," the Blood Soul replied without any hesitation. "I'm glad to hear that. Rest assured, the item that I'm searching for won't be too difficult to find, so we won't have to waste much time on the Thunder Continent," Han Li said with a pleased smile. Thus, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark entered Flying Spirit Race territory, and its massive stature naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, all of the flying spirit beings that swept their spiritual sense toward the Ark immediately gave it a wide berth upon sensing the fearsome Grand Ascension stage aura emanating from it. As a result, all of the powerful flying spirit beings that the Ark passed by merely turned a blind eye and didn't dare to stop the Ark at all. On the 5th day after the Ark entered Flying Spirit Race territory, a coarse male voice suddenly rang out up ahead just as the Ark was passing over a lake. "Which fellow Daoist has come to visit our Flying Spirit Race? I am Yue Long and I wish to make your acquaintance." As soon as the voice trailed off, a vast expanse of dark clouds appeared up ahead alongside a gust of fierce winds, and a 9-headed bird that was over 10,000 feet in length appeared. The bird's 9 heads were all extremely menacing and fierce in appearance, but its body was covered in resplendent, colorful feathers. At the same time, it was giving off a formidable aura that wasn't inferior to the one emanating from the massive Ark. The male voice was coming from none other than one of the giant bird's 9 heads. Han Li immediately appeared at the front of the ark amid a flash of azure light, then replied, "Greetings, fellow Daoist Yue Long. I am Han Li of the human race and I only came here to visit an old friend, so there's no need for you to be concerned." A hint of astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the nine-headed bird upon hearing this. "Han Li? Could it be that you're the human fellow Daoist who slew the stem-borer queen in the Elder Devil realm? As long as there's no other Han Li in the human race, I should be the one you're referring to. I'm surprised that you've heard about my exploits," Han Li replied in a calm manner. The nine-headed bird was ecstatic to hear this, and it quickly transformed into a hideous elderly man amid a gust of black wind. "Ah, so it really is you, fellow Daoist Han. Our flying spirit race is truly honored by your visit. You must come and visit my cave abode so I can show you some hospitality. One of my good friends was invited to the Elder Devil realm to face the stem-borer queen, and following his return he has mentioned your powers and exploits on more than one occasion." The elderly man was wearing a colorful feather robe, holding a simple-looking yellow wooden cane while appraising Han Li with an elated expression. "I see. Which race is this good friend of yours from? Perhaps I may know of him," Han Li said. "That good friend of mine is fellow Daoist Yuan Fei of the long body race. Have you heard of him, Brother Han?" Yuang asked. Han Li pondered the name for a moment before a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. "Yuan Fei of the long body race. Now that you mention it, I do have some recollection of him. I recall he was one of the fellow Daoists trapped in the original sealed site. The long body race is a direct neighbor of our flying spirit race, and fellow Daoist Yuan Fei is a close friend of mine. During the ordeal he suffered in the Elder Devil realm, he sustained some rather severe injuries, so he's currently in seclusion. Otherwise, I'm sure he would come to meet you in person. Please come and visit my cave abode, fellow Daoist Han. It's not far away from here," Yue Long invited again in an enthusiastic manner. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li decided that it would be rather inappropriate to reject Yue Long, so he nodded in response. "Your hospitality is very difficult to refuse, fellow Daoist. In that case, please pardon my intrusion." "Fantastic. Please come with me, fellow Daoist." Yue Long was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately sped away into the distance as a gust of fierce wind. "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon," Han Li said to his small entourage, then followed along behind Yue Long as a streak of azure light. Patriarch Hua Shi and the others naturally didn't raise any objections. As Grand Ascension stage beings, Han Li and Yue Long were naturally incredibly fast, and even though they weren't flying at full speed, a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was still covered in just over 2 hours, upon which they arrived above a basin surrounded by a lush mountain range. At the center of the basin was a giant stone pagoda that was over 10,000 feet tall with over 100 levels. There were also many other buildings constructed around the basin, but all of them were situated several kilometers away from the stone pagoda, giving it a wide berth. Chapter 23:13. Extreme Origin Crystal and Regenerative Spirit Molding. High-grade flying spirit beings of different descriptions were constantly entering and exiting these buildings, presenting quite a lively and bustling sight to behold. All of a sudden, the sky abruptly darkened, and Yue Long descended upon the basin amid a gust of fierce winds. All of the flying spirit beings in the basin immediately stopped what they were doing before hurriedly kneeling down onto the ground and kowtowing to Yue Long. "This is one of my 7 cave abodes, and the construction is rather special. Come and take a look with me, fellow Daoist Han," Yue Long said to Han Li as he pointed at the stone pagoda down below. Han Li nodded in response before slowly descending toward the pagoda, while Yue Long flew directly into the entrance on the top floor of the pagoda. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li found himself seated on a golden chair in a lavish hall. Yue Long was seated across from him in another golden chair, holding a green wine cup with an enthusiastic expression. "Brother Han, this Origin Elixir wine is a rare spirit wine brewed from 49 different types of spirit herbs, and not only is it very effective for magic power recovery, it can also improve focus and alertness. This is indeed a fine wine. You sure know how to enjoy yourself, fellow Daoist," Han Li praised with a smile after taking a sip of the wine. Yue Long's smile became even more pronounced upon hearing this. "If you like it, then have some more." "Don't mind if I do," Han Li chuckled before downing all of the wine in his cup, then drew the wine flagon on the table into his grasp before refilling his cup. "Haha, I'm glad you like the wine, Brother Han. Aside from that, I have some treasures that you won't find anywhere else. Why don't you take a look at them as well? Yue Long said with a smile before clapping his hands together. The sound of footsteps rang out outside, and 3 female servants made their way into the room with their heads lowered before arranging themselves into a row in front of Han Li. Han Li only took a brief glance at the trio of female servants before turning his attention to the silver platters they were carrying. On each platter sat a palm-sized translucent brick with smooth surfaces, one of which was yellow, another one was blue, and the final one was red. The 3 bricks were giving off earth, water, and fire attribute auras, respectively, and Han Li's expression immediately changed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense over them. Furthermore, the purity of their auras was far superior to that of top-grade spirit stones. Yue Long had been appraising Han Li's expression this entire time, and upon seeing the surprised look that had appeared on Han Li's face, he smiled and said, "What do you think of these extreme origin crystals, Brother Han? They were all refined by me, and they can be extremely effective both as tool refinement materials or as spirit stone substitutes." You mean to tell me that these aren't naturally occurring materials? You refined these extreme origin crystals yourself? The surprise on Han Li's face became even more pronounced upon hearing this. That's right. I was fortunate to have been able to refine these bricks using a secret technique, but during the process I failed countless times and wasted a vast quantity of precious materials. However, I still think the end result was well worth it, Yue Long replied in a slightly proud manner. A secret technique, eh? Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Please examine the items first, Brother Han. I'll explain everything else to you in detail later, Yue Long replied as a mysterious look appeared in his eyes. All right, then I'll go right ahead, Han Li said with a nod before making a nonchalant grabbing motion, drawing the blue translucent brick into his grasp. A spiritual sense thread then shot out of his glabella before vanishing into the brick in a flash, and at the same time he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Yue Long looked on with a faint smile, making no gesture to stop him. A long while later, Han Li raised an eyebrow as he reopened his eyes, and the spiritual sense thread returned to his glabella from within the brick. What pure energy! The amount of spiritual qi within this brick is at least 4 to 5 times that in a top-grade spirit stone of the same mass, and the degree of purity is something that normal spirit stones can't even begin to compare to. However, the internal structure is rather strange. It seems that there are innate spirit patterns inside the brick. If this is used to refine a treasure, it should create some type of special ability. May I ask how its durability is? Han Li asked. Yue Long's eyes lit up upon hearing this and he chuckled. You really do have a keen eye, Brother Han. You've listed most of the special characteristics of this extreme origin brick. As for its durability, you can feel free to test that out for yourself. Alright then, please pardon me, fellow Daoist. A peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes as he opened his mouth to expel an azure thread, which quickly revolved around the translucent brick before flying back to him. Bright blue light immediately radiated from the brick, and a shallow sword mark appeared on its surface. Immediately thereafter, the sword rapidly faded away at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. This brick possesses the regenerative spirit molding ability, Han Li exclaimed. A hint of surprise appeared in Long Yu's eyes upon hearing this. As expected of Brother Han to be able to identify this ability right away. Indeed, all 3 of these extreme origin bricks possess the regenerative spirit molding ability. If a treasure were to be refined using this material, unless it was completely destroyed, it would be able to regenerate and recover from any amount of damage over time. Some bonded treasures also possess regenerative abilities, but that requires constant nurturing from the owner's true essence, and that process would take far longer than a treasure with the regenerative spirit molding ability. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate further on just how precious this material is, right? Materials with the regenerative spirit molding ability are extremely rare across all realms, let alone just the spirit realm. On top of that, the fact that it wasn't substantially damaged by a streak of sword chi from me is a testament to its incredible durability. I'm assuming you aren't showing me these extreme origin crystals just so I can critique them, Han Li said as he appraised the brick in his hand. Yue Long faltered slightly upon hearing this before replying, You're a straightforward man, fellow Daoist Han. In that case, I'll come clean to you as well. I invited you here as I have a request for you. If you can help me complete a certain task, I'll be willing to give you these 3 extreme origin crystals as compensation. What do you think? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he said, just a single one of these extreme origin bricks is already quite precious. Yet you're willing to give me 3. I'm sure the task you're trying to complete isn't a simple one. Tell me what it is first and I'll give you my verdict after that. Yue Long hesitated momentarily before revealing, this task will perhaps be rather difficult for normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but I'm sure it's no issue for someone of your powers, Brother Han. I expended so much effort to refine these extreme origin crystals as I want to use this material to refine a powerful 5-elemental treasure to help me transcend my next major heavenly tribulation. However, even after several thousand years of effort, I was only able to refine extreme origin crystals of these 3 elements. I require assistance to refine crystals of the final 2 attributes, and you're the perfect choice, Brother Han. You want me to help you refine extreme origin crystals? Han Li was quite taken aback to hear this. That's right. Truth be told, these extreme origin crystals can only be formed using the world's origin chi of different attributes. The crystals of these 3 attributes were quite manageable. Even though I failed many times, I still managed to succeed a few times. However, refinement of the metal and wood attribute extreme origin crystals require an astonishing amount of the world's origin chi, more than what I can handle and control, and that's why I decided to turn to you, Brother Han, Yue Long said as he cupped his fist in an earnest salute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li said in a cautious manner, if you only require my assistance in controlling the world's origin chi, then I'd be open to helping you, but I have some questions that I would like to have answered. Yue Long was elated to hear this and he immediately prompted, go ahead, Brother Han. If I recall correctly, this is our first ever meeting. Why have you decided to turn to me instead of a good friend of yours? Also, are there going to be any unforeseen dangers involved with assisting you in controlling the world's origin chi? After all, the world's origin chi is extremely unpredictable and possesses unfathomable power. In addition to that, how do you know that I'll be powerful enough to help you refine the extreme origin crystals of the remaining 2 attributes? Han Li asked. I can see that you still don't fully trust me, Brother Han. That's only to be expected. I would also be quite wary if I were in your shoes. Rest assured, I'll provide a satisfactory answer to all of those questions, Yue Long chuckled. Please go ahead, fellow Daoist, Han Li prompted. Firstly, the metal and wood attribute world's origin chi are far more difficult to attract than the power of heaven and earth of the other 3 attributes. As such, they're also several times more powerful and there's no way the average Grand Ascension stage being would be able to control it. I only attempted it twice and didn't dare to make any more attempts thereafter. I do have several close friends, but their powers and abilities are roughly on par with my own, so they naturally won't be of any help in this regard. Unfortunately, the duty of controlling the power of heaven and earth can't fall on the shoulders of multiple people at once. It can only be undertaken by a single person to ensure smooth operation and successful refinement of extreme origin crystals. As for your second question, it would be deceitful of me to proclaim that there's no danger involved. However, as long as sufficient preparations are made in advance, the danger associated with controlling the power of heaven and earth can be minimized. At the very least, I was able to remain safe during the 2 occasions where I attempted to control metal and would attribute power of heaven and earth. As for the final question. Yue Long paused momentarily here. Chapter 23:14. Meeting Jin Yu again, I have no other choice. If I can't refine metal and would attribute extreme origin crystals within the next year, then I'll most likely lose my chance to do so forever. In this current situation, you are the likeliest candidate to help me succeed, Brother Han, Yue Long said with a wry smile. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. What do you mean by that? Drawing out the power of heaven and earth is not a simple task. Not only can it only be done in special spirit regions, the exact time and changes in the power of stars must be calculated in advance for any chance of success. In order to refine these extreme origin crystals, I had expended a massive price for a divination master of our race to calculate the changes in the stars at the expense of a large chunk of his lifespan. According to his divination, the changes in the stars that would bring about the power of heaven and earth of the metal and wood elements are extremely rare, and if I can't refine the extreme origin bricks in this window of opportunity, the next opportunity to arise could be countless years in the future. I don't have the time to wait, so I must refine the remaining extreme origin crystals during the next year. If I hadn't encountered you today, I was planning to take a risk to recruit the assistance of an old devil with a rather bad reputation. However, you're naturally a much better choice. At the very least, you were willing to venture into the Elder Devil realm to slay the Stemborer Queen and rescue so many fellow Daoists of our spirit realm, so you seem like a righteous and trustworthy character, Yue Long explained. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he listened to all of this, but his mind was racing as he made a series of judgments. After a long while, he replied, I don't know much about you, but the answers you provided were satisfactory, and I see no need for you to deceive me. If it won't take too long to refine the remaining 2 types of extreme origin bricks, then I can agree to help you. However, for compensation, I want 1 each of the extreme origin bricks of the other 2 attributes as well in addition to these 3, and these 3 bricks must be issued to me a deposit right away. Yue Long was ecstatic to hear this and he immediately replied, That's not an issue at all. Rest assured, the spirit region where the power of heaven and earth can be drawn upon is not far away, so we can begin at any time. As for these 3 extreme origin crystals, they're already yours. In that case, let's not delay any further. If it's all right with you, we can set off for that spirit region right away, Han Li said with a pleased smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of azure light to stow away the 3 extreme origin bricks. Yue Long was very elated to hear this and he replied, Fantastic. You're a very straightforward man, fellow Daoist. However, I must make some preparations to draw upon the metal and wood attribute power of heaven-earth. How about to stay here for a night and we'll set off tomorrow? Alright then, tomorrow it is. Please pardon my intrusion for tonight, Han Li agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. Yue Long was very pleased to hear this, and he immediately issued an instruction, upon which groups of female servants strode into the hall with more spirit fruits and spirit wine. After that, the 2 of them began to drink and chat. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Han Li and he said, By the way, there's someone I would like to ask you about. Perhaps you may have heard of him. Yue Long was rather taken aback by this request, but he immediately replied, I'll be sure to tell you everything I know, Brother Han. This fellow Daoist is also a member of your flying spirit race, and he possesses very formidable 5-colored divine light, so he should be from the 5-light race. As a fellow Grand Ascension stage flying spirit being, I'm sure you would have heard of him, Han Li said. Yue Long's expression changed drastically upon hearing this and he hurriedly asked, The 5-light race? What is that man's name and where did you meet him? I thought I was the one asking you a question, Han Li said with a hint of a smile on his face. Please forgive me for my lack of composure. It's just that your question truly caught me off guard. Our flying spirit race isn't exactly a major race, but we have never had less than 3 Grand Ascension stage beings. However, only a single Grand Ascension stage being has arisen from the 5-light race in the past 1 million years. As soon as he had reached the Grand Ascension stage, he had departed on a long journey, and nothing was heard from him ever since. We had all thought that he had perished, so I'm very surprised to hear that you've encountered him. Would you be able to disclose some information about this fellow Daoist? Yue Long said in an apologetic manner as he quickly composed himself. I see. Unfortunately, I don't have much information to offer as I only encountered him by chance in a perilous region of the primordial world. All I know is that his surname is Yi and that he possesses a 5-colored peacock transformation. I was suddenly reminded of him as I was speaking to you and decided to ask about him on a whim, Han Li replied. If his surname is Yi, then he's definitely the fellow Daoist I'm referring to. I'm glad to hear that he hasn't perished. I hope he can return to our flying spirit race soon, Yue Long said with a smile, but Han Li could see that his smile was slightly forced, and it seemed that Yue Long shared quite a complex relationship with this Grand Ascension Stage 5 light being. Thus, instead of lingering on this topic any further, Han Li casually changed the subject to one of cultivation, refraining from revealing the true fate suffered by this fellow Daoist Yi. For some reason Yue Long didn't ask any further questions either, and readily began to exchange cultivation insights with Han Li. Just as the 2 of them were having a spirited conversation, a female servant suddenly strode in before extending a respectful bow. Patriarch Yu, Elder Jean of the Tianping race wishes to request an audience with you. Would you like to see her? No. I don't want to see anyone. Can't you see I'm entertaining an esteemed guest? Yue Long scolded with a displeased expression. Please forgive me. The servant was petrified and immediately kowtowed as a gesture of repentance before hurriedly exiting the hall. However, before she could leave, Han Li suddenly said, "Hold on, are you referring to the Grand Elder of the Tianping race, Jin Yu?" "Do you know Elder Jin Yu?" Yue Long was rather surprised to hear this. "I've met her on several occasions and she's technically an acquaintance of mine. Why don't you see what she has to say?" Han Li replied. Yue Long was rather taken aback to hear this and he immediately instructed, "If she's an acquaintance of yours, then I would certainly be willing to grant her an audience. Go and invite Elder Jin to see me." "Yes, Patriarch Yu." The female servant quickly departed. Shortly thereafter, a white-robed flying spirit woman with golden wings on her back entered the hall, accompanied by the same female servant. The woman had an ordinary appearance but gave off a regal aura, and she was none other than Grand Elder Jin Yu of the Tianping race, whom Han Li had met on several past occasions. As soon as Jin Yu strode into the hall, she immediately bowed and lowered her head, not daring to look around. Jin Yu pays her respects to Patriarch Yu. However, she still caught a brief glimpse of Han Li out of her peripheral vision, and she was surprised to find that he was rather familiar. The man was seated as an equal across from Yue Long, so he had to be a Grand Ascension cultivator as well. Could it be that this was a Grand Ascension stage being that she had met before? Han Li's cultivation base and aura had completely changed since their last meeting, so she was unable to identify him as the past holy disciple of her flying spirit race. "You can get up now. Why have you come here instead of taking care of matters in the Tianping race? I recall that an envoy from each race can only see me once per century unless I summon them for an audience," Yue Long said in an indifferent voice. "I had no choice but to come here, Patriarch Yu. Half a year ago the Qirong race suddenly made a big move, invading and conquering over 10 spirit mines in several cities of our Tianping race, abducting all of the Tianping beings in those areas. I went to the Qirong race in person for an explanation, only to be ganged up on and wounded by several of their elders. As a result, I was forced to go into seclusion for half a year to recover from my injuries, and I've come here right after emerging from seclusion," Jin Yu explained with a furious look in her eyes. "So it's an issue with the Qirong race again." "I'm already aware of this," Yue Long sighed with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Jin Yu's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. What could it be? "That's right, the Grand Elder of the Qirong race also came to complain to me 3 months ago, but he said that it was your Tianping race that encroached upon their territory a year ago, so everything they're doing now is justified," Yue Long said. Jin Yu's face paled slightly upon hearing this and she hurriedly argued, "Please look into the situation, Patriarch Yu. This is blatant slander from the Qirong race. What happened was..." "I'm currently preparing for my next tribulation. I have no time to look into these trivial matters. As long as the survival of your race isn't under threat, don't come to see me. You can go now," Yue Long said in a cold voice. Chapter 23:15, Golden Astral Devilish Formation. Jin Yu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she hurriedly fell to her knees again. "But Patriarch Yu, the Qirong race is far too powerful for us to handle. If things continue like this, even if our Tianping race isn't destroyed, it'll be reduced to a shell of its former self. Please uphold justice for us, Patriarch Yu." Did you not hear what I just said, or do you think I'm not doing a good job?" Yue Long harumphed coldly as a formidable aura erupted out of his body. Jin Yu immediately felt the air tighten around her, making her body feel extremely heavy. In the face of this fearsome aura, she was unable to even get up again. Jin Yu's face paled even further as a horrified look appeared in her eyes. "Please forgive me, Patriarch Yu. I had no such intentions. I know I shouldn't be getting involved, but fellow Daoist Jin is an acquaintance of mine, so please do me a favor and give her some assistance," Han Li suddenly said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air. The enormous force crushing Jin Yu to the ground was immediately disrupted and melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Jin Yu was stunned to hear this, and she looked up at Han Li with a bewildered expression. Instead of being enraged by Han Li's intervention, Yue Long immediately put on a smile as he replied, "If that's what Brother Han wants, then it can naturally be arranged. Jin Yu, hurry up and thank fellow Daoist Han for his kindness." "It's you." Jin Yu finally recognized Han Li, and her bewilderment became even more pronounced upon seeing Yue Long treating Han Li in such a respectful manner. "What insolence! This is fellow Daoist Han Li of the human race, and his powers are superior to even my own. Yue Long scolded with a dark expression. It took Jin Yu a moment to recover from her astonishment before she hurriedly extended a deep bow toward Han Li. Fellow Daoist Han. No, Patriarch Han, please forgive me, I was simply caught off guard. During their last meeting, Han Li had only been at the body integration stage. Yet now, even Yue Long was conceding his inferiority to Han Li. This drastic change was far too much for her to process. Despite Jin Yu's cunning and steadfast nature, she was completely rooted to the spot. Right, you can go now. I promised fellow Daoist Han that I would look into this matter, so I'll definitely make some time to meditate for your two races. Yue Long instructed with a stern expression as he waved his hand in a dismissive manner. Jin Yu's heart was still filled with astonishment and befuddlement, but she didn't dare to raise any objections. Yes, Senior, I'll be taking my leave now. However, as she rose to her feet, she couldn't help but take a look at Han Li again to make sure that he was indeed the same person that she was thinking of. Han Li gave her a faint smile, then communicated a message to her through voice transmission. Regardless of what history I had with your Tianping race in the past, that should settle any debt that I owe you. Don't come to see me again. Jin Yu's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she was just about to say something when Han Li pointed a finger at her from afar. Around a dozen bolts of silver lightning suddenly erupted beneath her feet, forming a small lightning formation in a flash. In the next instant her surroundings completely blurred, and she abruptly vanished from within the hall. Han Li had used a lightning formation to teleport her directly out of the pagoda. What a marvelous teleportation technique. It seems your powers are even superior to what I had anticipated. I'm even more confident in our collaboration now, Yue Long said as his eyes lit up. In the air above a normal building far away from the stone pagoda, Jin Yu re-emerged amid a flash of silver lightning. She quickly inspected her surroundings with a bewildered expression, then cast a stunned gaze toward the stone pagoda in the distance. The next day, before daylight had completely arrived, two streaks of light, one azure and one black, flew out of the stone pagoda before speeding away in a certain direction. Close to a day later, the two streaks of light arrived in a small mountain range, then descended into a valley between two small mountains. This is the spirit region you found? Han Li asked with furrowed brows as the azure light faded around him. Aside from countless craters of different sizes, the valley was completely bare. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing within several kilometers of the valley, and all of the bulges in the area had been sliced through by something, making them significantly shorter than the surrounding ground. The only thing that was noteworthy at all was a giant copper pillar situated at the very center of the valley. The pillar was over 1,000 feet tall with layers of formations etched on its surface, but it was covered in rust and looking very dilapidated, much like a relic of the distant past. This place doesn't look that impressive, but it wasn't always like this. It only became so barren and desolate after enduring 2 heavenly tribulations. Spirit regions suitable for drawing upon the power of heaven and earth are very difficult to find, so we'll have to make do here, Yue Long explained as he made his way toward the copper pillar. I see, but surely you're not going to rely solely on this treasure to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, Han Li said as he cast his gaze toward the copper pillar. Of course not. This pillar is known as the Metal Wind Pillar, and it's a treasure I refined to help draw upon metal attribute power. However, it was damaged on the previous occasion, so I didn't withdraw it. Now that we're drawing upon a new back of the power of heaven and earth, we'll naturally be using new treasures as well, Yue Long chuckled in response. He then swept a hand through the air, releasing over 100 balls of azure light that descended into the surrounding craters on the ground. The balls of light then transformed into over 100 glistening copper pillars that were brand new in appearance. Immediately thereafter, Yue Long began to chant something while making a hand seal. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the copper pillars quickly arranged themselves into a giant formation with Yue Long and Han Li in the very center. There are a total of 108 metal wind pillars, just enough to create a golden astral devilish formation. With this formation in place, the might of the power of heaven and earth we're about to draw upon will be significantly diminished, and you'll be able to control the power with relative ease according to the instructions I provided you with last night, Yue Long explained. All right, go ahead and begin the proceedings. I'll step in when required, Han Li replied with a calm expression, then made his way over to the top of a nearby copper pillar, where he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yue Long was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he immediately swept his sleeves through the air, releasing countless formation treasures that shot forth toward the edge of the valley. A short while later, 7 or 8 more profound restrictions had been set up outside the formation of copper pillars. At this moment Yue Long opened his mouth again to release 5 different treasures, comprised of a white jade vial, a purplish golden gourd, an azure disc, a silver cauldron and a crimson feather fan. As soon as the 5 treasures emerged, they immediately began to revolve around Yue Long. Yue Long pointed a finger toward the azure disc, and it instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size. Spiritual light of different colors surged all over its surface, forming an inky black starry sky with countless star-like specks of silver light flashing within it. Yue Long then flipped both of his hands over in unison, summoning 3 silver beads and a net that resembled a black veil, all of which he immediately tossed toward Han Li without any hesitation. Those are the treasures I mentioned yesterday that would assist you in withstanding the power of heaven and earth. If used appropriately, they can be extremely effective, Yue Long said. Thank you, fellow Daoist, I'll be sure to make good use of them, Han Li replied as he caught the treasures before giving them a brief inspection. Yue Long nodded in response before taking a seat with his legs crossed, appraising the azure disc before him in silence. Time slowly passed by, and 4 hours later the starry sky manifested by the azure disc suddenly blurred and rippled, while several of the nondescript-looking stars began to glow with scintillating light, sending peculiar energy fluctuations surging out of the disc. A hint of excitement appeared in Yue Long's eyes upon seeing this, and he yelled, "Be careful, fellow Daoist. The changes in the stars are about to begin, and I'm going to draw upon the power of heaven and earth now." He then slammed a palm down onto the ground, and a burst of invisible fluctuations surged forth in all directions from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding earth to tremor violently. The restrictions that had been set up in the surrounding area also began to emit a loud buzzing sound in unison, and some of them produced layers of light barriers, while others released clouds of dense mist. As for the 108 copper pillars in the valley, they flashed erratically a few times before a series of golden runes began to glow with scintillating golden light on their surfaces. Yue Long took a deep breath upon seeing this, then stood up before waving a hand toward the purplish golden gourd. The gourd immediately tipped itself over at his behest, upon which a shimmering golden powder began to pour out of its opening. The powder appeared to be extremely fine, and in the instant it was released, it crashed directly down toward the ground below, seemingly extremely heavy. Chapter 23:16. Power of Heaven and Earth. Almost at the exact same moment, Yue Long made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the crimson feather fan. Countless crimson runes immediately surged out of the fan in a frenzy as it swelled to several times its original size, then appeared right in front of Yue Long before being caught in his grasp. Yue Long then raised the fan without any hesitation and swept it toward the golden powder. As soon as he did so, the fan was ignited on its own as layers of crimson flames appeared over its surface, while gusts of scorching wind swept through the air. As soon as the golden powder was swept up by this wind, they began to glow brightly, then rose up into the sky before disappearing in a flash at a certain altitude. Right at this moment, Yue Long opened his mouth to expel several balls of blood essence toward the fierce wind. All of these balls of blood essence were inky black, and as soon as they came into contact with the wind, they exploded into black devilish flames. A dull thump rang out as these flames were swept up by the wind, and the wind fanned the fireballs violently, causing them to swell to over 1,000 times their original size. In the blink of an eye, a scorching pillar of black flames had taken shape, extending directly up into the heavens and presenting an astonishing sight to behold. In the sky above the pillar of flames, the golden powder that had disappeared resurfaced, then transformed into a series of huge golden runes. The massive runes scattered across the entire sky, forming an extremely complex superformation with countless rays of golden light surging through it. At the same time, the formation was releasing a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure that was threatening to make even the surrounding space congeal. All of a sudden, a thunderclap erupted in the cloudless sky up above, as if to resonate with the formation, and a series of balls of white light came plummeting down from above. Initially there were only several tens of these balls of light, but that quickly turned into thousands, then tens of thousands, and it was as if there were a white meteor shower raining down from above. A burst of Buddhist chants suddenly rang out from within the golden formation, following which a burst of tremendous invisible force was released. All of the white balls of light were drawn by this force into the golden formation, and they were all devoured in the blink of an eye. The rumbling within the golden formation became even louder, and the golden runes surged violently as an even more fearsome aura began to take shape. Instead of being alarmed by this, an elated look appeared in Yue Long's eyes as he yelled, "Everything's ready, fellow Daoist Han. The power of heaven and earth is about to descend." He then made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the cauldron, which instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size. At the same time, all types of materials of different colors and sizes came flooding out of the cauldron, and all of them were emanating astonishing metal attributes spiritual qi. Upon emerging from the cauldron, all of the materials hovered in midair in a completely still manner. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from within the golden formation up above, and a beam of golden light descended from it. Initially, the beam of golden light was only as thick as the opening of a bowl, but it quickly swelled to as thick as a water tank, and countless thin translucent threads were visible within it. Even before it landed, it was giving off an extremely sharp aura. Yue Long's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which the 108 copper pillars shuddered in unison before vanishing on the spot, only to be replaced by a series of copper warrior puppets of different descriptions. All of the puppets were holding different treasures, which they raised up into the air in unison. All of the treasures then exploded at once amid a loud buzzing sound, following which a gust of fierce wind swept through down the middle, encompassing the entire valley beneath it. Strangely enough, the sound of clashing metallic weapons could be heard amid the howling wind, and an indescribable baleful aura swept through the surrounding area, as if there were countless dangerous weapons concealed within the wind. In the next instant, the golden light descending from above descended into the wind, but upon emerging on the other side, it had been shrunk down to just over half its original size. The golden light then descended straight into the giant cauldron, causing it to tremor violently while releasing a loud clanging sound akin to the toll of a giant bell. At the same time, the protective spiritual light around Yue Long's body tremored slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the golden formation up above was releasing one pillar of golden light after another, and the interval between each pillar of light being released was gradually shortening. Yue Long was able to withstand the first 100 or so pillars of golden light in a steady manner, but soon the pillars of golden light were falling two at a time, and his expression slowly became rather grim. Even though he could still continue to use the giant cauldron to catch the pillars of golden light, the cauldron was beginning to tremor violently, and black light was flashing incessantly over Yue Long's face, clearly indicating that he was beginning to struggle. Han Li was already hovering in midair as soon as the copper pillar beneath his feet had transformed into a puppet warrior, and he was still appraising the unfolding situation with a calm expression, displaying no intention to intervene. All of a sudden, 3 pillars of golden light came crashing down from above in unison, and Yue Long's expression changed drastically upon seeing this as he reflexively cast his gaze toward Han Li. Much to his relief, Han Li was finally springing into action as a burst of unfathomable spiritual pressure began to emanate from his body. Thus, Yue Long was able to direct his focus back to the cauldron, injecting his magic power into the treasure in a frenzy. The silver cauldron began to revolve rapidly on the spot, and the materials around it plunged into the cauldron amid the sharp screeching sound of metal grating on metal. Golden light flashed, and the 3 pillars of golden light plunged through the fierce wind. Even though they had been shrunk down significantly, they were still descending toward the silver cauldron with astonishing might. Right at this moment, Han Li pointed a finger toward the pillars of golden light from afar, and a thick bolt of golden lightning sprang out of his fingertip amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bolt of lightning instantly arrived beside the pillars of golden light, then split up into 3 to strike the pillars of light with unerring accuracy. A resounding boom rang out as arcs of golden light spread through the air, and once the lightning faded, the pillars of golden light were revealed to have shrunk even further before plunging into the giant cauldron. The cauldron tremored amid a dull thump, but it was able to withstand the pillars of golden light. Even though the intervals between the descending pillars of golden light were still shortening, They were unable to pose much of a threat after being debilitated by Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. Yue Long's confidence was greatly fueled upon seeing this, and he began to flick a series of incantation seals through the air, all of which instantly vanished into the giant silver cauldron upon contact. Scintillating golden light radiated within the cauldron, and a string of resounding booms rang out, as if the materials within it were shattering one after another. Immediately thereafter, Yue Long cast his gaze toward the white jade vial before uttering the word, "Explode." The white runes on the surface of the jade vial immediately flashed before the vial itself exploded to form a palm-sized ball of gray spirit flames. Yue Long pointed a finger toward the ball of flames, then uttered the word, "Ignite." The spirit flames instantly transformed into a gray fiery python that was over 300 feet in length, and it pounced toward the silver cauldron before heating it from below. A series of secret patterns on the surface of the cauldron immediately lit up, then transitioned from silver into a crimson color, while the temperature in the cauldron was instantly raised to an incredible degree. As a result, most of the materials in the cauldron quickly melted into liquid, with only a few special materials still maintaining their original forms. Yue Long was appraising the cauldron intently with an unblinking gaze, and bursts of invisible power were being released from his body, drawing the remaining materials into the cauldron as well. He then made a hand seal before expelling another ball of black blood essence, which flew directly into the gray spirit flames. The flames beneath the cauldron immediately swelled drastically, and its temperature increased significantly as it turned a faint golden color. Not long after this color change, the remaining materials in the cauldron that hadn't melted also began to soften and melt. However, right at this moment, the number of pillars of light descending from the golden formation up above finally increased to 4 at once. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and the golden lightning being released from his fingertips suddenly ceased as he swept a sleeve through the air. A golden gourd was released and it immediately tipped itself over, pouring out thousands of grains of translucent sand. These grains of sand sprang up at his behest, then quickly vanished into the distance in a flash. In the next instant, a yellow sandstorm appeared directly above the cauldron, and a series of giant translucent rocks the size of millstones appeared to form a mysterious stone formation. At this point, the pillars of golden light had already descended from above, and they struck the very center of the stone formation. A resounding boom rang out as bright yellow light flashed violently, and the dozen or so giant rocks at the very center of the formation were instantly sliced apart by the golden light. However, the 4 pillars of golden light were still impeded and, only after shrinking down to a small fraction of their original size were they able to just barely pass through the stone formation. Chapter 23:17. Qing Yuanzi's Tribulation. After 7 or 8 more waves of golden light fell into the silver cauldron, the rumbling ringing out from within the cauldron suddenly turned into a piercing screech, and Yue Long's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. "Fellow Daoist Han, please keep the power of heaven and earth at bay until I refine all of the power in the cauldron first." As soon as his voice trailed off, Yue Long opened his mouth to expel several more balls of blood essence. After absorbing so much blood essence, the spirit flames beneath the cauldron rose up in a frenzy to encompass virtually the entire cauldron, and the color of the flames also turned into a crimson golden hue. The temperature of the flames was so high that the surrounding space was warping drastically, and all of the materials in the cauldron had turned into boiling bubbling liquid with specks of golden light flashing within it. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he pointed a finger forward, and 5-colored light flashed within the stone formation, following which all of the giant rocks began to revolve at an incredible speed. The pillars of golden light that plunged into the formation were stalled for even longer and emerged on the other side even more debilitated than before. At the same time, Han Li raised his other hand to send a burst of black light flying through the air, and it transformed into a black cloud that was several acres in area to sweep up the pillars of golden light. Traces of light were flashing incessantly within the black cloud, and it was none other than the black net that Yue Long had given Han Li earlier. The net appeared to be very thin and fragile, but the golden light was completely unable to escape out of it and could only bounce around inside the net as if it were a living being. Meanwhile, Han Li was making hand seals in the distance, clearly controlling the treasure from afar. Yue Long was greatly encouraged upon seeing this, and he began to refine the materials in the cauldron with all his might. Over 100 palm-sized translucent golden bricks were slowly taking shape in the giant cauldron, and only after close to 100 pillars of golden light had accumulated within the black cloud did Yue Long suddenly yell, "You can release the power of heaven and earth now, Brother Han." Han Li nodded in response before swiping a finger toward the black cloud from afar, and the black cloud was parted down the middle, forming a gash to allow the pillars of golden light to plunge into the cauldron again. Thus, the process repeated itself over and over again, with Han Li stopping or releasing the pillars of golden light using the black cloud as instructed by Yue Long, and with his assistance, Yue Long was able to focus wholeheartedly on refining the materials in the giant cauldron while perfectly controlling the amount of power of heaven and earth infused into the materials. However, as time passed, the number of pillars of light in the black cloud increased further and further, and after no more than 15 minutes, around 700 to 800 had already been accumulated. Even with Han Li's enormous magic power, he was beginning to struggle to contain so much power of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, he gave a cold harumph as he swept his sleeve toward the distance, and a ball of silver light around the size of a teacup flew out of his sleeve before instantly swelling to the size of a house, then vanished into the black cloud in a flash. This was none other than one of the 3 silver beads that Yue Long had given him. A dull thump rang out as the silver bead exploded, encompassing the entire black cloud within a layer of silver light. Once the silver light faded, the golden light within the black cloud also vanished, leaving only the black cloud hovering in midair by itself. These 3 silver beads were treasures that specifically targeted metal attribute power of heaven and earth, and now that the pressure was completely lifted from Han Li's shoulders, he was able to use the black cloud to intercept more pillars of golden light. Yue Long had witnessed everything that had just happened, and as opposed to lamenting over the loss of one of those silver beads, a hint of elation flashed through his eyes instead. Han Li had already lasted far longer than he had expected before using that silver bead, and he was stunned by just how immense Han Li's reserves of magic power were. It seemed that he really had found the perfect ally, and there was a very good chance that he would be able to successfully refine the extreme origin crystals on this occasion. Meanwhile, Han Li was appraising the translucent bricks in the cauldron, wondering just how many of them would actually turn into the metal attribute extreme origin crystals. 2 months later, 2 white-robed women were standing side by side beneath a lush black tree in a hidden valley within the earth abyss. One of the women was very petite and alluring, while the other was slender and elegant, and the 2 of them were currently discussing something with serious expressions. A giant platform had been erected at the center of the valley, and it was of a vibrant green color, as if it had been constructed from massive green logs. The platform was split up into 7 levels with around a dozen treasures of different descriptions placed on the edge of each level. The highest level of the platform had hundreds of flags of different sizes planted on it, forming an extremely profound formation. These flags were all of different colors, and they were all giving off astonishing auras, clearly indicating that they were remarkable treasures. At the center of the flag formation sat a silver futon with a diameter of around a foot. Within a radius of half a kilometer around the platform stood thousands of humanoid or beastly statues of different forms and materials, but all of them were extremely lifelike and half knelt toward the giant platform. Furthermore, the entire valley was laden with jade bricks of different colors, basking the entire valley in a layer of faint spiritual light. Father has made extensive preparations for this heavenly tribulation, so there should be a very good chance that he'll be able to successfully transcend it. So why is it that he's looked so concerned these past few days? The elegant woman asked with tightly furrowed brows. I certainly wouldn't dare to proclaim that I can guess Master's thoughts, but I think he's most likely just concerned about his heavenly tribulation. After all, if he were to fail, then his cultivation journey would draw to a conclusion, the petite woman replied. That's true. Each major heavenly tribulation is more fearsome than the previous one, and there's no end to them unless one can ascend to that higher realm. Father has already transcended so many tribulations. The upcoming major heavenly tribulation is definitely going to be far more fearsome than what we can imagine. We can only pray that Father will be able to successfully transcend it. In any case, I'll be sure to assist him with all my might, the elegant woman said in a determined manner. You've cultivated arduously for all these years and finally reached the body integration stage precisely because you wanted to repay Master for the kindness he's shown us. It's a pity that I don't possess the heavenly physique, so I won't be of any help to Master here, the petite woman sighed. The two women were none other than Yuan Yao and Yen Li. Among them, Yuan Yao had been accepted by Qing Yuanzi as his foster daughter, and had reached the early body integration stage. As for Yen Li, the spiritual pressure emanating from her body indicated that she was at the late spatial tempering stage. This was the day that Qing Yuanzi had prepared to transcend his tribulation, and in preparation for this day, Qing Yuanzi had used all types of secret technique to delay this tribulation, as well as expended a vast amount of resources and effort to get Yuan Yao to her current cultivation base, all so that she could unleash a certain rare ability to help him transcend this tribulation. Yuan Yao was aware of this, but Qing Yuanzi had used a secret technique to transition her and Yen Li back into human bodies, and helped her reach the body integration stage in such a short time, so she was still very grateful toward Qing Yuanzi and was willing to help him at all costs. This valley was the place that Qing Yuanzi had chosen to transcend his tribulation. Many preparatory measures had been set up here, and hundreds of powerful restrictions had been created around the valley in case anyone tried to take advantage of this opportunity to plot against him. Currently, Qing Yuanzi was praying and basking in the scent of incense in a temporary cave abode not far away from the valley, priming himself into the best condition to face this tribulation. After continuing the conversation for a short while longer, both Yuan Yao and Yen Li fell silent and continued to wait with a hint of anxiety in their eyes. Close to half a day later, the gray clouds in the sky began to churn, and a peculiar aura began to emanate from within the valley. All of a sudden, a ball of azure light appeared in the distance before reaching Yuan Yao and Yen Li after just a few flashes. Yuan Yao pays her respects to her father. Yen Li pays her respects to her master. Yuan Yao and Yen Li immediately fell to their knees in Qing Yuanzi's presence. The ball of azure light faded to reveal the elderly Qing Yuanzi, and he instructed, "Only Yaoer can help me during this heavenly tribulation, so Yaoer needs to come with me. In the meantime you stay here and hold down the fort, Yen Li." "Yes. As you wish." The two women naturally didn't raise any objections. Qing Yuanzi nodded as he swept a sleeve downward, releasing a burst of azure light to sweep up Yuan Yao, following which both of them vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the highest level of the giant platform, and the duo reappeared. "You stay here for now, Yaoer. I'll instruct you to step in when required. Make sure you don't act too early or too late or you'll miss the opportunity," Qing Yuanzi instructed in a benevolent manner. "Rest assured, father, I know what to do," Yuan Yao replied with a serious expression. "I have full trust in you, but make sure you take extra care. This heavenly tribulation is going to be very formidable, and you could easily get swept up in it if you're not careful," Qing Yuanzi cautioned with a smile. Yuan Yao naturally nodded in response. In the air above a rocky region far away from the valley, fierce winds were suddenly swept up, and a pair of massive black claws extended out of the wind before wrenching the space apart in a vicious manner. Chapter 23:18. The formidable foes. The space was instantly torn apart by the pair of claws, creating a spatial rift that was over 10,000 feet in length. A mountainous figure then emerged from within the rift, followed closely by two streaks of light. The streaks of light faded to reveal a young Daoist priest and a thin yellow-robed man, while the black chi around the giant figure dissipated to reveal a dark-skinned giant with curved horns on his head and several rows of short bone spikes on his back. His face was completely identical to that of a normal male human, but the fearsome aura he was giving off struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. "I'm truly impressed that you were able to tear through space and allow us to enter this place so easily with your physical body alone, fellow Daoist Immortal," the yellow-robed man said with a smile. "Haha, it's all thanks to your 9 illusion fortune door loosening the boundaries between realms. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been capable of this," the giant chuckled in response before quickly shrinking down to only around 20 feet tall. "Hee, while that's indeed true, it would still be impossible to enter this space had you not possessed the power to tear through boundaries between realms," the yellow-robed man chuckled. "Alright, that's enough useless chit-chat. I didn't come here to listen to you two praise one another. Let's find the target and get this over with as soon as possible," the young Daoist priest said with a cold look in his vertical pupils. "There's no hurry, fellow Daoist San Quan. Even once Qing Yuanzi's tribulation begins, it'll take him quite some time to transcend it, so we definitely have enough time to reach him," the yellow-robed man replied in an unhurried manner. This trio was naturally none other than Huang Yuanzi, the Immortal Heavenly Lord and Daoist San Quan, all of whom were renowned Grand Ascension stage beings. It looks like you really have plotted a long time to target this Qing Yuanzi. You've even grasped the time and location for his Tribulation transcendence, Daoist San Quan remarked. Of course, Qing Yuanzi isn't a member of our Chang Yuan race. Instead, he possessed the body of a close relative of mine, and only then was he able to reach his current cultivation base. I owe that relative a huge favor, and I abandoned my original name for this one so I could constantly remind myself of what Qing Yuanzi did to spur me on in my quest for vengeance, Huang Yuanzi said in a cold voice. I didn't think that you would have such a serious vendetta against this Qing Yuanzi. Rest assured, I'll be sure to help you exact your revenge, said the Immortal Heavenly Lord. I don't care about your differences with Qing Yuanzi. I just want the reward you promised me. As for whether we'll actually be able to kill Qing Yuanzi, that'll be up to you, Daoist San Quan said in an indifferent voice. Instead of being enraged to hear this, Huang Yuanzi replied in a confident manner. Rest assured, Brother San Quan, I invited you to join us primarily for your mastery in the art of formations. With your expertise in my 9 illusion fortune door, the restrictions set up by Qing Yuanzi may as well now exist. Daoist San Quan's expression eased slightly and he said, I certainly hope so. I heard that Qing Yuanzi is also quite adept in the art of formations, and he must have set up some formidable formations in preparation for his Tribulation transcendence. I have full confidence in you, Brother San Quan. Let's set off now. Out of Qing Yuanzi and myself, only one can leave this space alive, Huang Yuanzi declared before flying away as a streak of light. The Immortal Heavenly Lord and Daoist San Quan exchanged a glance before following along. Above the platform in the valley, Qing Yuanzi was already hovering at an altitude of just over 100 feet in a seated position with his legs crossed. There were several tens of azure flying swords flying through the air around him, and his eyes were tightly shut in an expressionless manner. Down below, all of the surrounding flags were releasing layers of 5-colored light, forming countless radiant runes that were hovering above the platform. All of the formation treasures set up beneath the platform were also buzzing incessantly, while streaks of spiritual qi were rising up before vanishing into thin air. As for all of the statues around the platform, they were still maintaining their original poses, as if everything happening on the platform had nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, Yuan was standing at the foot of a formation flag, looking up at the sky with a nervous expression. At this moment, red clouds had already filled the entire sky, and gusts of fierce black winds were sweeping through the air, causing the space in their wake to tremor slightly. The red clouds had formed a dense watertight blanket, and were giving off a scorching aura. Shortly thereafter, crimson light flashed within the clouds and scorching balls of light began to take shape, then came falling out of the sky like a torrential storm. At the same time, Qing Yuanzi opened his eyes, then raised an arm before sweeping a finger upward. A streak of azure sword qi that was over 10,000 feet in length immediately appeared, then transformed into an azure light barrier at his behest to encompass the entire platform. The balls of dazzling red light struck the azure light barrier before instantly exploding, sending countless sparks in all directions, but none of it was able to infiltrate through the sword barrier. However, these red balls of light were clearly only the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. After a storm of tens of thousands of balls of light, a thunderclap rang out up above, and bolts of purplish-golden lightning appeared before also raining from above. At the same time, the fierce black winds swept down from the heavens as well. Before the wind had even fallen upon the sword barrier, it released countless semi-transparent wind blade, filling virtually the entire sky. However, not only was Qing Yuanzi not alarmed to see this, he willingly rose to the challenge as scintillating azure light erupted from his body, and at the same time he pointed his fingers upward in rapid succession. All of a sudden, all of the azure light within the sword barrier converged to reform a streak of sword qi that was over 10,000 feet in length, which then transformed into a massive azure wurm. The wurm danced through the sky in a ferocious display, releasing streaks of sword qi that kept all of the purple lightning and wind blades at bay. Yuan was naturally ecstatic to see this. Right at this moment, bright red light appeared up above, and all of the red clouds dissipated to reveal a river of lava. In the next instant, the river of lava reared up before plunging down from the heavens, igniting the entire sky. Yuan Yao's smile immediately stiffened upon seeing this, but Qing Yuanzi remained unfazed as he made a hand seal, upon which the runes that had surged out of the formation flags rose up into the air at his behest before forming a 5-colored rune formation. Tens of thousands of translucent 5-colored threads then shot forth out of the formation, piercing through the descending waterfall of lava and completely eradicating it. At the same time, Qing Yuanzi laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a miniature azure figure emerged, then rubbed its hands together before raising them to release countless streaks of azure sword qi, each of which was more powerful than the preceding one. Qing Yuanzi knew that the heavenly tribulation was only just beginning to display its fearsome might. 10 days later, the entire sky within a radius of thousands of kilometers around the valley was enshrouded in a dense blanket of dark clouds, and occasional flashes of 5-colored light would appear alongside rumbling booms. It was clear that the heavenly tribulation had reached its most fearsome point. Atop a small mountain thousands of kilometers away stood 3 humanoid figures on the branches of a massive tree, appraising the valley from afar. These 3 were none other than Huang Yuanzi, Daoist San Quan, and the Immortal Heavenly Lord, and they had arrived 2 days ago. They were currently awaiting a good opportunity to strike, and the Immortal Heavenly Lord mused, "I didn't think that this Qing Yuanzi's major heavenly tribulation would be this fearsome. I don't think I would have even lasted this long had I been in his shoes. Indeed, even I would most likely fail to transcend this tribulation. Looks like this Qing Yuanzi's resounding reputation is certainly well-deserved." Daoist San Quan agreed with a grim expression. "So what if Qing Yuanzi's powers are far superior to the 3 of us individually? He may not even be able to transcend this tribulation, and even if he does, he'll definitely be severely weakened, and there's no way he'll be able to survive against the 3 of us." Huang Yuanzi chuckled coldly. The Immortal Heavenly Lord nodded in agreement. "That's true. No matter how powerful he is, his days are numbered. It looks like this heavenly tribulation will last at least 5 or 6 more days. Shouldn't we begin preparing to remove these restrictions around the valley? Otherwise, there's a very good chance that Qing Yuanzi will go into hiding as soon as his tribulation concludes," Daoist San Quan said in a cold voice. "You're right, it's about time we made a move. In Qing Yuanzi's current state, he won't be able to do anything even if he notices that we're removing his restrictions. The most he can do is deploy some backup measures he may have set up in advance," Huang Yuanzi said. "Backup measures? Let's see what he's prepared. The more resources he uses up now, the easier it'll be for us to land the final blow on him," the Immortal Heavenly Lord chuckled. Chapter 23:19. Arrival of both enemies and an ally. "I'm naturally aware of that as well, which is why I suggest we make a big commotion while removing these restrictions. Even if Qing Yuanzi can resist the urge to use the measures he's set up, he definitely won't be able to focus wholeheartedly on transcending his tribulation. Fellow Daoist San Quan will be counting on you," Huang Yuanzi said with a cold smile. "Rest assured, leave it to me," Daoist San Quan replied. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a white cloud instantly appeared beneath his feet before carrying him toward the valley. Huang Yuanzi and the Immortal Heavenly Lord quickly followed along behind him as 2 streaks of light. After advancing for no more than 100 kilometers, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out, and the surrounding area blurred before the trio found themselves situated in a forest of giant trees. Each tree was around 1,000 feet tall and was entirely black in color, making it look as if they were constructed from black steel. In the instant that the trio appeared in the forest, the surrounding trees began to tremor violently before toppling toward the 3 of them, sending fierce gusts of wind sweeping down from above. "What a crude formation. It's downright laughable to think that such a restriction is being used against me," Daoist San Quan chuckled. Immediately thereafter, he swept his sleeves forward, and bursts of yellow qi surged forth in a frenzy before spreading in all directions. As soon as the giant black trees were swept up by the yellow qi, they were immediately sent flying like feathers in the wind, then disintegrated into sand amid a string of dull thumps. The surrounding area warped and twisted, then reverted back to the same scenery as before. Thus, the trio continued onward, and both Huang Yuanzi and the Immortal Heavenly Lord were quite elated to see this. After flying for less than 10 kilometers, several of the hills down below suddenly began to glow, and 3 formations, each of which was around an acre in size, appeared on the summits of the hills in unison. Countless fireballs were then conjured up before hurtling toward the trio in a torrential storm. A disdainful look appeared on Daoist San Quan's face upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger forward, releasing 3 green threads of light that transformed into 3 thick pillars of light in a flash. 3 earth-shattering booms rang out as the pillars of light flashed through the fiery storm like 3 agile snakes, then struck the 3 formations down below with devastating might, instantly razing the 3 hills to the ground. Daoist San Quan wasn't even delayed in the slightest as he continued onward, followed closely by the elated Huang Yuanzi and Immortal Heavenly Lord. Even though Qing Yuanzi had set up many restrictions, the ones on the outskirts were quite ordinary and were only there to deal with intruders of lowly cultivation bases. Only the restrictions near the valley were the truly formidable ones that were meant for fellow Grand Ascension stage beings. Yanli was in the midst of meditating at the entrance of the valley when a grim voice transmission from Qing Yuanzi suddenly sounded beside her ears. "Look out, Yenner, there are powerful enemies approaching the valley. Take the treasures I gave you and activate the baleful 18 Heavens formation." Yanli's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she hurriedly rose to her feet before extending a curtsy toward the direction the voice had come from. "Yes, master." At this point, all of the restrictions in the valley had already been completely activated, conjuring up countless light barriers of different colors. In addition to the black winds raging incessantly outside, it was impossible for anyone to see into the valley. Aside from the rumbling thunderclaps ringing out from up above, Yanli couldn't hear anything else from the giant platform. Qing Yuanzi seemed to have sensed her unease, and he transmitted his voice to her again in consolation. "Don't worry, the baleful 18 Heavens formation will at least become 20% more powerful when controlled by someone, and it should be enough to impede the enemies outside for several days. After I transcend my tribulation, I'll be able to face them myself." Yanli's anxiety was eased slightly upon hearing this. The fact that Qing Yuanzi still had the spare capacity to transmit his voice to her indicated that he was dealing with his tribulation with relative ease. Thus, she immediately rose up into the air before departing as a ball of yellow light. Shortly thereafter, Yanli arrived on a mountain summit with a giant formation disk hovering beneath her, upon which stood a row of small flags of different colors. Yanli was currently appraising a copper mirror in her hand with a grim expression, and there was an image on the mirror, depicting Daoist San Quan destroying a golden light formation on the outskirts with ease using a white flying dagger. Daoist San Quan then completely vanished from the image in a flash. Yanli drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and her brows furrowed tightly with concern. She knew that the intruders had to be Grand Ascension stage beings for Qing Yuanzi to take them so seriously, but she didn't think that there would be someone among them with such a high level of expertise in the art of formations. There were many restrictions around the valley, but they definitely wouldn't be able to delay the intruders for long. If she wanted to buy more time for her master, then she would have to rely almost solely on the baleful 18 Heavens formation. With that in mind, Yanli immediately swept a hand downward, and several of the formation flags immediately vanished into plumes of smoke. Around 15 minutes later, fierce winds were swept up near the valley, sending sand and small stones flying in all directions, while a series of rifts abruptly split open on the ground. Bursts of crimson mist billowed out of the rifts, quickly encompassing the area surrounding the entire valley. Immediately thereafter, several sharp screeches rang out, and the sound of ghostly howls suddenly erupted within the crimson mist while countless giant black figures emerged. An astonishing baleful aura also surged into the heavens, scattering much of the dark clouds up above. In this short time, Yanli had completely activated the 18 profound formations around the valley. Individually, the formations didn't pose much of an obstacle to a Grand Ascension stage being, but they were designed in a unique way so that anyone facing one of the formations would actually have to face all 18 formations at once. Thus, if they couldn't destroy all 18 formations at once, then they would have to patiently destroy the formations one by one. This was why Qing Yuanzi was still so calm even though there were powerful infiltrators approaching. Close to a day later, Huang Yuanzi's trio arrived near the valley, and Daoist San Quan's expression immediately darkened slightly at the sight of the baleful 18 Heavens formation. After being introduced to the troublesome nature of this formation by Daoist San Quan, Huang Yuanzi's expression also darkened significantly. "So we have no choice but to destroy these formations one by one if we want to enter the valley," Huang Yuanzi confirmed. "I'm afraid so. However, with interconnected formations like these ones, the most difficult one to destroy is always the first one. After that, it'll become easier and easier as there will be fewer formations supporting one another. As such, the power of the first formation is equivalent to that of all 18 formations combined, so it'll be very difficult to destroy, Daoist Sanquan replied. That Qing Yuanzi really is a cunning bastard, but he's dreaming if he thinks that this will be enough to stump me. How long will it take to destroy all of these formations, fellow Daoist Sanquan? Huang Yuanzi asked. If you're willing to use the 9 illusion fortune door to assist me, then 4 days should be enough, Daoist Sanquan replied. That won't do. What if Qing Yuanzi's heavenly tribulation concludes early? How about this? When you reach a critical juncture, I'll use my hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning to assist you, but we must destroy all of these formations within 3 days, Huang Yuanzi said in a cold voice. Daoist Sanquan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but then quickly reverted back to normal again. You even prepared hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning for this trip? In that case, we'll definitely be able to break the baleful 18 Heavens formation in 3 days. Good. Fellow Daoist Immortal, you don't have to do anything aside from priming yourself into the best condition. Your power will be extremely important for when we face Qing Yuanzi, Huang Yuanzi said. I understand. After all, my cultivation arts just so happen to have a suppressive effect on several of Qing Yuanzi's abilities, the immortal heavenly lord replied in a nonchalant manner. Huang Yuanzi didn't say anything further as he flipped a hand over, summoning a miniature translucent door before tossing it forward. The door immediately swelled to over 100 feet tall amid a flash of piercing white light, then descended from the heavens. Huang Yuanzi appeared at the top of the door in a flash before gently stomping down onto it, and it instantly flew toward the formation up ahead with arcs of lightning flashing all around it. A cold smile appeared on Daoist Sanquan's face as he followed along behind the door, and the heavenly immortal lord also trailed along in an unhurried manner. In the air above a certain swamp in the earth abyss, the space suddenly warped, following which a streak of green sword chi that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged before slashing downward in a casual manner. The entire sky was sliced apart by the streak of sword chi amid a crisp crack, following which a giant black arc that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged. At the front of the arc stood Han Li with his hands clasped behind his back and a calm look on his face. The black-robed blood soul was standing behind him, and she quickly inspected her surroundings as she asked, Senior Han, is this the place where that good friend of yours is residing? That's right. Do you find that to be strange, fellow Daoist blood soul? Han Li replied with a smile. Chapter 23:20. Surveillance. During their collaboration, Han Li and Yue Long had finally managed to successfully refine metal and would attribute extreme origin crystals in about half a month. Yue Long had been ecstatic and immediately issued Han Li the promised compensation, then strongly requested that Han Li stay at his cave abode for some time. Han Li naturally refused as he was in a hurry to continue on his journey, and he arrived at a place where the spatial boundary of the earth abyss was the weakest, then sliced through the boundary with his profound heavenly spirit/sword before entering the earth abyss in his ink spirit holy Arkansas. Upon hearing what Han Li had just said, the blood soul smiled and replied, This space is indeed quite remarkable. I'm assuming this good friend of yours must also be a Grand Ascension stage being. I'm afraid you're wrong there, fellow Daoist. The cultivation base of this friend of mine isn't too shabby, but the last time we met she was still only at the spatial tempering stage, and there's no way she would have been able to reach the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time. Having said that, she's currently receiving guidance from a Grand Ascension stage being, so there's a possibility that she's reached the body integration stage. How fortunate for her. Back when I was progressing to the body integration stage, I had to go through many hardships, and even my true body has been sealed on another continent. The blood soul sighed with a forlorn expression. Hee, don't be so hard on yourself. You were merely unlucky. Once we rescue your true body, it's not impossible for you to make further progress in your cultivation, Han Li consoled. I certainly hope so, the blood soul replied with a wry smile. Han Li merely smiled and fell silent, then flipped a hand over to produce a black jade slip, which he gently pressed against his own forehead. This was a map of the earth abyss that had been given to him by Qing Yuanzi. After quickly inspecting the map, then sweeping his spiritual sense over the terrain near the swamp, he was able to ascertain his current location, and he was ecstatic to find that it wasn't far away from Qing Yuanzi's cave abode. Thus he immediately stowed the jade slip away before spurring on the giant black arc toward another direction. A day later, just as the arc was approaching the area where Qing Yuanzi's cave abode was situated, Han Li suddenly opened his eyes from his seated meditation, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. What powerful energy fluctuations! These are the energy fluctuations of a major heavenly tribulation. Could it be that someone is transcending a tribulation nearby? Come to think of it, it's about time Qing Yuanzi underwent his next heavenly tribulation. Could it be him? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, upon which the ink spirit holy arc instantly drew to a halt in midair. He then rose to his feet and rose up into the air before flying away as a streak of azure light, leaving only a parting message for the blood soul and the others. Stay here and look after the ark, I'll go take a look first. Even after the azure streak of light had vanished into the distance, his voice was still echoing throughout the area. Zhu Guer and the others hurriedly made their way out of the cabin before casting their eyes toward the direction that Han Li had disappeared in with bewildered expressions. With Han Li's current powers, the maximal speed of flight he was capable of reaching was naturally quite extraordinary. However, the energy fluctuations that he had just sensed had also come from quite far away. Only after flying for around 15 minutes did he finally catch sight of the black tribulation clouds in the distance, and he also heard a burst of indistinct rumbling. All of a sudden Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "Hold on, there are other Grand Ascension stage beings present as well." He then drew to an abrupt halt in midair before casting his gaze toward the tribulation clouds in the distance with a contemplative expression. There are 3 other Grand Ascension stage beings there, and they're making no effort to disguise their auras, so they're clearly plotting against the person transcending their tribulation. I need to find out if it actually is Qing Yuanzi transcending his tribulation. If not, then there's no need for me to intervene, Han Li mused. After a brief moment of contemplation, he laid a hand onto the back of his own head, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure qi, which quickly transformed into an azure crystal ball. Han Li then made a hand seal while closing his eyes, and a gash appeared on his glabella, following which an inky black demonic eye emerged amid a burst of black qi. A thin black thread suddenly shot out of the demonic eye, then vanished into the space up ahead in a flash. In the next instant, a clear image began to appear within the azure crystal ball. Only then did Han Li reopen his eyes before carefully peering into the crystal ball. However, he was unable to see anything aside from dense black mist and balls of flashing purplish-golden lightning. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, and the image in the crystal ball quickly swiveled around much like the perspective of a person quickly inspecting the surrounding area. Soon, a series of mountains and lush greenery began to appear. All of a sudden Han Li's expression changed slightly, and the image within the crystal ball also settled at his behest. At this moment, the image depicted a boundless sea of crimson mist. Within the sea of mist was a giant shimmering door. Above which stood 3 men in different attire. Han Li focused his gaze and immediately determined that these 3 were the ones giving off the Grand Ascension stage auras. Among the trio there was a burly man who was around 20 feet tall standing still on the spot, while a yellow-robed man was controlling the giant door to crash through the sea of mist. Countless 5-colored runes surfaced in the wake of the giant door, forcing back all of the surrounding mist. The final person to complete the trio was a young Daoist priest, and there was a giant 3-headed python projection behind him, releasing crimson, yellow and azure balls of light out of its 3 mouths. As soon as the surrounding mist came into contact with these balls of light, the former would immediately fade away. Deep within the boundless sea of mist were countless giant black shadows that were releasing bursts of crimson qi in a frenzy, seemingly contending with the giant door and 3-colored light. All of a sudden, the burly man seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately turned to one side as he yelled, "Who's spying on me over there?" As soon as his voice trailed off, he lashed out with one of his large black hands like lightning, and around an acre of space in that direction instantly warped and exploded. Bursts of black light then surged forth in all directions alongside scorching winds, pulverizing all of the crimson mist nearby. Such a loud commotion naturally attracted the attention of both of his companions, and they immediately turned to him with bewilderment in their eyes. "What happened? Did you discover something, fellow Daoist immortal?" Huang Yuanzi asked as the giant door drew to a halt at his behest. Through their sustained efforts during the past 2 days and 2 nights, close to half of the first formation had already been broken. He didn't want any mishaps to occur now. Someone was spying on us and I just destroyed their secret technique, the Immortal Heavenly Lord replied in a calm manner. Huang Yuanzi's expression changed slightly and he asked, "Is it that girl who's controlling this formation?" "I don't think so. That girl was only at the spatial tempering stage and I managed to land a punch on her from afar earlier, so she should at least be severely wounded if not dead. There's no way she could unleash a secret technique to spy on us," the Immortal Heavenly Lord replied with a shake of his head. "So that means it's someone new. Were you able to sense their cultivation base?" Huang Yuanzi asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "I only managed to break their secret technique. How could I detect their cultivation base? However, judging from how profound that secret technique was, it's most likely quite a powerful being who unleashed it," the Immortal Heavenly Lord said with a slightly solemn expression. "That means that person is very likely a Grand Ascension stage being as well. Could it be an ally of Qing Yuanzi's?" Daoist San Quan speculated. Huang Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he then shook his head in response. "I don't think so." "What makes you so sure?" Daoist San Quan asked as he raised an eyebrow. "It's very simple. If this were indeed an ally of Qing Yuanzi's, why would they appear at a time like this?" Huang Yuanzi asked. "That's true. If this really were an ally of Qing Yuanzi's, they would have either used the baleful 18 Heavens formation to oppose us from the beginning, or concealed themselves until we destroy this formation, at which point we would have expended the most energy," Daoist San Quan agreed with a nod. "Could it be that that person is one of the other Grand Ascension stage beings residing in the Earth Abyss?" the Heavenly Immortal Lord asked. "Most likely not. Qing Yuanzi must have chosen a time when all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in the Earth Abyss are absent to transcend his tribulation. As such, they've most likely all been lured out of the Earth Abyss by him somehow," Huang Yuanzi chuckled coldly in response. "In that case, it's hard to say whether the new arrival is friend or foe. On top of that, we're currently trapped in this formation, so this is not a very good situation for us," the Immortal Heavenly Lord said. "Indeed. I had intended to delay the usage of my hierarchical Corpse lightning, but it looks like I'll have to use it now. Make some preparations, fellow Daoist San Quan. We're going to break this formation by force and see who this new arrival is," Huang Yuanzi said as a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 23-21. Battle outside the valley. In this formation's current state, there's no way that one piece of hierarchical Corpse lightning would be able to break it, Daoist San Quan replied with furrowed brows. "I'm naturally aware of that." Huang Yuanzi flipped a hand over as he spoke to reveal 3 thumb-sized gray beads that were riddled with thin crimson threads. "You have 3 pieces of this lightning? You really have made thorough preparations for this trip," Daoist San Quan said with a surprised expression. "We have to make haste. Fellow Daoist Immortal has just destroyed that person's secret technique, so they could be arriving soon," Huang Yuanzi said. "Rest assured, with 3 pieces of hierarchical Corpse lightning, it'll only take an instant to destroy the rest of this formation," Daoist San Quan replied with a confident smile. He then opened his mouth to expel 3 badges of different colors, which quickly swelled to around 10 feet in size each at his behest. After that, he made a hand seal, and the giant 3-headed python projection behind him also opened its mouths to release 3 bursts of light of different colors that surged into the badge of the corresponding color. A loud buzzing sound instantly rang out from the badges, and countless runes appeared on their surfaces. The badges then suddenly transformed into around 300 to 400 small flags, each of which was roughly a foot in size. Each flag was translucent and shimmering with spiritual light while emanating hints of the power of laws. Huang Yuanzi's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately sent one of the 3 gray beads in his hand hurtling through the air. Elsewhere, the law destruction eye on Han Li's glabella had already disappeared, and he was appraising a cracked azure crystal ball before him with a cold expression. The fact that he was able to sense my secret technique from so far away indicates that he's far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, but judging from the power of that attack, he's still nowhere near the caliber of that female Asura spider. The only potential factor of concern is that I don't know if he possesses any special secret techniques or abilities, Han Li murmured to himself, then flipped a hand over to summon a golden talisman. He then raised a hand, and the talisman disappeared into thin air as a streak of golden light. After that he stood still on the spot, seemingly waiting for something. A short while later, a burst of spatial fluctuations emerged before Han Li, and a ball of golden flames suddenly appeared alongside the sound of a bewildered female voice. "Brother Han, is that you? Why are you here?" A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this voice. "Fairy Yen, why is this transmission talisman in your hands? I recall I gave it to Yuan Yao prior to my departure." Yen Li was initially elated to hear Han Li's voice, but she then replied in a panicked voice, "Brother Han, it really is you. Get away from here right now. Master is currently transcending his heavenly tribulation, and there are 3 grand ascension stage intruders outside. If you get caught up in this, you're going to be killed for sure. As for this talisman, Yuan Yao gave it to me for safekeeping. She's currently helping Master transcend his tribulation, so she has no time to worry about anything else." So it really is fellow Daoist Qing Yuanzi who's transcending his tribulation. In that case Before Han Li had a chance to finish his sentence, 3 earth-shattering explosions suddenly erupted near the valley in the distance, following which 3 scintillating gray suns rose up into the air before surging in all directions as massive waves of gray light. Countless giant flags appeared near the gray suns before releasing a series of threads of light in all directions, impaling and destroying all of the giant ghostly shadows in their path. As a result, the sea of crimson mist was instantly vanquished. Impossible! How did they break the first formation so quickly? Yen Li's immediately became extremely horrified, and the ball of golden light suddenly flashed erratically before exploding on its own. Thus, Yen Li's voice was naturally cut off in an abrupt manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward the valley before immediately flying in that direction as a streak of azure light. The streak of azure light quickly covered a distance of several tens of kilometers, upon which it arrived near the valley. The azure light then faded to reveal Han Li, who cast his gaze downward to find that the 3 gray suns had already faded, as had the massive waves of gray light. Huang Yuanzi's trio were hovering above the giant door, appraising Han Li with cold expressions. "Who are you? Did you come here for Qing Yuanzi?" Huang Yuanzi asked. "Hee, it looks like the 3 of you are enemies of Qing Yuanzi's trying to take advantage of his heavenly tribulation," Han Li said with a faint smile. Huang Yuanzi harumphed coldly in response. So what if that's the case? Are you an ally that Qing Yuanzi invited to protect him?" "I didn't come here intentionally to protect him, but fellow Daoist Qing Yuanzi is an acquaintance of mine, so I'm obligated to step in here. I hope you can all do me a favor and leave," Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. "Why should we do you a favor? Who do you think you are and what do you make of us? I have a sworn vendetta against Qing Yuanzi. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be killed." Huang Yuanzi said with a furious look in his eyes. "I don't care what differences you have with Qing Yuanzi, but if you insist on continuing, then I'll be forced to oppose you," Han Li replied in a calm fashion. "All right, let's see how you plan to oppose all 3 of us on your own. I'd advise you to leave now and I'd still be willing to let you go. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets once you perish here," Huang Yuanzi threatened with a menacing expression. "I won't know if I can handle all 3 of you at once until I try, and if you really have what it takes to kill me then so be it," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. "In that case you can die now," Huang Yuanzi said with a vicious expression. Almost at the exact same moment, a thunderous roar rang out behind Han Li. Immediately thereafter, an inky black fist emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations before instantly reaching Han Li like a thick bolt of black lightning. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, and he didn't even turn around as he thrust a golden palm behind himself at an incredible angle, striking the black fist with unerring accuracy. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive explosion of golden and black light ensued, causing the nearby space to warp and quake violently. In the aftermath of the clash, Han Li remained completely still on the spot, while a massive figure emerged several tens of feet behind him before stumbling back close to 20 steps, and only then was the giant figure able to steady himself before casting a stunned gaze toward Han Li. The giant figure was none other than the Immortal Heavenly Lord, and right at this moment, the Immortal Heavenly Lord standing beside Huang Yuanzi abruptly exploded into specks of black light amid a dull thump. Prior to Han Li's arrival, the Immortal Heavenly Lord had already unleashed a concealment secret technique in order to facilitate a sneak attack, leaving only a clone beside Huang Yuanzi. Huang Yuanzi's trio was completely astonished by what they had just witnessed. The Immortal Heavenly Lord was vastly renowned for his tremendous strength, yet he had just been forced onto the back foot in a clash of physical bodies even though he was unleashing a sneak attack from the shadows. Huang Yuanzi's expression darkened even further as he cast his gaze toward Han Li, but he didn't hesitate to sweep a hand through the air, upon which countless yellow threads erupted out of his body before surging toward Han Li in unison. Daoist San Quan also sprang into action, quickly making a hand seal. Spatial fluctuations erupted above him, and the three-headed python projection's three heads abruptly plunged downward before vanishing into three plumes of azure smoke. In the next instant, the three giant pythons' heads emerged above Han Li, then bit down viciously toward him in unison, sending a foul odor wafting through the air. The Immortal Heavenly Lord also quickly transformed into a mountainous giant as if he had already choreographed this sequence in advance with his two companions, and he raised a massive foot before stomping down toward Han Li. His foot was as huge as a house and had a glistening black sheen, as if it were constructed from iron and steel. As soon as the foot was stomped down through the air, countless bright golden patterns appeared on its surface, and a devastating aura surged through the air. Following the Immortal Heavenly Lord's failed surprise attack, the Huang Yuanzi's trio was attacking Han Li in unison, clearly in an attempt to crush him in one fell swoop. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as he swept a palm through the air, conjuring up a gray light barrier out of thin air. The Provenance True Devil projection then appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light before swelling to several hundred feet in size, then unleashed countless fist projections with its 6 fists toward the giant foot and the 3 pythons' heads. The thin threads unleashed by Huang Yuanzi struck the gray light barrier first, creating a sound akin to rain falling upon a banana leaf, and despite the enormous power imbued within them, they were only able to plunge several inches into the light barrier before being stopped cold in their tracks. Chapter 23-22, Battle Outside the Valley 2. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he made a hand seal, and powerful energy fluctuations immediately erupted out of the gray light barrier in a frenzy. Upon making contact with these energy fluctuations, the thin threads were immediately shattered. At the same time, the golden fist projections clashed with the balls of light released by the 3 giant pythons' heads, and even though the balls of light were imbued with incredible power, they were also promptly destroyed. As for the giant black foot that was stomping down toward Han Li, it was tremoring violently in the face of the first projections, but it was still descending bit by bit. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and the giant Provenance True Devil projection behind him suddenly vanished at his behest. In the next instant, the space behind the Immortal Heavenly Lord twisted and warped, following which the giant golden body formed by the Provenance True Devil projection emerged. The golden body's 3 faces were completely expressionless, and 2 of its arms reached out like lightning before grabbing onto the Immortal Heavenly Lord's shoulders. The Immortal Heavenly Lord's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to shrug off the golden body, but piercing purplish golden light suddenly began to radiate from the golden body's hands, and the Immortal Heavenly Lord felt his own body become heavier all of a sudden, rooting him to the spot for an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden body thrust its other 4 golden fists toward the giant's chest with devastating might. The Immortal Heavenly Lord let loose an enraged roar, and a suit of dark green armor appeared over his entire body amid a flash of black light. At the same time, the 2 curved horns on his head transformed into a pair of giant black blades that were plunged forward viciously. 2 dull thumps rang out as 2 of the golden body's fists were repelled by the horns, but the other 2 fists struck the giant's chest, and the sound of cracking bones immediately rang out. Han Li's Provenance True Devil arts had almost been cultivated to its very maximal extent, and it was being combined with several other secret techniques, so the Provenance Golden Body was naturally far more powerful than even the average Grand Ascension stage being could imagine. Golden and black light intertwined in front of the Immortal Heavenly Lord, following which 2 massive indentations were punched into his suit of dark green armor. The suit of armor then completely shattered, and 2 bursts of tremendous force flooded into his body, sending him flying through the air before he could even make a sound. An earth-shattering boom rang out down below, and the immortal Heavenly Lord was slammed several tens of feet deep into the ground, leaving less than half of his body still above the surface of the earth. All of this had taken place virtually in the blink of an eye. Han Li chuckled coldly as he made a grabbing motion, and an azure longsword immediately appeared in his grasp amid a flash of azure light. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, countless streaks of azure sword chi was unleashed, and they transformed into a sword mountain during their descent. The immortal Heavenly Lord immediately tried to take evasive measures, but his meridians were in disarray in the aftermath of the heavy blows he had just received, thereby temporarily immobilizing him. As such, he could open his mouth to release a giant black shield, which transformed into a light barrier to protect him from above. The light barrier didn't appear to be anything special, but it was able to keep most of the azure sword chi unleashed by Han Li at bay, with only several streaks of sword chi that were far sharper than the rest managing to pierce through the light barrier before striking the immortal Heavenly Lord's body with vicious force. Several deep sword wounds immediately appeared on the immortal Heavenly Lord's body, almost slicing him in half. However, the immortal Heavenly Lord suddenly let loose a thunderous roar, and countless crimson threads erupted out of his wounds before intertwining to heal his injuries at an astonishing rate discernible even to the naked eye. Instantaneous regeneration. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but a derisive smile then appeared on his face as he raised his azure longsword in preparation to unleash an even more powerful attack. However, right at this moment, the surrounding air abruptly tightened, and a series of tall flags appeared, forming a small formation with Han Li at the very center. All of the flags then tremored slightly before releasing countless runes in a frenzy, and Han Li's body suddenly became extremely heavy, as if a series of shackles had bound his body. He looked down to discover that the Daoist priest was currently controlling the 3 giant badges, attempting to use them to trap him. As for Huang Yuanzi, he had also summoned a crimson crystal ring that was flashing with red light, clearly about to attack Han Li as well. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. The azure longsword in his hand and the Provenance golden body disappeared in unison. Immediately thereafter, he transformed into a giant golden ape over 1,000 feet tall amid a flurry of golden runes. He then swept his arms violently through the air, sending a burst of tremendous force surging through the surrounding space. Most of the restriction was destroyed by this burst of power, and the flags that formed the formation began to tremor violently, with some of them even being snapped on the spot. Daoist San Quan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, but he didn't pause even for a moment as he continued to make a series of hand seals. All of a sudden, a sharp screech rang out, and 3 small snakes emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then pounced toward Han Li as 3 shadows of different colors. Han Li immediately thrust a hand forward and flicked 3 of his fingers through the air at once in retaliation. 3 dull thumps rang out as 2 of the small snakes were sent flying like cannonballs, but the final crimson snake managed to evade the attack, then bit onto one of Han Li's fingers like lightning. Han Li let loose a low roar as he flipped a hand over to grab onto the small snake, then crushed it with ease with his tremendously powerful grip. However, not only was Daoist San Quan not disheartened to see this, a cold smile appeared on his face instead. Han Li swept his arms through the air again to destroy the rest of the formation, and the remaining flags were also snapped in half, thereby completely freeing himself. Right at this moment, 5-colored light flashed from the giant door beneath Huang Yuanzi, and the crystal ring in his hand abruptly vanished. In the next instant, 5-colored light suddenly flashed above Han Li, and a fiery crimson cloud appeared. A giant crystal ring then appeared around his waist as if by instantaneous teleportation before tightening viciously. At the same time, scorching crimson flames erupted out of the ring in a frenzy to inundate Han Li's entire giant ape body. A hint of elation appeared on Huang Yuanzi's face upon seeing this. The crystal ring didn't seem all that remarkable, but it was actually a profound heavenly holy artifact refined from a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure he had found in the cave abode of an ancient cultivator. Not only was it able to expand and shrink at his behest, it was extremely resolute, and the flames it was releasing were comprised of several types of spirit flames that would instantly incinerate the average cultivator to ashes upon contact with even just the slightest spark of this flame. He had used the 9 illusion fortune door to instantly trap Han Li within this ring, and even if the ring couldn't kill Han Li on the spot, Severe injuries were surely unavoidable, or so he thought. In the next instant, a rumbling boom rang out within the flames, and the crystal ring flashed violently before suddenly exploding into countless fragments, following which the giant golden ape emerged in an expressionless manner, completely unscathed. Yuanzi could barely believe his own eyes upon seeing this. A hint of astonishment also appeared on Daoist Sanquan's face, but a thought then occurred to him and he turned to Yuanzi with a cold smile. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Huang. This man is indeed extremely powerful, but he's just been bitten by my blood-refined snake and fallen prey to my blood poison. I'll count to 10, and at the end of that all of the blood in his body would completely congeal, and he would be unable to use any magic power. There's no way he'll be able to do anything then. Is that true, Brother Sanquan? Yuanzi was naturally ecstatic to hear this. I wouldn't lie about something like this. In fact, I'll prove it to you. 1, 2, 3. Daoist Sanquan was extremely confident and began a countdown right away. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he thrust a palm through the air, sending a burst of enormous force crashing down from above. The immortal Heavenly Lord had only just recovered from his injuries and was in the process of getting up when he was crushed into the ground again. His face turned as red as blood as he let loose a wolf-like howl, and black light flashed violently around his body as he swelled even further in size. At the same time, thick veins bulged all over his body, while a series of white bone spikes began to protrude out of his skin, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold. After completing his transformation, he clenched his hands into giant fists before slamming them viciously onto the ground. The earth tremored violently and two huge black rifts immediately appeared. Using the force of impact, the immortal Heavenly Lord was able to spring out of the crater before letting loose an enraged roar, then transformed into a gust of black wind that hurtled directly toward Han Li. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he thumped his own chest violently with his fists before releasing a ball of golden light out of his body. The ball of light contained none other than the gold-devouring beetle monarch, and as soon as it was released, its eyes abruptly widened, releasing a pair of translucent sword projections that plunged into the gust of black wind in a flash. An agonized howl immediately rang out as blood rained down from the heavens. Chapter 23-23. Battle Outside the Valley 3. The gold-devouring beetle monarch had no intention of holding back and quickly flicked its fingers through the air, unleashing another flurry of sword projections. However, before these sword projections had a chance to plunge into the black wind again, a furious roar rang out as a giant blue blade that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged in retaliation. This was a peculiar blade with a slight curvature that resembled both a saber and a sword, and it was releasing fearsome glacial power. The gold-devouring beetle monarch merely appraised the giant blade with a wooden expression, and the sword projections it had unleashed suddenly fused as one, forming a giant sword projection that was several hundred feet in length at his behest. The two massive blades clashed, and a crisp crack rang out as the giant blue blade was sliced in half down the center. The sword projection was far too powerful for the average treasure to be able to withstand, and without the blue blade acting as impediment, it was able to instantly plunge into the black wind again. A cry of alarm rang out as the gust of black wind surged violently, transforming into a massive tornado, but countless translucent sword projections suddenly appeared within the tornado, quickly slicing it apart. The immortal Heavenly Lord was then sent flying out of the black wind, and only after stumbling back over 1,000 feet was he able to steady himself. At this moment he was looking very much worse for wear. Not only was his body riddled with wounds, one of his legs had gone missing. A giant bone shield that was giving off layers of black light had appeared in his hand, but it was also missing a good chunk. The immortal Heavenly Lord was staring intently at the gold-devouring beetle monarch, and aside from fury and wariness, there was also a hint of fear in his eyes. Even with such severe injuries, the immortal Heavenly Lord was able to regenerate at an incredible speed, and even his severed leg was quickly taking shape again. The gold-devouring beetle monarch's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it pointed a finger toward the immortal Heavenly Lord from afar. Countless invisible sword projections immediately appeared around the immortal Heavenly Lord, then rapidly converged toward the center. At the same time, the gold-devouring beetle monarch also began to fly toward its opponent. The immortal Heavenly Lord let loose a furious roar as he thumped a fist into his own chest. Black light immediately surged over his body, and all of his white bone spikes shot forth as streaks of white light to oppose the oncoming sword projections. At the same time he hurled his broken shield viciously toward the approaching gold-devouring beetle monarch. The bone shield transformed into a gray wheel of light as it flew through the air, while the immortal heavenly lord abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant he reappeared several thousand feet away amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. A resounding boom rang out as the gold-devouring beetle monarch shattered the oncoming bone shield with its fist, then pounced toward the immortal heavenly lord in the distance with a cold expression. The immortal heavenly lord's heart jolted as he looked down at his own reforming leg, which was only less than half regenerated, and he gritted his teeth as he teleported elsewhere once again. However, the gold-devouring beetle monarch had no intention of allowing him to recover as it changed directions to continue pursuing its target. Thus, an impasse ensued in the form of a perpetual chase. At this moment, Daoist San Quan finally completed his count of 10, and he was stunned to see that Han Li was still alive and well, appraising him with a cold expression. Impossible. Even an immortal body wouldn't be able to survive my blood poison. How could you possibly be unscathed? Daoist San Quan exclaimed in a panicked manner. You think your paltry blood poison can spell my downfall? What a joke. Having said that, it was quite impressive that the little snake was able to bite through my skin, Han Li said with a cold smile, then thrust his other palm toward the bitten finger. An inky black line of blood was immediately expelled out of a barely visible fang wound on the fingertip. The blood poison had been instantly forced out of Han Li's body. In reality, with Han Li's current physical constitution, the blood poison would only cause him some slight discomfort even if it were allowed to spread. He had cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body that granted him immunity to all poisons, so this blood poison naturally wasn't going to do anything to him. A hesitant look appeared on Huang Yuanzi's face upon seeing this, and after taking a glance at the immortal heavenly lord, who was being chased around like a wounded dog by the gold-devouring beetle monarch, a fierce look appeared on his face as he suddenly stomped a foot down onto the giant door beneath his feet. The door immediately vanished as a faint trace of light, then abruptly reappeared directly above Han Li. Huang Yuanzi was still standing atop the door, and he wrenched off one of his own arms before detonating it into a cloud of blood mist, which quickly disappeared into the giant door down below. It was quite apparent that he was about to unleash some type of powerful secret technique, and Han Li certainly wasn't going to just stand by and watch. A cold look flashed through his eyes as he threw a devastating punch at the giant door. As soon as he did so, the entire sky dimmed as a burst of invisible spiritual pressure surged toward Huang Yuanzi and the massive door in a frenzy. Right at this moment, Huang Yuanzi let loose a shrill cry, and countless bright red threads erupted out of his skin before vanishing into the giant door as faint crimson shadows. A resounding boom rang out as the space where the giant door was situated rippled like water, and the burst of tremendous spiritual pressure passed directly through that area, only dissipating after sweeping through the air for several thousand feet. So this is an illusion technique, Han Li mused with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he made a hand seal, preparing to unleash a secret technique to dispel his illusion. With his spirit eye ability and his enormous spiritual sense, which was comparable to that of a true immortal, unleashing an illusion technique against him was virtually akin to suicide. However, right at this moment Huang Yuanzi's voice rang out from above. I'll concede that I'm no match for you, but how does it benefit you to become involved in this matter? I swore an inner demon vow prior to this trip that I wouldn't leave this place until I killed Qing Yuanzi. If you're willing to leave now, I'm willing to hand over the majority of my belongings as compensation. Otherwise, I'll have to take you down with me. You think you can take me down with you with this measly illusion? Han Li chortled as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he lashed out like lightning, threatening to tear through even the space up ahead with his fingers. A low roar rang out as five-colored light flashed from the spot that his hand was grabbing toward, and a crimson humanoid figure appeared before immediately vanishing in a flash. Han Li withdrew his hand and inspected it to find several strips of yellow fabric and traces of blood on his fingertips. Even though he hadn't managed to successfully grab Huang Yuanzi, he hadn't completely failed either. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this, seemingly slightly surprised by this turn of event. You forced me to do this. Let me show you the true power of the 9 illusion fortune door. Huang Yuanzi's enraged voice rang out from up above, followed by a burst of urgent chanting. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted before Han Li, and 9 identical white doors abruptly appeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Each door was over 100 feet tall with a translucent appearance, and as soon as they appeared, they began to release countless crimson runes. These runes then transformed into countless thumb-sized gray bead, all of which were riddled with thin crimson threads. Furthermore, they were giving off an aura that was quite threatening even to Han Li. Hierarchical Yin Corpse Lightning. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon identifying these beads, and he immediately made a hand seal, conjuring up countless azure threads that hurtled directly toward these beads. Hierarchical Yin Corpse Lightning was imbued with traces of the power of destruction, and even Han Li didn't dare to face so many of them head-on. However, there was a delay in the detonating of this lightning, and that was enough time for him to slice them apart with his sword threads. Much to Han Li's surprise, the azure threads struck the gray beads, only to pass directly through them as if they were mere illusions. A hint of astonishment appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He had used his spiritual sense to examine these beads prior to releasing these swords threads, but he hadn't discovered anything amiss about them. Han Li's mind was racing as the beads continued to fly toward him, and he suddenly reached out to draw one of the gray beads that was several hundred feet away into his own grasp. As soon as the bead came into contact with his hand, his palm began to heat up, and his expression changed drastically upon sensing this. These aren't illusions. The gray bead exploded violently in his hand into a ball of gray light, completely inundating his body in a burst of enormous power. Chapter 23-24. Slaying the enemies. A loud roar rang out within the gray light, following which 2 giant purplish-golden hands emerged before forcibly tearing the light apart. Han Li then strode out of the gray light while radiating bright purplish-golden light, and aside from some areas of his body that had been charred black, he was completely unscathed. I see, so that wasn't true hierarchical Yin Corpse Lightning. It only possessed around 1/10 of the power. You're delusional if you think something like that can hurt me. Having said that, this illusion technique is quite interesting, Han Li remarked. Huang Yuanzi was silent for a moment as if he had been stunned by how powerful Han Li's physical body was, but he then said in a vicious voice, if 1 isn't enough, then what about 10? What about 100? As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the other beads shot forth toward Han Li like a torrential storm. How foolish. I've already seen through your illusion technique, so countering it will be a simple task. Immediately thereafter, countless runes appeared all over his body, following which several balls of spiritual light emerged. These balls of light then transformed into a series of true spirit projections, which then vanished back into his body in a flash. In the next instant, Han Li's body swelled drastically in size amid a flash of purplish-golden light, and a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin, while 4 extra arms and 2 additional heads also emerged with a short straight horn protruding out of each head. Han Li had adopted his 3rd nirvana transformation. A fearsome aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation immediately erupted from his body, following which the profound heavenly spirit/sword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. With nothing more than a casual wave of the sword, countless bright 5-colored runes instantly surged forth, and a dark green halo erupted out of Han Li's body before sweeping forth in all directions alongside powerful law fluctuations. In the next instant, the dark green halo clashed with the oncoming beads, and all of the beads were quickly reduced to dust amid flashes of crimson light. That's a profound heavenly treasure. Huang Yuanzi's horrified voice suddenly rang out from up above. Right at this moment, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's faces, and an inky black demonic eye appeared on each of his glabellas. The 3 demonic eyes then quickly inspected the 9 white doors before Han Li suddenly lashed out toward one of the doors with his green longsword. A green sword projection was immediately sent hurtling toward that door, and at the same time he unleashed a string of punches toward the remaining 8 doors with his other fists. Around a dozen head-sized balls of light were sent hurtling through the air before crashing into the remaining 8 doors. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the balls of golden light exploded into powerful golden shockwaves that instantly inundated the 8 doors. In the face of this fearsome attack, the 8 doors were shattered without being able to offer any resistance, and 8 humanoid figures suddenly emerged from within the destroyed doors. However, they only managed to struggle for a brief moment before they were also destroyed by the golden shockwaves. Right at this moment, the green sword projection sliced the final door in half down the center, and a yellow humanoid figure shot back in retreat in a panicked manner before vanishing into thin air, then reappeared over 10,000 feet away in a flash. "Help me, Brother San Quan. My clones have been destroyed if you don't assist me now." Arg. The yellow figure was none other than Huang Yuanzi's true body, and his voice was abruptly cut off as a massive purplish-golden hand tore through the space above him before crashing down like lightning. Huang Yuanzi immediately tried to flee through instantaneous teleportation, but layers of silver formations suddenly appeared over the purplish-golden hand, releasing a burst of tremendous invisible force. The air instantly tightened around Huang Yuanzi, and not only was he suddenly unable to draw upon most of his magic power, he was also completely rooted to the spot, as if the entire space had become his shackles. He was naturally petrified by this turn of events, and he let loose a thunderous roar before rubbing his hands together, then raised them in unison to send countless streaks of yellow light flying upward. At the same time, spiritual light of different colors flashed from his body, and around a dozen treasures of different descriptions also emerged before exploding one after another. It was clear that Huang Yuanzi was making one final desperate bid to save himself. A hint of hesitation appeared on Daoist San Quan's face upon hearing Huang Yuanzi's cry for help. Now that Huang Yuanzi had fallen into such a desperate situation, Daoist San Quan finally made a decision, making a hand seal before fleeing from the valley as a streak of three-colored light. After just a few flashes, he had vanished into the distance without a trace. Meanwhile, the giant purplish-golden palm was able to force its way through the immense power released by the detonated treasures and streaks of yellow light, all of which instantly crumbled away upon coming into contact with Han Li's hand. Huang Yuanzi had even expelled around a dozen mouthfuls of blood essence to unleash several trump card abilities, but all to no avail, and he could only look on as the purplish-golden hand continued to descend like an immovable mountain. All of a sudden, a cloud of crimson mist exploded in mid-air, following which a ball of yellow light escaped from beneath the purplish-golden palm before fleeing to several thousand feet away in a flash. Within the ball of yellow light was a miniature yellow-robed figure. It was none other than Huang Yuanzi's nascent soul. Only by ejecting his nascent soul out of his own body could he escape from the spatial seal exerted upon him by Han Li's palm. Of course, at this point he had already discovered that Daoist San Quan had abandoned him, and he was cursing the Daoist priest internally while making a series of hand seals, preparing to also escape toward the same direction through instantaneous teleportation. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he slashed his green longsword through the air again in a nonchalant manner. A green crescent-shaped sword projection swept forth before disappearing into space in a flash. The nascent soul in the distance had only just vanished into thin air when spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and the crescent sword projection reappeared before also vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, an agonized howl rang out, and a cloud of crimson mist abruptly emerged. Within the cloud of mist were countless chunks of dismembered flesh, but strangely enough, all of them were hovering in midair instead of plummeting out of the sky. A crimson fireball suddenly shot forth from the distance, exploding within the cloud of crimson mist to release a vast expanse of scorching flames that incinerated everything within an area of around an acre into ashes. That's the end of that. That 9 illusion fortune door was rather annoying. I was forced to use even my holy nirvana physique to counter it. It's a pity that Daoist San Quan was able to get away, Han Li murmured to himself as he quickly reverted back to his human form, then cast a cold gaze toward the direction that Daoist San Quan had fled in. He then raised an arm before making a grabbing motion, and a pristine white storage bracelet emerged out of thin air before flying into his grasp in a flash. He quickly inspected the contents of the storage bracelet with his spiritual sense, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face, and he stowed the bracelet away before casting his gaze toward the other battlefield. On the ground near a small mountain several tens of kilometers away, there was a small mountain constructed from countless dismembered limbs and chunks of flesh, while blood was flowing like a river through the area. The gold-devouring beetle monarch was hovering above the mountain of flesh, holding a fist-sized furry head. The head clearly belonged to Immortal Heavenly Lord, but for some reason, it had shrunk down significantly. This Immortal Heavenly Lord possessed an immortal body, but that pile of flesh was completely unresponsive, so he had clearly been truly killed by the gold-devouring beetle monarch. Come here, Jin Tong, Han Li instructed with a smile. The gold-devouring beetle monarch immediately did as it was told, taking a step forward to vanish on the spot, then reappeared beside Han Li amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Well done. Beings with immortal bodies are quite formidable, but once you decapitate them, their regenerative abilities will be severely diminished, and you'll be able to kill them easily after you force their nascent soul out of their body. Looks like you figured that out all on your own, Han Li praised as he glanced at the immortal heavenly lord's head. The gold-devouring beetle monarch extended a bow toward Han Li upon hearing this, then suddenly tossed the head over to Han Li alongside a black storage bracelet. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he drew the two items into his own grasp. However, he only took a brief glance at the head before tossing it away, then opened his mouth to release a thick bolt of golden lightning to reduce the head into nothingness. Chapter 23-25. Request as for the black storage bracelet, that was also stowed away after he inspected its contents with his spiritual sense. As a safety precaution, go and see if that Daoist Sanquan is still lingering nearby. If you meet him, then kill him, Han Li instructed. The gold-devouring beetle monarch nodded in a wooden manner in response, then sped away toward the direction that Daoist Sanquan had fled in as a streak of golden light. After that, Han Li released a ball of flames to incinerate the immortal heavenly lord's dismembered body into ashes, then cast his gaze toward the valley. At this moment, the entire valley was still enshrouded under a series of restrictions that were not to be disregarded. The battle that had just taken place was quite a short one, but Yen Li and the others had naturally already detected what was happening. Han Li swept a hand through the air and countless runes instantly surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a shimmering azure mirror amid a flash of azure light. Initially, the surface of the mirror was completely blank, but Han Li then cast a golden rune into the mirror, and the image of Yen Li quickly appeared on its surface. Yen Li currently had a slack-jawed look on her face, as if she couldn't believe the outcome of the battle outside the valley. Those were 3 intruders on the same level as Qing Yuanzi, yet Han Li had demolished them with ease, killing 2 while the remaining one had fled for his life. How are Yuan Yao and your master, fellow Daoist Yen? Han Li asked in a calm manner. They're both doing well and they're currently withstanding the last few rounds of the heavenly tribulation. Brother Han, have you already progressed to the Grand Ascension stage? Yen Li murmured in a bewildered manner as she finally returned to her senses. Of course, how else would I have been able to contend with those enemies? Seeing as fellow Daoist Qing Yuanzi is still transcending his tribulation, I'll wait for him and Yuan Yao here, Han Li replied before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and the azure mirror instantly exploded into a flurry of runes that vanished into thin air. After that, Han Li descended onto a nearby mountain before taking a seat with his legs crossed on a clean rock. He was on friendly terms with Qing Yuanzi, and the two of them had a mutual connection in the form of Yuan Yao, but they definitely weren't close enough to be able to entrust each other with their lives, which was why Han Li had decided to wait outside the valley until the heavenly tribulation concluded instead of asking Yen Li to allow him into the valley. As soon as he took a seat, he raised a hand to release a voice transmission talisman, which vanished into thin air amid a flash of azure light. Han Li was sending a message to his companions on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, informing them that they could come and reunite with him now. Shortly thereafter, the mountainous black ark appeared in the distance. Inside the formation, Yen Li was still seated atop that disk treasure, appraising the scenes unfolding on the copper mirror before her with a blank expression of incredulity. 3 days later, an earth-shattering boom rang out within the valley, and the black tribulation clouds dissipated while a long cry of elation rang out from Qing Yuanzi. Han Li was in the process of meditation, and he opened his eyes with a smile as he said, "Congratulations on successfully transcending your tribulation, fellow Daoist." His voice wasn't very loud, but it echoed throughout this entire space and wasn't drowned out in the slightest by that elated cry. Qing Yuanzi's voice abruptly drew to a halt, following which he replied, "I must thank you for allowing me to transcend this tribulation without being disturbed, fellow Daoist Han. Also, congratulations on reaching the Grand Ascension stage." It was clear that Qing Yuanzi had been aware of everything taking place outside the valley even during his tribulation transcendence. "You're far too kind, fellow Daoist. Even if I hadn't stepped in, I'm sure you would have prepared other backup measures that would have kept those scoundrels at bay with ease." You've only just transcended your tribulation, so your top priority should be recovery. I'll keep a lookout here while you rest in case anyone else tries to plot against you, Hanli replied. Thank you for the kind offer, fellow Daoist. In that case, I'll see you in a few days. Qing Yuanzi agreed after